Deep night affection, her entanglement with the night. Chapter 1, Betrayal. Tang Wanquing was feeling a bit tired, ready to close the door and get some rest. Just as she was about to shut it, a shadow quickly approached. Lu Yanran. Tang Wanquing exclaimed in surprise. Wasn't he supposed to be at the engagement banquet? She instinctively tried to close the door, but Lu Yanran pressed against the doorframe, pushing it open with force, causing his hand to be smashed and blooded, leaving red streaks down his palm. Let go. Are you crazy? Can't you take it anymore? She shouted. Ignoring the blood dripping from his hand, Lu Yanran braced himself against the doorframe, his long, narrow phoenix eyes locking onto her. Do you care? Tang Wanquing felt a pang of guilt deep in her heart, a sense of unknown wrongdoing. Fine. She turned to grab a tissue to clean the blood off his hand. As she turned, Lu Yanran's grip on her wrist tightened, and in one swift motion, he pressed her back against the wall. Tang Wanquing was taken by surprise and pushed against him in an attempt to break free, but Lu Yanran easily pinned her with one hand, lifting her up against the wall. Are you not going to explain? He whispered, his lips brushing against her cheek. His aggressive demeanor made Tang Wanquing feel like a lamb waiting to be slaughtered. Anger surged through her, and she glared up at him, only to meet his bloodshot eyes. The usually elegant man now resembled an enraged lion. This version of Lu Yanran made her feel inexplicably afraid. She turned her head with a soft sigh. Yanran, I know today's events must have shocked you, but believe me, it's not bad for you. She said, trying to soften her tone and calm the enraged lion before her. Not bad. Tang Wanquing, you casually push me onto some wild woman and tell me it's for my own good, he retorted harshly. No, that's not it. Tang Wanquing tried to explain. Not a wild woman. Then it's you, isn't he it? So you used her identity to get close to me, tricked me into marrying her? What do you take me for? A toy you can summon and discard at will? Have I been nothing but a fool and a clown to you these past few months? Har. You played a game, and I, damn it, took it seriously. Lu Yanran's mesmerizing phoenix eyes seemed to blur with emotion, and he forcefully gripped her chin, making her look at him. Tang Wanquing's heart skipped a beat, and a sharp pain spread from her wrist. Lu Yanran had always been an outstanding man, a symbol of privilege and elegance. But the man before her now. Let go, can we talk calmly? Tang Wanquing didn't know what to say anymore. All she could feel was the intense pain from her wrist, as if it were being burned. Let go. The words seemed to fuel Lu Yanran's anger, and his grip tightened. Dream on, he spat. He knew that if he let go now, Tang Wanquing would strike him again and disappear from his life just like before. This woman, full of lies. Yanran, it really hurts. Tang Wanquing hissed. How should she say it so he would realize that he was really hurting her? Lu Yanran's eyes darkened, his gaze deepening as he looked down at her. Though he knew Tang Wanquing was referring to her wrist, when a woman who loved and hated him so much cried out in pain, it made him feel like less of a man. He gripped her chin tighter. If it hurts, remember it forever. After that, he closed the distance between them and kissed her fiercely. Even though Tang Wanquing's marriage with someone else had reached the point of engagement, the two had never shared a kiss. Even though Lu Yanran had longed for it, he restrained himself, knowing she would subtly resist. But now, enraged beyond reason, he no longer cared. He wondered if his indulgence had led her to believe she could treat his feelings as a game. Chapter 2, Breaking the Engagement. The man's voice was soft to the extreme, his broad embrace so warm. Such a request seemed one no woman could ever refuse. Tang Wanquing felt lost in his gaze, almost ready to give in without thinking. What are you two doing? A harsh voice suddenly broke the dazed atmosphere, and a middle-aged man appeared at the door. Tang Jinlin. Her biological father. The girl froze for a moment, and almost instantly, she wanted to push the man in front of her away. What? When you see someone you know, you want to push me away. Am I that shameful to you? Lu Yanran tightened his grip on her wrist, which was trying to pull away. His attitude had shifted dramatically from the tenderness just moments ago. That's your father-in-law, Tang Wanquing took a deep breath and, after a brief moment of reflection, reminded him. Tang Wanquing, are you really still telling me this now? Lu Yanran grabbed her chin with one hand, his anger flaring. Did it mean nothing to her? Was all he said before in vain? This stubborn woman. Tang Wanquing lowered her gaze, her eyelashes trembling slightly. If she had hesitated before because of a faint sense of guilt, now she realized that indecision was cruelty itself. Perhaps the best outcome for both of them would be to forget each other, to part ways completely. She was not the kind of girl who thrived under the sun, and someone like her didn't deserve a man like Lu Yanran. I've always said this, now and in the future. If I gave you the wrong impression earlier. Tang Wanqing's words were harsh, polite yet distant. To the man who loved her so deeply, Lu Yanran froze. Before she could finish speaking, he pressed his thumb to her lips, silencing her. Did Tang Jinlin threaten you? What could he use to threaten you? Lu Yanran shook his head, narrowing his phoenix eyes. He pinched her chin, forcing her to look at him. No, Tang Wanqing's courage from just moments ago crumbled, and she panicked slightly. Yo, President Tang, isn't he that your future son-in-law? A few executives from other companies passed by and, noticing the tense atmosphere, teased. Tang Jinlin's face flushed, turning from red to white. Seeing the two of them acting as though no one was watching, his fury rose. How dare his illegitimate daughter openly seduce his youngest daughter's fiancé? Tang Wanqing! Come here now! Tang Jinlin's voice was loud and commanding. At hearing Tang Jinlin's harsh words, the young woman took a deep breath, lowering her gaze to hide her emotions. She was angry, but she had no choice but to obey, because her mother was still in his hands. She obediently tried to push past Lu Yanran, but he tightened his grip on her. Tang Wanqing struggled but couldn't break free. With no other option, she forced a smile. Yanran, let go first. She didn't want to make things worse with Tang Jinlin. Let go. Lu Yanran sneered. Is that the only thing you know how to say? The next second, he indeed released her wrist, but before she could react, he pulled her into his arms and turned to face Tang Jinlin. You? Tang Wanqing was taken aback. She could already imagine the look on Tang Jinlin's face. A moment passed, and then she heard a voice above her. Uncle Tang, my Qianqian doesn't know how to roll. Maybe you should show her how. Lu Yanran, lazily leaning against the wall, had his arm around her and was smirking mockingly. His words were incredibly rude, especially to an elder. The few executives who had just passed by froze, and even Tang Jinlin stood there stunned. But Lu Yanran was the sole heir of the Lu family, who held immense power in City A. No one dared to speak against him. Well, Yanran, don't take it too seriously. President Tang was just joking. One of the executives quickly stepped in to smooth things over. A joke? I don't think Uncle Tang's age is suited for jokes anymore. Lu Yanran wasn't someone who would let things slide so easily. He narrowed his eyes at Tang Jinlin, his gaze so cold it seemed to cut through him. The middle-aged man stood frozen. He didn't want to admit it, but he was actually feeling a bit nervous, especially in front of a younger man who was almost half his age. Had he really wasted all these years in the business world? Ahem, Yanran, today's your engagement party with Wanu. I meant no offense. I just want you to be aware of the situation. Tang Jinlin quickly coughed and tried to explain. Engagement party. Uncle Tang, you're really getting good at pretending to be confused, aren't you? You know exactly what this engagement party is about. Lu Yanran smirked, his tone sharp. But, for Qianqian's sake, I'll let it slide this time. It doesn't mean I'll let you manipulate me as you please. Forget the past. I don't want to argue over it anymore. Maybe I should thank you for bringing Qianqian to me. But today, I'm telling you clearly, the woman I, Lu Yanran, will marry is only Tang Wanqing. Anyone who stands in my way, don't blame me for forgetting our past ties. Tang Wanqing didn't remember how the situation ended that day. She only remembered the frost in Lu Yanran's eyes and the way he tightly held her in his embrace. What a tangled mess of relationships. She rubbed her forehead, trying to force herself out of her thoughts. Qianqian. Just as she reached the company entrance, she heard a clear male voice behind her. She turned around to see a young man in a suit stepping out of a car, smiling warmly. He wore a light pink tie and casually handed the car keys to the security guard to park the car. It was Xu Chang'an, her boss. Xu Jun Chang'an. When Tang Wanqing first heard his name, she thought he must be a warm and refined man, one who would never pursue fame and wealth, but would only wish for a life of peace. But reality, as always, was the opposite. Tang Wanqing lowered the corners of her lips. How could he be the warm and refined gentleman she imagined? He was, in fact, a dark and scheming, perfect example of a terrible boss. "You're late today." Xu Chang'an walked up to her, glancing at his watch. "It's already 7:59. Looks like you're going to be late." Tang Wanquing sighed deeply. If he hadn't stopped her, she would have arrived at the company just on time. This man's audacity was on par with Lu Yanran's. "Ahem, Xianxian, your thoughts are written all over your face," Xu Chang'an lightly coughed, his playful eyes flashing with a teasing gleam. "At least don't make it so obvious when you're cursing me in your head. How about this? To make up for your lateness, why don't you have dinner with me tonight with our partner from Yilan?" Xu Chang'an raised an eyebrow, his eyes full of amusement as he seemed genuinely concerned for her. "Okay, then I won't hold the lateness against you. Wait for me here after work." Tang Wanquing could only respond with silence. This was exploitation. This was disguised overtime. She glared at Xu Chang'an's back in resentment. Chapter 3, Misunderstanding. "Yo, you're not ready to leave, huh?" A colleague walking by with a cup of tea teased. "No worries, you'll see each other after work." Not ready to leave. Tang Wanqing blinked in confusion. Who were they talking about? Was she talking about Xu Chang'an? She had clearly shot him a look of resentment just now. "Yeah," her eyes were almost popping out, another colleague added. "What?" Tang Wanqing stared wide-eyed, then touched the corner of her eyes. "By the way, Wanqing, everyone here knows you and young Master Xua, what's your relationship?" One of her colleagues leaned over, eager to join in on the gossip. Tang Wanqing shook her head. Who would have a relationship with someone like Xu Chang'an, whose face was as thick as a city wall? Just as she was about to explain, she was interrupted. "Don't deny it. You're always flirting with him. If you say there's no relationship, who are you fooling? I really don't have a relationship with him. Wasn't he the one who brought you here just now?" "No, it was just. By the way, he also picked you up yesterday after work." Tang Wanqing gave up trying to explain and just slouched down lazily. By the time work ended, she got into Xu Chang'an's car and asked with a bit of annoyance, "Why am I needed for this business deal? I'm not a hostess, I'm not from the sales department, and I don't have the eloquence to help you close a deal." No, nowadays, clients pretty much know what they want when they come, whether or not to sign, and which company to choose. As long as your price is right and you're trustworthy, what's the use of eloquence? Tang Wanqing nodded in agreement. "That makes sense. So, what does this have to do with me?" Xu Chang'an cleared his throat. "We need to show some presence. The presence of our Jiaxia company. You just need to follow me and look pretty. If anyone asks you anything, just pretend you don't know, and refuse whatever they give you." "Got it." Tang Wanqing's face darkened. The clients were several middle-aged men, obviously ones who indulged in drinking and women. Their gazes kept drifting toward Tang Wanqing. Xu Chang'an pulled her closer to him, draping his arm around her shoulders as if to signal to the others that she was with him. That moment, a few glances were blocked. HMPH, at least this guy still had some decency. Tang Wanqing warmed a little inside. "Mr. Huang, it looks like you're having a great time. I brought the contract, so why not sign it here to save you another trip?" As the meal was winding down, Xu Chang'an called for Tang Wanqing to take out the contract. "Har, Mr. Xu, you're so thoughtful." The man laughed, took the contract, and began twirling a pen rapidly in his fingers. "This has always been the philosophy of Jiaxia," Xu Chang'an replied, though he felt that Mr. Huang's words had a hidden meaning. He still answered without changing his expression. "Then what do you think?" Mr. Huang suddenly turned the conversation to Tang Wanqing. "Her?" Tang Wanqing pointed at herself in disbelief. What did this have to do with her? "Well, tell me, should I sign this contract or not? I believe Jiaxia has the strength to meet Mr. Huang's requirements." She answered with a serious face. "Oh? Do you really believe that?" "I'm not too sure about that," Mr. Huang said, his gaze darkening with a hint of lust. "I'm staying upstairs tonight. Why don't you come to my room and tell me more about it? Miss Tang is my assistant." "Mr. Huang, don't you think your request is a little too much?" Xu Chang'an immediately slammed the table, his tone icy cold. "Oh? If Miss Tang feels that it's too much, then I'll take it as a misunderstanding." Mr. Huang laughed, showing no anger, before signing the contract and casually tossing a hotel keycard onto the table. "I'll be waiting for you in the lobby." He turned and walked away. "We should go." Xu Chang'an took a deep breath, trying to calm himself, before turning to Tang Wanqing. "Maybe I shouldn't have brought you here today. Just leave the contract and key here." He glanced at the contract and key card on the table, showing some helplessness, then lightly patted her hand and began pulling her out. "Wait." Tang Wanqing suddenly stopped, grabbed the contract from the table, and said, "I remember that this deal is really important for you, right? If this doesn't work out, you might not be able to complete your father's task and might be sent back to Hangzhou." She handed the contract to Xu Chang'an and took the hotel keycard from the table. Tang Wanqing despised people who used their power to threaten others. It always reminded her of Tang Jinlin, but unfortunately, she was still under his control. She was never the type to just let things slide, so she planned to teach Mr. Huang a lesson. Xu Chang'an stared at her in surprise as she took the keycard. "Wanqing. Yeah. You don't have to go this far for me, don't worry about me, let us go back. Don't pay any attention to that old pervert, freak, Wang Xiaocheng." Tang Wanqing turned to look at Xu Chang'an. His beautiful peach blossom eyes were filled with emotion, a soft mist in them as he looked at her. Did he misunderstand something? Tang Wanqing rubbed her forehead and had to briefly explain that she wasn't doing this for him, but simply to teach Mr. Huang a lesson. Xu Chang'an insisted on waiting for her downstairs and asked her to keep her phone on. Huang Xiaocheng no, Mr. Huang sat in the lobby on a leather sofa, looking much more composed than expected. Tang Wanqing couldn't help but mutter inwardly. "Mr. Huang, sorry to keep you waiting," she said as she approached him. "Aged wine is what really gets you drunk. But to be able to wait for Miss Tang, it's all worth it," the man said, snuffing out his cigarette with a smile. His eyes had a hint of warmth, but unlike Xu Chang'an, there was a sense of something darker and more direct in them. Tang Wanqing had no words for this. In this day and age, even a rogue spoke in such a refined manner. "Let us go." The man casually draped his arm around her shoulders as they walked toward the elevator. Given the crowd in the area, Tang Wanqing didn't reject it. When the elevator doors opened, a familiar figure appeared. Tang Wanqing froze. Lu Yanran. As soon as the door opened, Lu Yanran's cold eyes locked on her, staying on the hand around her shoulder for 2 seconds. Being pulled into the elevator by a man late at night, it was obvious what that meant, and Tang Wanqing felt her head spinning. Seeing Lu Yanran's frozen face, Tang Wanqing took a deep breath. Should she explain? "Yo, isn't he this young Master Lu? Who's this little beauty you've been with just now?" The man holding Tang Wanqing turned back to face Lu Yanran, raising an eyebrow. "Let go of her." "Why?" "Wanqing is mine tonight, okay?" The man tightened his arm, then leaned in close to Tang Wanqing's ear, whispering like a lover. Tang Wanqing, knowing Lu Yanran's temperament, could tell he was on the edge of losing his patience. Sure enough, the next second, Lu Yanran stepped forward, grabbed the man's collar, and spoke in a cold tone. "Wang Xiaocheng. Say that again." "I'll tell you, Tang Wanqing is not someone you can touch." Lu Yanran, tall and imposing, made Wang Xiaocheng flinch. The only thing visible was the cruel curve at the corner of his lips. "Today, I, Lu Yanran, will show you what you should and shouldn't covered." Chapter 4, Punishment. R. The few young girls in the hall shrieked at the scene, and people around quickly stepped back. Lu Yanran was always flamboyant, and many people in a city knew him. He would one day be in charge of the Lu family, so was he trying to get his name in the newspaper by publicly hitting someone? Tang Wanqing suddenly snapped back to her senses. Even if Wang Xiaochen wasn't worth sympathizing with, she had to stop Lu Yanran from going crazy out of respect for their months of acquaintance. "Yanran! What are you doing? Stop!" She shouted at the red-eyed Lu Yanran, hoping to bring him back to his senses. Her clear voice stood out in the midst of the chaos, and sure enough, Lu Yanran paused for a moment. But then his grip tightened, and he landed one punch after another, leaving Wang Xiaochen with no place to hide. He grabbed Wang Xiaochen by the collar, veins popping on his wrist. "This punch, I, Lu Yanran, give to you. Remember, if you dare to cover Tang Wanqing, you must be prepared to pay the price for it." With that, his fist landed heavily, and with a loud bang, Wang Xiaochen's body flew through the air like a parabola, crashing into a vase behind him. The porcelain shattered, and Wang Xiaochen fell, clutching his head, blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. He wiped his mouth and sneered. "Heh, Lu Yanran, you've got guts, but you can't even keep a woman under control." Naturally, he was referring to Tang Wanquing. This hit a nerve with Lu Yanran. His eyes darkened, he flicked his sleeves, and rolled up his cuffs as he walked toward Huang Xiaochen. "Lu Yanran, are you trying to kill someone?" Tang Wanquing stood in front of him, blocking his way. "Get out of my way." His eyes were cold, and he was slightly panting. Tang Wanquing gritted her teeth, refusing to back down. She stubbornly stood her ground. She admitted that she felt guilty toward Lu Yanran, so today, no matter what, she couldn't let him make a fool of himself. Otherwise, even if his father was the president of the Lu Corporation, no one would be able to save him. The man in front of her stared at her with a ferocious gaze, his eyes rolling with dark and turbulent emotions, as though there was a beast lurking inside, ready to pounce and devour her in the next second. Tang Wanquing felt a flash of fear in her heart, but before she could react, she was suddenly pulled into his embrace. His warm lips pressed forcefully against hers, and the aggressive kiss poured over her like a storm. There were still so many people around. Tang Wanqing's heart raced with panic. But her struggles and resistance were futile. Lu Yanran pinned her hands to his chest, using one hand to grip the back of her neck, forcing her to tilt her head back and meet his kiss. He was a storm, sweeping through every corner with no mercy, claiming her with a ruthless hunger. The raw masculinity from his earlier rage filled the air as he dominated her world. Tang Wanqing felt like a tiny boat in a furious storm, with no way to escape. She had no choice but to cling to his chest, letting him drag her down into the whirlpool of passion. The kiss, like a punishment, lasted for what felt like an eternity. When it finally ended, Tang Wanqing was tightly held in his arms, gasping for breath, her head resting against his solid chest. Lu Yanran's arms were wrapped around her waist, his thumb gently tracing the curve of her side through the thin fabric. At some point, everyone had disappeared, and the once bustling hotel lobby was now empty, with only the two of them remaining. "Has anyone ever told you that I don't like people touching what's mine?" he whispered in her ear, lightly biting her earlobe. "Today is the last time. Don't let me see you with Huang Xiaochen again." Lu Yanran. Tang Wanqing, feeling aggrieved, pushed him away. "I have my own life. You're not anyone to me. Why do you think you can control me? Now, you've hit Huang Xiaochen. After this, the contract with Jiashi will definitely fall apart." She lowered her gaze in displeasure. She had planned to drug Huang Xiaochen, so he would be confused for a day. By the time he woke up, the Jiashi bid would be settled. But now, Huang Xiaochen would likely retract the contract overnight, ruining her plan. "Contract?" Lu Yanran chuckled sarcastically. "Don't tell me you slept with Huang Xiaochen for the contract. If that's the case, why didn't you come to me? I can give you more than Jiashi ever could." "Bastard, stop insulting me." Tang Wanqing trembled with anger. "Insulting you? Are you telling me you didn't go to a hotel room with Huang Xiaochen?" Lu Yanran grabbed her chin with his long fingers. "Yes." She gritted her teeth. It was true. Then what else is there to say? He tightened his grip, his fingers almost digging into her pale skin. "You? There's no reasoning with you." Tang Wanqing was fed up and didn't want to argue anymore. "Fine, you're right. Believe what you want. Let me go, I'm leaving." "Believe what I want." Lu Yanran narrowed his eyes dangerously, pressing his body closer to hers. "If you don't want to talk to me, the hotel's upstairs. Do you believe I'll just take you right now?" "You?" Tang Wanqing's anger flared, but Lu Yanran simply swept her off her feet and started walking toward the elevator. "No. Put me down. I'll explain." Tang Wanqing was genuinely afraid, gripping the nearby railing with all her strength. Lu Yanran set her down. "Explain." He leaned against the wall with one hand, listening to her explanation. His face remained cold, devoid of any warmth. "No more next time." "You have no right," Tang Wanqing was about to retort, but she was interrupted. "You have no right to tell me what to do." Lu Yanran took over her words, his phoenix eyes narrowing as he scanned her face. His deep brown pupils were like a deep spring, vast enough to contain the whole world. Delicate mandala flowers bloomed in the center, filled with darkness and wildness. His fingers traced the outline of her eyes and brows, soft and gentle, a stark contrast to his cold tone. Tang Wanquing, do you even have a heart? You were the one who approached me first, used me, and betrayed me. Now, you hate me and curse me too. Tang Wanquing, I should be the one asking you, why? What exactly did I, Lu Yanran, do wrong, to deserve being hurt by you like this? Hadn't he done anything wrong? He simply loved her, falling for the person he shouldn't have loved at the most reckless age. It should have been the most carefree time of his life, the most carefree years. Midnight. Tang Wanquing lay on the bed, the moonlight outside streaming through the layers of curtains, illuminating her soft side profile. She looked almost ethereal. She knew she owed Lu Yanran an apology, but now. His last words stirred a storm in her heart. Tang Wanquing, listen to me. You can only belong to me in this lifetime. If not forever, then we'll meet again in the underworld. Chapter 5, Drinking to Forget. The next day, Tang Wanquing sat at the bar counter in the tea room, brewing a cup of bitter Mao Jian tea. She took a delicate spoon and stirred it slowly. She yawned heavily, her eyes red and teary from exhaustion. She hadn't slept much these past few days, constantly being startled by Lu Yanran. She touched her lips, the bleeding corner still not healed. She knew Lu Yanran hated her, but did he have to act like he wanted to bite her tongue off every time? If this continued, her heart would truly give out. With a sense of defeat, she poked at the tea leaves at the bottom of her cup. In her mind, her greatest concern wasn't Lu Yanran, but the pressure from Tang Jinlin. Because Lu Yanran had called off his engagement with Tang Wanquing, it was as if she had failed the task Tang Jinlin had given her these past few months. Now, she worried if he would let her and her mother off easily. Tang Wanquing was Tang Jinlin's illegitimate daughter. Back in the day, Tang Jinlin had a brief fling with her mother, and from that single encounter, Tang Wanquing was conceived. It was said that Tang Jinlin initially wanted to abort the child, but Tang Wanqing's mother fought desperately to keep the baby and fled to another city, preserving Tang Wanqing's life. Tang Wanquing was forever grateful for such a great mother, even though she had been deceived by a scumbag man for a lifetime, but she never regretted it. Tang Wanquing lazily rested her arms on the bar, staring at the clouds outside, seemingly within reach, suddenly envying their freedom. With a soft sigh, she wondered why it was Tang Jinlin's fault, yet she and her mother were the ones being constrained and threatened. If she had a choice, she wouldn't want to be known as Tang Jinlin's daughter at all. Stop poking at it, you'll crush the tea leaves, a cheerful voice suddenly sounded from above her. Tang Wanquing didn't look up, lazily retorting, I've been poked like a sieve, why can't I poke at these tea leaves? Hearing her words, Xu Chang'an chuckled, HMPH, others may be deceived by your appearance, but I know you. As sly as a fox, even Lu Yanran's been played in circles by you. Tang Wanquing slammed the spoon down with a clink, indignantly defending herself, who would dare play with someone like Lu Yanran? Besides, she could barely protect herself, let alone have time to play around. Xu Chang'an raised an eyebrow, taking the tea from her hands and taking a small sip. He reminded her, not playing with him. Then who tricked him into an engagement, only for a surprise switcheroo at the engagement banquet? I have my reasons. Tang Wanquing turned her head, stammering out a reply. Oh? Xu Chang'an raised an eyebrow, looking at her with a teasing expression. She was frustrated, not wanting to tell Xu Chang'an that Tang Jinlin had threatened her with her mother's safety, forcing her to approach Lu Yanran under the guise of Tang Wanquing. Xu Chang'an didn't press further, rolling up the sleeves of his pristine white shirt, and poured the remaining tea into a nearby pot of green ivy. The hot water seemed to make the ivy's leaves tremble. Xu Chang'an, do you have any common sense? That's boiling water, the plant will die. Was he really that clueless, or was he pretending not to know? She pressed his hand down, trying to stop him from harming the plant. Die? So, you care about a plant now? I thought you didn't care about anything, Xu Chang'an chuckled lightly, unfazed. He pulled his hand back and casually drank the remaining tea. With a carefree motion, he drained his cup and looked at her with his peach blossom eyes, smiling faintly, as if they were full of dazzling light, blooming with the brilliance of thousands of peach blossoms in spring. Tang Wanquing took a deep breath, knowing he was referring to Lu Yanran. She felt slightly displeased. Xu Chang'an, are you a spy sent by Lu Yanran? Why are you always defending him? She turned her head, propping her chin on her hand, lips slightly curled. Xu Chang'an shook his head, denying it. I just think Lu Yanran made a lot of sense with what he said yesterday. What did he say? He said, Tang Wanquing, you have no heart, Xu Chang'an repeated the words slowly, one by one. Tang Wanqing's body stiffened. Of course, she remembered those words. It was the last thing Lu Yanran had said to her yesterday, and they had haunted her like a nightmare throughout the night. But then, she blinked. How did Xu Chang'an know? She clearly remembered that no one had been around at the time. Unconsciously, she asked, "How do you know?" "Because your phone was on the whole time," Xu Chang'an shrugged, as if she had asked an obvious question. Tang Wanqing froze for a moment. So he had been listening in on the call yesterday. Hadn't he come to her rescue, but had been eavesdropping instead? She gripped the spoon tightly, her fingers pressing so hard that the metal bent slightly. Xu Chang'an noticed the darkening expression on her face and quickly stood up, preparing to leave. Before he left, he added, "Ahem, of course, someone with no heart, no liver, and no lungs can't be a lover, but we can still be friends. I've got to wrap up a deal from yesterday, so I'll leave now. See you." As she watched Xu Chang'an disappear from her sight, Tang Wanqing pursed her lips, letting out a small, helpless laugh, and shook her head. Just as she was about to return to her desk with her cup, she suddenly heard her phone in her pocket ringing insistently. She turned pale, slowly pulling the phone out of her pocket. The screen flashed the name Tang Jinlin in large letters. The day passed in a blur. Tang Wanqing had a headache partly from lack of sleep, partly from mental exhaustion, and partly because of the call from Tang Jinlin earlier that morning. He wanted her to help Tang Wanyue seduce Lu Yanran. She really didn't think that was a good idea. Lu Yanran had never been someone to bow to threats. If Tang Wanyue tried to seduce him to force an engagement, it would only make him angrier. Moreover, there was her own selfishness. She didn't want to manipulate Lu Yanran anymore. Although, as Tang Jinlin had said, she had been able to use Lu Yanran's feelings for her advantage, she had no doubt that if Tang Wanyue ended up in Lu Yanran's bed, he would strangle her on the spot. She had thought that after the engagement banquet, she and Lu Yanran would part ways, but now everything had turned into a tangled mess, and all the plans she had made had fallen apart. Her mind was a whirl of confusion as she wandered down a quiet street, eventually walking into a bar. "Hey, isn't this our Lady Tang? You look so haggard, did you lose a lover?" A woman with long curly hair behind the bar teased her as soon as she stepped inside. Chapter 6: Drowning Sorrows in Wine. "It would be great if I really broke up." Tang Wanqing sat weakly at the bar in front of the woman. "Are there any stronger drinks?" "Bring them up." "Tang Wanqing, you don't have a fever, do you?" The woman touched her forehead. She knew Tang Wanqing's alcohol tolerance best. Basically, she would get drunk after one glass of wine, so she would usually drink some sweet wine. She would never touch anything with a slightly higher alcohol content. "Of course not, I'm very sober." She supported her face with both hands and collapsed on the bar. She looked like a drunkard before she even drank. This was the first time Wei Chunfeng had seen her like this since she knew her for so long. Without listening to her, Wei Chunfeng still took out a bottle of sweet wine she often drank from the cabinet, but was strongly opposed by Tang Wanqing, so she had to replace it with a bottle of vodka. She had no choice but to mix most of the green tea for her, otherwise she was really afraid that this girl would not get drunk after one glass of wine, but in one gulp. But even after being diluted again and again, Tang Wanqing still felt a spicy taste in her throat, burning her stomach like fire. The alcohol rushed to her brain, and she felt that the pain in her head seemed to be better, but her heart was still bitter as usual. She was slightly relieved. She leaned on the bar and asked Wei Chunfeng lazily, "Chunfeng, tell me, how to send a woman to a man's bed?" Wei Chunfeng burst out laughing. After running a bar for so many years, she knew the most about the messy things between men and women. But Tang Wanqing had been hanging out with her in the bar day and night in the past few years. It would be strange if she really didn't know how to do it. This girl, I'm afraid she silently resisted in her heart, but she had to do it. Wei Chunfeng keenly smelled the gossip, and leaned close to Tang Wanqing and whispered, "Who are you going to send to whose bed? Aren't you still with Lu Yanran?" Tang Wanqing raised her head and drank a glass of wine, and was a little drunk again. She was silent and did not answer her question. So mysterious. Wei Chunfeng turned the cocktail glass in her hand, her eyes rolled, and she muttered to herself, "You look so haggard when you come in, and you ask me how to send a woman to a man's bed. Tang Wanqing, you are not going to send another woman to Lu Yanran's bed, are you?" It must be said that Wei Chunfeng, who has been in the nightclub for a long time, has a magical intuition. Tang Wanquing was shocked. My aunt, it can't be Lu Yanran. Tang Wanquing, you are not crazy. She widened her eyes and grabbed the girl's wrist, as if she was looking at a madman. Lu Yanran treats you so well. If you say east, he dare not go west. If you say south, he dare not go north. He is so good at picking stars and moons for you. He is handsome and the only heir of Lu family. Where can you find such a good boyfriend? It's different now. Tang Wanquing drank half a glass of wine. Now she is afraid that if she says go east, Lu Yanran will go west at all costs to avoid being killed by her. What's different? There won't be any conflicts between you two. Wanquing, believe what your sister said. Love will not disappear just like that. Those who are involved are confused, but those who are watching can see clearly. If there are any conflicts, just talk them out. As long as you give in, Lu Yanran will not forgive you for anything. Wei Chunfeng knew with her years of intuition that this girl had done something to let others down 80% of the time. Now she is trying to find ways to send another woman to his bed. Is her brain eaten? Just when she thought Tang Wanquing would not speak, she spoke slowly, and even if there is no conflict, so what? You know his family will not allow him to marry me. Lu Yanran is the only heir of the Lu family, a proud son of heaven, and she is Tang Jinlin's illegitimate daughter, a status that cannot be seen in the light. Puff, Wei Chunfeng laughed. Wanquing, when did you believe in the saying of being well matched? I am not a little girl who likes to fantasize about being Cinderella in adolescence. I need to consider these things. Tang Wanqing's drunken eyes were starry and a little confused. People are not plants, she admitted that she had been moved by Lu Yanran. After all, it is difficult for such an excellent and affectionate man to be rejected. Even if she had ill intentions when she approached him at the beginning, after a few months of getting along, although Tang Wanquing had been trying her best to keep her heart, she still couldn't help feeling heartache when it came to Lu Yanran and Tang Wanyue's engagement banquet. So this is what you care about? A voice sounded behind Tang Wanquing, and she was shocked and turned around suddenly. She saw Lu Yanran standing a few meters away from her in a suit with one hand in his pocket. Under the dim light of the bar, he looked unreal and unparalleled. His handsome appearance attracted the attention of young women in the bar, but his cold and unapproachable aura made no one dare to approach him. Tang Wanquing knew at a glance that he came directly from the company, because Lu Yanran didn't like to wear formal clothes, often a white shirt with a baseball jacket. But in comparison, Tang Wanquing actually liked him more in formal clothes, with a neat tie and shiny cufflinks, which had lost the childishness of a teenager and was more calm and mature. What? Don't you recognize me? Lu Yanran looked at her slightly stunned expression, teased her, and pulled the chair next to her. Tang Wanquing came back to her senses, staring at his movements blankly, and asked, "Why are you here?" Wei Chunfeng beside her coughed softly and explained, "Of course I asked him to pick you up. There are more and more guests, and I don't have time to take care of you anymore. Sorry to trouble you." Lu Yanran nodded to her. "Hey, it's okay. This girl is also half my sister. Take good care of her. I have things to do." Wei Chunfeng responded readily, blinked at Tang Wanquing with a pair of charming eyes, and said goodbye to the two of them and went to do other things. Tang Wanqing's face was full of black lines. Sister? She thought Lu Yanran was her sister. After glaring at Wei Chunfeng, Tang Wanqing remembered that Lu Yanran was still sitting next to her. She turned her head and saw that he was looking at her motionlessly, with a leisurely look in his eyes and an unknown emotion. "Don't drink anymore." Retracting his gaze, Lu Yanran took the wine glass from her hand and drank it in one gulp. He naturally had a much better alcohol tolerance than Tang Wanqing. As soon as the wine went down her throat, she found that it was not the sweet wine she often drank, but the strong liquor whiskey. Although it was mixed with a lot of iced green tea, it was still much stronger than the sweet wine she often drank before. It seems that she wanted to get drunk intentionally. Lu Yanran came to this conclusion. Chapter 7 Gentle Kiss. Tang Wanqing's hands were suddenly empty, and she was angry in her heart, but based on the experience of the previous few times, she was not stupid enough to argue with Lu Yanran. Because with the current Lu Yanran, she could not get the upper hand every time. Silently picking up the iced green tea poured for her by Wei Chunfeng next to her, the sweet liquid flowed in slowly, slightly relieving her throat that was burned by alcohol. The girl's profile was gentle and beautiful under the dim light, with a soft curve on her jaw. As she raised her head, a drop of light green tea flowed down the corner of her mouth. "Lu Yanran, do you know? I am Tang Jinlin's illegitimate daughter. I grew up with my mother. Tang Wanquing wiped the water stains from the corners of her lips with the back of her hand. Her movements were free and easy, but she couldn't help but reveal a hint of bitterness. Lu Yanran didn't expect that she would take the initiative to tell him this. He lowered his eyes and listened quietly. He took her empty cup and poured her a cup of iced green tea, and poured himself a cup of the same. He never liked to drink such sweet things, but today, he wanted to feel it. She is a silly woman. She was abandoned 20 years ago and is threatened now. But she is everything to me. I can do anything for her. Tang Wanquing covered her face with her hands, hiding the fragility on her face in the darkness. Lu Yanran roughly understood that this was the reason why she was restrained by Tang Jinlin to approach him. The fragile figure of the girl made his heart ache, and he said hesitantly, "These, why have you never said them?" The girl chuckled and said generously, "Sadness is like a knife stuck in your chest. Pulling it out for others to see will only splash blood on others. When you really can't stand it, take out your heart in the dead of night and mend it. When you are done, put it back. After a good sleep, you will be refreshed. When you are alive, you should open roads when you encounter mountains and build bridges when you encounter rivers." Lu Yanran's whole body stiffened, and his hand holding the cup was clenched so tightly that blue veins appeared. The girl's tone was transparent and mature, but suppressed. It was a kind of maturity after experiencing the vicissitudes of life. On her beautiful face was a smile that was completely inconsistent with her mood. But for some people, the brighter their smile, the more distressing it is. "You know I can help you." Lu Yanran looked into her eyes steadily and said. "Help? No one helped me for so many years, but I still got through this." Tang Wanquing shook her head. She put the crystal clear glass on the table. The dim light above her head cast a series of beautiful silhouettes. "Hey, you don't accept my help." Lu Yanran chuckled sarcastically. Tang Wanquing felt a little drunk at this time. She shook and patted Lu Yanran's shoulder. They hadn't sat and talked like this for a while. "Yanran, maybe I'm drunk today to tell you this. I was sorry for you before. Today I'm here to formally apologize. But Yanran, maybe you should be more mature. Think about it carefully. Do you really like me? Do you have to have me?" When she questioned whether he really liked her, Lu Yanran almost vomited blood. He resisted the urge to strangle her and forced himself to listen to her. Tang Wanquing felt dizzy and heavy, and only remembered to say what she wanted to say at the beginning. She supported her head and looked at Lu Yanran sideways. His face seemed to be a little blurry in front of her, and she was unable to judge his increasingly deep eyes. People always like what they can't get, don't cherish what they get, doubt when they are together, miss what they lose, want to meet what they miss, and regret meeting too late. "Yanran, I admit that I liked you and was with you sincerely, so you see, we have got what we want, so why not stop obsessing and stop here?" As soon as she finished speaking, there was a bang. Tang Wanquing was stunned and tried to pull back a little from the drunkenness. I saw Lu Yanran smash the wine glass on the ground. His eyes became cold, and the air around him was so cold that it could freeze. "Tang Wanquing, so you said so much just to ask me to let go." There was a moment of panic, but she quickly calmed down. She closed her eyes and nodded. "I tell you not to even think about it. I see you are quite drunk today, go home." Lu Yanran stood up and directly pulled Tang Wanquing off the chair next to him. "Hey! You!" Tang Wanquing staggered, and she was already unstable and almost fell to the ground. Lu Yanran quickly grabbed her waist and half-dragged her out the door. "Don't pull me, I won't leave." Tang Wanquing pushed hard. Many people around heard Tang Wanqing's resistance and turned to look at them. It is a very sensitive thing to take a drunk girl away in a bar with brute force. Lu Yanran took a deep breath. Tang Wanquing was still trying to push him, and she heard Lu Yanran whispered, "Don't move," and then she felt a pain in her waist. She stopped moving, knowing that this was Lu Yanran's warning. "Where do you want to go if you don't leave?" His question came from above. "I want to drink a bowl of mango sago." "No. You." Walking to the car, Lu Yanran was about to open the door to push Tang Wanquing in, when his eyes suddenly flashed and he glanced at the entrance of the deep alley next to him. A dark shadow was hidden in the darkness, like a ghost in the dark. If he was not mistaken, that should be the paparazzi. Lu Yanran's lips curled up slightly, and his mind moved. He stopped opening the door, pulled Tang Wanquing into his arms, pressed against the door and kissed her. Tang Wanquing was stunned, and before she could react, she felt Lu Yanran's warm tongue invading. He held the back of her head with one hand, pressed his body on her, and trapped her in the small space between the door and his arms. Unlike the previous two bloody kisses, this time Lu Yanran was extremely gentle, kissing deeply and lingeringly. How could Tang Wanquing, who was already drunk, escape such a gentle trap? Her mind was getting more and more confused, and she supported her hands on his chest. At first, Lu Yanran was careful to keep Tang Wanquing in his arms to ensure that she would not be photographed in the photo, but later he gradually lost himself in the rare obedience of the person in his arms. The faint smell of vodka in her mouth brought her unique sweetness. Sure enough, fine wine must be tasted in the mouth of a beautiful woman. Lu Yanran has always had a good alcohol tolerance, and at this moment he could not help being confused and intoxicated. The kiss lasted for a long, long time. When he let her go, the figure in the dark had disappeared. Probably he had taken the photo and ran away. Lu Yanran raised the corners of his lips and smiled softly. He lowered his head and saw Tang Wanquing leaning in his arms, panting slightly, with her cheeks slightly red. He smiled softly, leaned close to her lips, and lingered all the way to her ears. How is it, this kiss, are you satisfied, huh? Chapter 8 Sleeping Together. Tang Wanquing was already drunk, so Lu Yanran took her back to his apartment. Back in the basement garage, he parked the car and found that Tang Wanquing had fallen asleep in the back seat. Wanwan. Lu Yanran leaned over to her and patted her face. Although Tang Wanquing had a poor alcohol tolerance, she was a good drinker. After getting drunk, she could find a place to sleep soundly without crying or making a fuss. Lu Yanran had no choice but to pick her up by the waist. Back in the apartment, when passing by the bathroom, he shook her shoulder and asked softly, "Do you want to remove your makeup?" Unable to get an answer, Lu Yanran sighed helplessly, carefully observed her face and rubbed it, judging that she should have applied a thin layer of foundation and blush, so he took her to the bathroom and patted her face with water. Tang Wanquing frowned uncomfortably at the touch of the cold liquid, and reached out to slap the man's face arrogantly. Lu Yanran smiled softly, gently pulled down her hand, and whispered, "It will be done soon, soon, dear." After that, Tang Wanquing really stopped moving and let him wipe her face. Lu Yanran took out the makeup remover he had prepared for her a long time ago. Because he had been looking forward to taking her back to his home one day, he had already secretly memorized the brand she used and prepared a full set to avoid being missing something when she came one day. He gently wiped her with his fingers, his movements were a little clumsy. It was the first time he did this for a woman. He was afraid that he would not wash it clean, and he was afraid that he would hurt her if he didn't know how to use it. He kept tossing and turning for half an hour before coming out. In fact, Tang Wanqing's skin was actually very good, just a little pale, so she added a layer of blush to improve her complexion. Lu Yanran stroked the skin on her face, and the smooth touch made him feel excited, and he couldn't help but increase the strength. Tang Wanqing hummed uncomfortably, but was swallowed up in the kiss in an instant. He put her on the bed, turned off the light, changed her pajamas in the dark, lay down beside her with her clothes on, hugged her gently, and buried his head in her neck. When Tang Wanqing was half conscious, she felt a tingling sensation from the side of her neck to her lips, and a very light warmth pressed on her, and a voice like a whisper echoed in her ears. "Wanwan, let's get married this month, okay?" Tang Wanqing slept very deeply all night without dreams, and woke up at noon the next day. She stretched with one hand and hummed softly. Perhaps it was because of the moderate amount of alcohol, this was the only good sleep she had in a few days. The dull headache that had been aching for a long time was healed, and she felt much more refreshed. She closed her eyes and wanted to touch her phone, but was wrapped in a soft palm. Tang Wanqing was startled and opened her eyes suddenly. She almost jumped out of the bed, and saw a handsome face enlarged in front of her. "Did you sleep well?" Lu Yanran gave her a light good morning kiss on the lips. "Lu Yanran, why are you in my bed?" Tang Wanqing jumped up, pulled the quilt around herself, and pointed at him accusingly. Lu Yanran raised his eyebrows and leaned against the head of the bed, smiling, his narrow eyes flickering, sweeping over her body in a vague way. He was only wearing a pair of cotton pajamas, because the quilt was pulled away by Tang Wanqing. His naked chest was exposed to the air, his fair skin was like silk and warm jade in the gentle morning sunlight, his chest with clear veins was firm and broad, and his pajamas were loosely tied around his tight waist muscles. This was the scene early in the morning, and Tang Wanqing was a little stunned for a moment. "Your bed. Why don't you take a look at whose bed this is?" Lu Yanran answered her question just now. You? Tang Wanquing looked around. This was indeed an unfamiliar room. She took a deep breath, looked at the men's shirt on her body, forced herself to calm down, and asked with steady breathing, "So what happened last night, huh?" Lu Yanran laughed, stood up and approached her, licked the corner of his lips as if he was still unsatisfied, and pinched her chin with 2 fingers. "What do you think will happen if a man and a woman sleep in the same bed?" Lu Yanran, you. What about me? I'm a normal man. There's no reason not to eat the food that's in front of me. He looked at Tang Wanqing's little face that was shocked and speechless, curled the corner of his lips, and leaned over to cover her lips. Wanwan, so what should have happened to us has already happened. You are already mine. He smiled lightly at her lips and coaxed her gently, "Marry me, I will love you forever." Tang Wanqing was in a trance for a moment, but she still tried to regain her sanity and pushed him away. "Lu Yanran, tell me the truth, did you have any last night?" Lu Yanran was caught off guard and was pushed to the back of the bed. The protruding gemstone decoration hurt his back. He lowered his head and smiled sarcastically. "What if you did? If you did, you wouldn't forgive me and run away, right?" Tang Wanqing turned her head away from him, as if she agreed to his words. Heh. Lu Yanran chuckled and got out of bed. "Don't worry, nothing happened last night." Tang Wanqing felt relieved and put down her hand holding the quilt, but she still couldn't help but feel a little bit of a lust in her heart. Did he change her pajamas? After all, she didn't ask. "I'll go get you breakfast." Lu Yanran put on a coat, stood up and walked out of the room, his words calm. The man's back was straight, but there was a hint of uncontrollable loneliness. Tang Wanqing didn't know what to say. She stared at him as he walked out of the room, but he never looked back. Tang Wanqing lowered her head only after the door closed, her eyes dimmed slightly. Just now, for a moment, she almost wanted to hold him back, but she held back. Because even if she held him back, what could she say? Tang Wanqing opened the quilt and stood up. She found that a set of clothes appeared by the bed at some point. She picked it up and found that it was the one she wore yesterday, and Lu Yanran had washed and dried it at some point. Her heart was warmed. She quickly changed her clothes and walked into the bathroom. There was a brand new set of toothbrushes on the sink. She walked to the mirror and found a row of bottles and jars next to it, from facial cleansers to makeup removers, all of which were brands she often used. She picked up the newly opened bottle of makeup remover and looked at her face in the mirror. She realized that Lu Yanran had washed her face and removed her makeup yesterday. She was shocked. Even she herself would wash her face in a hurry when she got home late at night, but Lu Yanran was so careful and patient. After washing up, Tang Wanqing walked to the kitchen and heard a ding sound. Lu Yanran was holding anti-scalding gloves and preparing to open the oven. Tang Wanqing loves sweets, so she usually eats cake for breakfast, but due to time constraints, she usually doesn't bake it fresh. "Hey, don't open it yet." She hurriedly walked over to the side and held Lu Yanran's wrist, stopping him from opening the oven. She looked inside the oven and explained, "If you open it now, the air gap will collapse. It's better to keep it in there for a while." Chapter 9 Hidden Marriage. Before she finished speaking, Tang Wanqing suddenly realized that the water on her hands had not been wiped clean. She hurriedly withdrew from Lu Yanran's wrist, raised her eyes and glanced at him. She was a little annoyed to see a big sailor's handprint left on his shirt cuff. Lu Yanran seemed to be unaware of it. He had no expression. He took back his hand, stopped opening the oven, and turned to take out a few eggs from the refrigerator. "Can this guy fry poached eggs?" Tang Wanqing was a little surprised and stood behind him. "Go wait outside first. There is oil smoke here. I've poured milk on the table for you." Lu Yanran flipped the poached eggs in the pot and said to her, "It is said that a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen." Tang Wanqing looked at Lu Yanran in a clean white shirt. He looked like a gentleman. He stood by the stove with a spatula, but it was not out of place at all. Tang Wanqing wanted to stay here to help him, but since he had already said so, she didn't say anything. She nodded, as if she didn't care that Lu Yanran had his back to her and couldn't see her, and came to the dining table. After a while, Lu Yanran came out with 2 plates of food and put the cake in front of her. "Try it." He sat opposite. The way he ate really reflected his family education since childhood. Although Lu Yanran was usually young and energetic, he didn't survive any fights. He picked up the chopsticks like an elegant prince. His white and slender fingers picked up the end of the long chopsticks up and down, like a sacred grace, and gently put it into his mouth and chewed it carefully. Tang Wanquing lowered her eyes and scooped a piece of cake with a dessert fork. Lu Yanran knew her taste, so he added thick cheese and cream. It's delicious. She ate it bite by bite. The meal was silent, but Tang Wanquing soon asked to leave because of the awkward atmosphere. Lu Yanran didn't object. Lu Yanran stood in front of the window, watching her walk out of the door downstairs, and just when she was about to disappear from his sight, he seemed to see her looking back at him. He walked to the table and saw that Tang Wanquing still had a small portion of cake left, and couldn't help but smile. He remembered that she had just asked him shyly if she could not eat the remaining cake. It seemed that she was really full, but she was embarrassed to disappoint his kindness. Lu Yanran pursed her lips and nodded. But in fact, she let him down for more than just a piece of cake. Lu Yanran picked up the fork she had used on the table, picked up a piece of cake, and gently held it in his mouth. The soft and sweet feeling made him choke for a moment, and he swallowed it with difficulty. He couldn't help but use force to hold the fork, almost bending the entire long handle. Although Lu Yanran didn't eat much dessert, he knew that although the outside of this cake was slightly burnt, the middle was still half wet and undercooked. He could even smell the faint fishy smell of raw eggs. Tang Wanquing always fooled herself as much as possible, but she was very serious about desserts. She once jokingly told Lu Yanran, "Men will always leave, but desserts will always be young and beautiful." Lu Yanran finally understood why she couldn't eat half of it, and smiled gently, but he still remembered the soft words she said to him when she took the first bite, "It's delicious." He didn't know what to say, so he opened the cigarette box next to him and lit a cigarette. His narrow and long phoenix eyes closed slightly, and the silky and winding mandragora flowers blooming in his deep pupils were carefully covered. The white teeth under his pale lips bit the cigarette butt, sucking and exhaling like the most intimate affair. Circles of smoke slowly floated up, just like the lonely cloud in the sky above Tang Wanqing's head at this time, gorgeous and splendid, charming and endless. Suddenly, the phone rang, breaking the quiet atmosphere, and Lu Yanran picked it up casually. A slightly angry voice came, "Lu Yanran, have you watched the news? Look at the good things you have done." It turned out to be Lu Yanran's grandfather Lu Anguar. Lu Yanran lazily lay on the sofa. "I have done so many good things, how can I have time to watch it every day? You stinky boy. I don't care about your shit, but you are getting more and more unreliable. Some time ago, you were still shouting how much you like to marry Tang Wanquing. Now? You just got engaged and you are hugging another woman to spend the night. Your future father-in-law called me." Lu Yanran held his forehead. He wanted to marry Tang Wanyue some time ago because he thought Tang Wanyue was Tang Wanqing. Tang Jinlin? He still has the nerve to call. He didn't expect that Tang Jinlin would hit a wall with him, and actually turn to find his grandfather. He really didn't give up. Lu Yanran put his long legs on the armrest of the sofa, shaking and explaining to Lu Anguar. "Grandpa, I'll tell you the truth. The previous engagement with Tang was simply a plot by Tang Jinlin." "Well, that's it, Grandpa. So I was plotted against by that old fox Tang Jinlin," Lu Yanran concluded. There was silence on the other end of the phone for a long time, and Lu Anguar spoke solemnly, "Even if this is the case, you can't marry Tang Wanqing. Whether she is sincere to you or not, her identity. Yanran, you are the only son of the Lu family, and you will inherit the family business in the future. You must marry a woman who is worthy of you." Heh. Lu Yanran chuckled, "Grandpa, your grandson is not Emperor Yao, Shun, or you. I don't have such lofty ideals, let alone much ability. I have lived for more than 20 years and finally met someone I don't want to let go of in this life. If you don't let me marry back, I don't want to inherit the Lu family. You can find anyone to inherit it. Donate it to the Red Cross and no one will care." Lu Anguar was really furious after hearing this. If it weren't for this call, he would have wanted to come over and beat him up immediately. "What nonsense are you talking about? Lu family is the hard work of many generations of our Lu family. If you dare to destroy it in your hands, I will see how I will deal with you." Lu Yanran smiled softly and did not comment. The old man thought for a long time and asked Lu Yanran, "I'm asking you one last time. Are you serious? You should know that if you marry a wife who is well matched, it will be of great help to your future. Grandpa, do you think your grandson is the kind of person who relies on women for everything?" Lu Yanran asked back. Lu Yanran snorted, okay, anyway, don't mess with Lu's. You can do whatever you want. I will help you cancel the engagement with Tang's. However, I have one last request. Lu Yanran's heart tightened and he held the microphone. What request? Secret marriage. Two faint words came along the phone. Lu Yanran was stunned. Secret marriage. It means not public. It can be heard that Lu Yanran has no intention of giving in to this request. After a slight hesitation, Lu Yanran finally agreed. HMPH, don't call me again in 2 days and say you want to marry Tang Wanlin and Tang Wanqi again. Lu Yanran mocked him. After hanging up the phone, Lu Yanran's heart couldn't help but beat violently. He put his hands behind his head and raised the corners of his lips. Chapter 10 Quarrel. The next few days were strangely quiet. Tang Wanqing seemed to have returned to the past, going to get off work and coming home quietly, and chatting with Xu Chang'an from time to time. And Lu Yanran never appeared in front of her once. Tang Wanqing stood outside the company with her bag. Lu Yanran's company was across the street, but it seemed particularly far away. Tang Wanqing thought that maybe Lu Yanran had completely given up on her and decided not to continue to pester her and continue to live his previous free and easy life. It was good that way. People like him should have fine clothes and horses, and should not waste time on her. This was obviously what she had always wanted. Why did she feel a strange sense of loss when it really came? Tang Wanqing attributed the reason to the bad nature of people. Just like you don't want a toy, but if one day it really leaves you, you will feel uncomfortable. Tang Wanqing sighed softly, and suddenly the phone rang. It was Tang Jinlin. Tang Wanqing, you are very capable. I will never interfere with you and your daughter again. As soon as she picked up the phone, the man's weird voice came from the other end of the phone. Eh? Why? Hearing this, Tang Wanqing was a little confused. This was obviously the bargaining chip that Tang Jinlin had always used to threaten her to do things. Why did he suddenly give up? You don't know. Tang Jinlin said sarcastically. I don't know. She clenched the microphone and gritted her teeth. Why did this tone sound like a conspiracy she had made? Of course, if there was any conspiracy that could get her out of the control of that man, she would be happy to do it. Tang Wanqing, then I tell you, it was Lu Yanran who came to see me. Tang Jinlin's explanation was actually intermittent, and some of the logic was not very coherent. He said something here and there. It should be that some parts involved commercial secrets and were hidden by Tang Jinlin. However, Tang Wanqing's fingers holding the microphone were getting tighter and tighter, and her face turned pale inch by inch. After hanging up the phone, she sorted out the situation in her mind. The general process should be that Lu Yanran courts some handle on Tang Jinlin in the business world. In exchange, he asked Tang Jinlin to cancel his marriage with Tang Wanyue and marry Tang Wanqing to him instead. Although Tang Jinlin was Tang Wanqing's guardian and did not have the power to control her marriage, Tang Wanqing saw it clearly from beginning to end. Now Lu Yanran had Tang Jinlin's handle and would definitely not hand it over before she successfully married him, so even if she didn't want to marry him, Tang Jinlin would definitely use all means to force her to submit. After thinking clearly about the whole thing, Tang Wanqing threw the phone in her hand to the ground in frustration. It turned out that after all the twists and turns, she was still the one being threatened. In the past, she was threatened by Tang Jinlin to do this and that for him, but now she was directly forced to marry. It's really going backwards. Tang Wanqing gritted her teeth. She just felt a little guilty and reluctant about that guy, but now she wanted to strangle him immediately. Who is she, Tang Wanqing? One by one, they threatened her, and her eyes were even misty. The people around her couldn't help but look at her. After all, not many people would smash their phones in the street. Suddenly, Tang Wanqing felt that her eyes were dark, and a figure picked up her phone, wiped it with his sleeve and handed it to her. Do you want to change the phone you just bought? The clear male voice stopped in front of her with a smile like a violin. Who made our Miss Tang angry again? Tang Wanqing raised her eyes and saw Xu Chang'an looking at her with a smile on his face. His peach blossom eyes were like a new moon in the blue sky without clouds, smart and sincere. She couldn't hold back her tears anymore, so she reached out and hugged his waist and buried her face in his chest. Xu Chang'an was startled. They had always been like enemies, either quarreling or mocking each other. There was never such a warm moment. His hands were in the air, not knowing where to put them. Just let me hug you for a while, just for a while. Tang Wanqing's crying voice came from his chest. Xu Chang'an didn't know what he felt in his heart. A trace of heartache flashed in his eyes, and he also hugged her with both hands. Tang Wanqing felt that her life in the past 20 years was a failure. She was Tang Jinlin's illegitimate daughter. Not only was her identity not glorious, but she was restricted and threatened by her biological father in everything. Now, even her lifelong event was forced. Although she didn't feel bad about Lu Yanran, he scared her a little when he went crazy a few times before, and she didn't like this proposal method. Xu Chang'an was thin, and she even felt a little bony when she buried her head in his chest, but she felt safe enough. Although she and Xu Chang'an were constantly killing each other, they had a strange sense of harmony and trust. I say, Xu Chang'an, when will you let go of my fiancé? Just when Tang Wanqing had just recovered, a familiar voice came from the side, and her whole body froze. Lu Yanran. The last person she wanted to see now was him. Subconsciously trying to pull Xu Chang'an to run in the opposite direction, she was pulled hard and fell into another embrace in an instant. When she was pulled over, she could feel Xu Chang'an holding her hand tightly, but it was only for a moment, and soon he let go. Lu Yanran narrowed his eyes slightly, and his cold eyes shot straight at Xu Chang'an. His eyes were deep, and the anger with a faint blue light was looming in his eyes. The hand around her waist seemed to be made of iron, tightly holding her waist. Xu Chang'an, I advise you to stay away from her in the future. Lu Yanran warned with a fixed gaze, and Tang Wanqing could still feel the rise and fall of her chest. Lu Yanran, what are you doing again? Xu Chang'an. Seeing Lu Yanran biting people without any reason, Tang Wanqing was furious. What about him? He lowered his head to interrupt her words, he is your friend. So you can cry in his arms. Can you hug him in the street? Can you be angry with me for him? You? Tang Wanqing was slightly stunned by his string of questions. She stared at him with wide eyes, and felt that it was too embarrassing in front of Xu Chang'an. She took a deep breath and felt that she did have a lot to talk about with him. She calmed down her tone, Lu Yanran, can I explain it to you later? Let's go now. Lu Yanran raised his eyebrows, did not object, looked back at Xu Chang'an with an unclear emotion, and let Tang Wanqing pull him to his car. Where to go? Lu Yanran sat in the driver's seat and asked her with his head tilted. Tang Wanqing only wanted to pull him away quickly, and didn't think too much about other things, so she didn't react for a while. Lu Yanran chuckled and gritted his teeth, didn't you say you would explain it to me? Chapter 11 Explanation. When Lu Yanran asked about Tang Wanqing was embarrassed. Just now, just to prevent Lu Yanran from pestering her, she hurriedly led him away. At this time, the car was so quiet that the two people's breathing could be heard. Seeing that Tang Wanqing still didn't speak, Lu Yanran turned around and asked, where are we going later? You decide. If you don't say it, you can't go after dark. Tang Wanqing lowered her head and thought for a while and said, let's go to Xiangyue restaurant. I heard from others that the environment there seems to be pretty good. Lu Yanran turned his head, looked straight ahead, and silently started the car and drove to Xiangyue restaurant. Tang Wanqing turned her head to look at the scenery passing by quickly outside the window. After a long time, her neck felt a little sore. Her sight moved back and forth as her neck turned to look at the environment inside the car, but she accidentally saw Lu Yanran's profile and was a little immersed in it for a moment. Why, do you think I'm too handsome? Lu Yanran's words made Tang Wanqing suddenly come back to her senses, lowered her head and blushed slightly. Lu Yanran glanced at Tang Wanqing with his peripheral vision, looking like a little woman, which made Lu Yanran feel happy and raised the corners of his mouth a little. Tang Wanqing secretly looked at Lu Yanran again, and thought of what Lu Yanran had just said. Her face turned red again, and she whispered back, narcissistic ghost. After hearing this, Lu Yanran was not annoyed, but just smiled and continued to drive. After the car stopped, Lu Yanran got out of the car first and opened the door for Tang Wanqing like a gentleman. My princess, please get out of the car. Tang Wanqing wanted to refuse, but when she saw Lu Yanran like this, she couldn't help but be attracted to him. She raised her hand and gently placed it in his palm and got out of the car. It was mealtime now, and many rich people would come to Xiangyue restaurant to spend money. When they saw Lu Yanran and Tang Wanqing, they felt that they were a perfect match. But some people were jealous and whispered to their friends, look at that woman, you can tell at a glance that she is a prostitute. TSK, I really don't know what kind of blessing she had in her previous life. That's right, I've seen a lot of people like this. They are now in the limelight, but they will be played with and thrown away in a few days. Tang Wanqing couldn't help but hold Lu Yanran's hand a little harder when she heard what the women said. Lu Yanran noticed it and looked at them with a sharp look. And those women were still very imposing just now, but they were frightened by Lu Yanran's imposingness and walked away in disgrace. Lu Yanran's actions touched Tang Wanqing a little, and she raised her head and smiled at Lu Yanran. Before they walked far, Tang Wanqing noticed that many people were looking at her. Tang Wanqing, who had never experienced this before, lowered her head as much as possible. It was not known whether it was because of facial congestion or because she was really shy. When Lu Yanran lifted Tang Wanqing's chin and saw her face, he couldn't help laughing. "Chinga, you don't need to be shy. They think you are pretty when they see you. And how could my woman, Lu Yanran, be afraid of this? Come, hold my hand tightly." When Tang Wanqing heard Lu Yanran's words, she hesitated and wanted to withdraw the hand that had just been placed on Lu Yanran's hand. Lu Yanran noticed Tang Wanqing's actions, clenched his palm, and wrapped Tang Wanqing's hand tightly inside. Tang Wanqing was originally a somewhat introverted girl, and she didn't resist Lu Yanran in her heart. Seeing that Tang Wanqing didn't push him away, Lu Yanran took her into the restaurant. The women around were all wondering why the girl next to Lu Yanran was not themselves, and they were envious and jealous of Tang Wanqing, who suddenly appeared. As soon as they entered the restaurant, a waiter welcomed the two. Lu Yanran looked at the waiter and asked, "Are there any private rooms?" The waiter smiled apologetically when he heard his words and said, "Excuse me, sir, do you have a reservation?" Lu Yanran shook his head, and the waiter said to him apologetically, "I'm sorry, sir, all the private rooms in our restaurant need to be reserved. So we can't open a private room. Please forgive us for the inconvenience." Lu Yanran frowned, and the temperature around him dropped suddenly. Seeing this, Tang Wanqing hurriedly pulled him to find a place to sit down. After sitting down, Lu Yanran picked up the menu on the table, handed it to Tang Wanqing and said, "Order whatever you want to eat, don't worry about the price." Tang Wanqing smiled, handed the menu to Lu Yanran and said, "I'm not very hungry now, you can take care of it, just enough for you to eat. Don't worry about me." Lu Yanran smiled, his Wanqing was really honest and cute. He threw the menu down, ordered a glass of red wine, and ordered a glass of juice for Tang Wanqing. The two just sat there drinking in silence, no one spoke first. Lu Yanran sighed, "Don't you have anything to say to me?" Hearing this, Tang Wanqing was stunned, thought for a long time, but still mustered up the courage to say what she wanted to say most in her heart. "Yes, why do you want to get engaged to me? Aren't you going to marry Wan Yue? And, I obviously have nothing, I am not worthy of you, and I am also a illegitimate daughter." At the end, Tang Wanqing's eyes couldn't help but redden slightly. Lu Yanran smiled. Although he was smiling, anyone who heard it could hear the seriousness in his words. "If you want to be with the woman you love, why do you have to ask so many questions?" Hearing this, Tang Wanqing's face turned red. "Is this what bothers you?" Lu Yanran asked her with a smile. Tang Wanqing looked at Lu Yanran's smile, as if it had magic, and kept her eyes on Lu Yanran. "In fact, you don't have to be bothered by this. Who I marry and who I like are my freedoms. No one has the right to interfere." Hearing his words, Tang Wanqing felt a little sweet in her heart, but when she thought about how many people would stop her from being with Lu Yanran the days ahead. Lu Yanran saw Tang Wanqing looking worried, nodded her head and said, "Don't think too much, I said I would marry you and I will marry you. I, Lu Yanran, said what I said, it's a promise, it's not just talk." Lu Yanran's oath made Tang Wanqing more worried, and she was worried about the relationship between Lu Yanran and his family. Seeing that Tang Wanqing was not relieved, he frowned even deeper, touched Tang Wanqing's head and coaxed her, "Okay, my princess, don't think so much, I'm a man, I don't need a woman, especially my wife, to worry about me. You just need to learn to enjoy it." Tang Wanqing felt a little embarrassed when she heard him say this, and her face turned red. Lu Yanran looked at her blushing face, and happily called the waiter to order some more dishes, ready to celebrate this day. Chapter 12. Take you home. "What if I miss you?" Lu Yanran asked her. Tang Wanqing was choked up and didn't know what to say. "Well, let's talk about it later." Tang Wanqing had to cover it up. She hadn't organized her words yet. "Where are you going now?" Lu Yanran looked at Tang Wanqing's pale face and thought that something must be wrong. "To Tang's house." Tang Wanqing locked the car door. The car started to drive. Lu Yanran thought that it must be what he told Tang Jinlin, and he told Tang Wanquing exactly what he told him. So now Tang Jinlin is threatening Tang Wanquing to move back to Tang's house. If he thinks so, won't it take a long time for him to see Tang Wanquing? Lu Yanran was silent for a long time, and suddenly he spoke softly. What? He told you everything? Asked you to move back home. Lu Yanran looked at Tang Wanquing, and Tang Wanquing heard this. She immediately parked the car and looked back at him. How do you know? Tang Wanquing looked at Lu Yanran in surprise. Of course I know. If that's the case, then it will take a long time before I can see you again. Lu Yanran looked at her steadily and said. Tang Wanquing felt a dangerous breath. I will try my best to come out and meet you. Tang Wanquing said hesitantly. Lu Yanran looked at Tang Wanquing, who was at a loss, and suddenly laughed out loud. Do you think Tang Jinlin is easy to fool? You still want to sneak out? His old fox in business will never let you leave the Tang family so easily. Lu Yanran said easily. After listening to Lu Yanran's words, Tang Wanquing suddenly felt that she was really overestimating herself. Just when Tang Wanquing was about to lose her temper. At this time, Lu Yanran spoke again. Why don't you move in and live with me? Tang Wanquing was a little flattered when she heard this. Forget it. If I move in and live with you, Uncle Lu will definitely dislike me for being useless. Tang Wanquing refused. But Lu Yanran didn't seem to let her go. Tang Wanquing felt a dangerous breath beside her. The next second Lu Yanran pressed on Tang Wanquing, and the strong masculine breath hovered around Tang Wanquing. Why are you still not happy? Lu Yanran whispered softly in her ear, making Tang Wanquing feel a little itchy. No. Tang Wanquing immediately refused. So you are willing? Then move in tomorrow. After hearing her answer, Lu Yanran immediately stood up and stopped pressing her. His goal had been achieved. Of course, he let Tang Wanquing go. Tang Wanquing was still confused, and when she reacted, she found that she was tricked again. Oh. Lu Yanran, you tricked me again. Tang Wanquing was immediately furious. Lu Yanran seemed not to hear it, humming leisurely, and ignored Tang Wanquing. Seeing that Tang Wanquing was not ready to leave, Lu Yanran leaned over and gave her a kiss. Tang Wanqing's face suddenly turned red. If you don't leave, I don't mind taking advantage of you. Lu Yanran looked at the dazed Tang Wanquing with a wicked smile. Tang Wanquing did not hesitate and drove the car quickly to the gate of the Tang family villa. When Tang Wanquing got out of the car, Lu Yanran specifically told her to hurry up, otherwise she would sleep on the street tonight and he would not remind her. Tang Wanquing gritted her teeth and thought, you threaten me again, you wait for me. After complaining, Tang Wanquing walked straight into the villa. After ringing the doorbell for a long time, someone came to open the door. Miss, are you back? It was Zhang Mar who opened the door. She was pretty good to Tang Wanquing. Oh, isn't this Wanquing? Are you willing to move back? Su Xiao's sharp voice sounded behind Tang Wanquing. Tang Wanquing smiled and replied, Aunt Su, you are joking. This is my home, how can I say I am reluctant to leave it? Tang Wanquing did not avoid her and went straight to the room prepared for her. Who told you to come in? Get out. Su Xiao saw Tang Wanquing coming in and started to push her out like crazy. Tang Wanquing was not a pushover either. When Su Xiao came to push her, she turned around and let Su Xiao, who was rushing towards her, miss her and fell heavily to the floor. Oh my waist, you wild girl, you really crawled out of a slut's belly, you don't look like a lady at all, you are still a member of the Tang family. Su Xiao said sharply. Tang Wanquing was not annoyed, but said lightly, Aunt Su, whether I am a slut or not, you don't need to judge, you just take care of your precious daughter. After that, Tang Wanquing walked into their house. In the living room, a middle-aged man was sitting on the sofa. Tang Wanquing, as if she didn't see him, went upstairs directly. Stop. The man on the sofa spoke. Tang Wanquing thought, it's over. Tang Jinlin turned around and looked at Tang Wanquing, who stopped. Come down, I have something to tell you. As the head of the family, Tang Jinlin certainly has a certain temperament and demeanor. Tang Wanquing walked down slowly and walked in front of Tang Jinlin. She stopped and said, Dad, what's the matter? Tang Jinlin looked at her coldly and said, I know everything about you and Lu Yanran. I asked you to move back today because I have something to tell you. Tang Jinlin said it as a matter of course. She was his daughter, so it was natural for her to move back. Dad, when I had no relationship with Lu Yanran before, I didn't see you recognize me as your daughter. Now that I have a relationship with him, you are so close to me. Tang Jinlin didn't expect that his daughter would become so sharp-tongued. She dared to talk back to him like this. You are really getting more and more unruly. Tang Jinlin took Lu Yanran's face into consideration and didn't hit Tang Wanquing. Just when Tang Jinlin was about to ask her to move back, Tang Wanquing seemed to know what he was going to say, and immediately said, "No, thank you for your kindness, Dad. I came back today to pack my things before moving out." Tang Wanquing said it very naturally, without any sense of disobedience. She is really shameless, Jinlin, look at her. Su Xiao complained to Tang Jinlin. Tang Wanquing didn't want to say more to them, and turned back to the place prepared for her to pack her things. She was packing her things there, and Tang Wanyue came in without knocking. Tang Wanqing looked at her and asked her to go out. Tang Wanyue not only didn't go out, but also said in a sarcastic tone, "I don't know what kind of foxy skills you used to climb into Yanran's bed, otherwise how could Yanran like you with you as an illegitimate daughter? Don't think that he really loves you when he takes you away, and that you really think you are his fiancée just because you climb into his bed." Tang Wanyue's words were very cruel and left no room for mercy. Although Tang Wanqing didn't care at all on the surface, this was her blood sister after all, how could she not care? Chapter 13 Pretend. The night has quietly arrived. Tang Wanqing holds a cup of water and looks out the window with mixed feelings. There is nothing outside the window, no scenery to relax, no pleasant music to listen to, only darkness. Not to mention the moon, there is not even a star. Tang Wanqing thinks of herself being threatened and forced by Tang Jinlin to do things she doesn't want to do in the Tang family, and her family's ridicule and mockery. There is no sense of home. She remembered Lu Yanran's words to take her to the Lu family. She can finally leave this place without warmth, this place that only brings her pain. If she hadn't threatened her with her mother, how could she be willing to move to the Tang family? Tang Wanqing smiled bitterly. I can finally leave this ghost place and no longer be bound by this place. Lu Yanran's face appeared in her mind, and her originally distorted face was covered with a smile again. Knock knock. Someone knocked on the door, come in. It was my younger sister Tang Wanyue who came in again. Tang Wanyue had an ambiguous smile on her face and said in a very sarcastic tone, "Sister, you look very happy." Tang Wanqing didn't want to have any quarrel with Tang Wanyue. Although she was extremely unhappy with her look, she didn't change her tone. "Sister, why aren't you asleep yet?" "I'm going to sleep." "If you have nothing to do, you can go to sleep too." Tang Wanqing put the water cup on the bedside table beside the bed, and just went to sleep in front of Tang Wanyue, closed her eyes, and looked very comfortable. It was obviously sending guests away, but how could Tang Wanyue easily give up the opportunity to scold Tang Wanqing, and how could she let Tang Wanqing be so comfortable? "Sister, you don't know that you are so happy about this." Tang Wanyue looked very proud, and she didn't know what she was proud of. Lu Yanran's grandfather Lu Angue thinks that Lu Yarqi is the most suitable candidate, not you Tang Wanqing. Tang Wanqing was unmoved and pretended not to hear anything. Tang Wanyue saw that Tang Wanqing didn't care and continued, "Sister, do you know what a good match is? You are just an illegitimate daughter. How can you match with a group successor like Lu Yanran? You are not worthy of him at all. You will only be looked down upon if you marry him, just like you are in the Tang family, so I advise you not to be too proud." Tang Wanqing knew that Tang Wanyue couldn't say anything nice, and she had already prepared herself to be criticized by her. She slowly opened her eyes and looked at Tang Wanyue. "Sister, go to bed quickly, don't disturb me, I am tired." After saying that, she closed her eyes again and continued to sleep. Tang Wanyue saw that Tang Wanqing had no negative emotions at all, but she was unhappy. She was thinking about how to anger Tang Wanqing. Suddenly, she saw the half cup of water that Tang Wanqing had drunk on the bedside table. She walked to the bedside table and felt Tang Wanyue moving towards her. Tang Wanqing was a little confused, but she still did not move. She poured half a cup of water on Tang Wanqing's face. "Sister, I'm so sorry, I just wanted to drink some water and accidentally leaked it." Then she left Tang Wanqing's room happily. Tang Wanqing heard the door being taken away, opened her eyes, and wiped her face with her hands. In fact, Tang Wanqing had heard what Tang Wanyue said just now, but she didn't want Tang Wanyue to be too proud and held back. Now, just for a while, the moon and stars came out outside the window, and the cold light shone in from the window, illuminating the room very brightly, just like the morning when the sun was about to come out. Tang Wanqing couldn't sleep because of Tang Wanyue's words. She tossed and turned in bed, but she couldn't fall asleep. I clearly told myself not to care about these things, but I still couldn't help but care about them. Is it so important to be well matched? Isn't it enough to just like each other? Tang Wanqing, who hadn't slept all night, appeared in front of everyone the next day with panda eyes. How could Tang Wanyue let Tang Wanqing feel good? My dear sister, did you not sleep well last night? Is it because of what I said yesterday? I'm so sorry, I didn't mean to discourage you. Look at you now, how are you going to see Lu Yanran later? Will he be scared and not dare to come to pick you up? Tang Wanqing couldn't stand Tang Wanyue's sarcasm. Thank you for your concern, sister. I can't sleep because I don't have to see you every day. And even if Lu Yanran doesn't want me, he will definitely not want you anyway. Tang Wanyue didn't expect that Tang Wanqing, who usually endured silently and never said a word, would fight back. She couldn't find a way to respond for a while, so she found a way out for herself. HMPH, you are stubborn. Tang Jinlin actually said, enjoy your last meal here. Tang Wanqing was eating breakfast, feeling aggrieved but not knowing what to do. Not being able to find a place early in the morning made Tang Wanqing want to leave quickly. She had no more nostalgia for this cold and inhumane place. She would never come back. Finally, Lu Yanran came to pick up Tang Wanqing. Tang Wanqing felt that time passed so slowly this morning. She waited for a century to see Lu Yanran. She took the luggage that had been packed long ago and went straight to Lu Yanran. She didn't want to stay here any longer. When Tang Jinlin saw Lu Yanran coming, he immediately changed his sarcastic expression and turned into a face that was reluctant to leave his daughter. Tang Jinlin said lovingly, Wanqing, come back often when you have nothing to do. However, Tang Wanyue still didn't like Tang Wanqing's appearance. Under Tang Jinlin's eyes, she said as if to imply, well, come back often, but you are so busy, you definitely don't have time to come back, so don't bother. Wanyue. Don't talk nonsense, your sister will make time even if she doesn't have time, right? Wanqing. Tang Wanqing chose to remain silent. Tang Jinlin's hypocritical appearance made Tang Wanqing feel sick and wanted to leave quickly. Lu Yanran knew that Tang Jinlin was acting, so he didn't give Tang Jinlin a chance. Wanqing won't come back in the future, because Wanqing doesn't want to come back, and I can't bear to let Wanqing come back. Tang Jinlin saw that he was exposed, and he didn't know how to end it. He could only stand there and watch Lu Yanran take Tang Wanqing away in the car. After they left, Tang Jinlin said bitterly, HMPH, Tang Wanqing, Lu Yanran, don't be complacent. Seeing Lu Yanran, Tang Wanqing's heart was like being filled, and she finally didn't have to endure this kind of life. You finally came to pick me up. I've made you wait for a long time. They made things difficult for you, right? Not long, not at all. Tang Wanqing's eyes couldn't stop the tears, and the tears were like a dam bursting. Lu Yanran hugged Tang Wanqing distressedly. You will never be bullied by others again, because you have me, I will not let you suffer any grievances. Yes. I believe you. Tang Wanqing nodded with peace of mind. It's a pity that I can't give you a grand wedding. Lu Yanran felt a little sorry for Tang Wanqing, not even having a wedding. It doesn't matter, having you is enough. Chapter 14 Lu Yarqi's arrival. While Lu Yanran was driving, he would glance at Tang Wanqing from time to time. Tang Wanqing sat in the passenger seat, supporting her head with her hands, her eyes fixed on the scenery outside the window. Although Tang Wanqing looked like she didn't believe what Tang Wanyue said last night, it was just her pride that was at work, and she didn't want Tang Wanyue to succeed. Tang Wanqing really cared about what Tang Wanyue said, but she didn't know whether what Tang Wanyue said was true or not. Moreover, if Lu Anguo really had someone chosen already, then why did he let Lu Yanran marry her? However, Tang Wanqing didn't care about what others thought. What she cared about most was Lu Yanran's thoughts and whether Lu Yanran really wanted to marry Lu Yarqi instead of herself. Tang Wanqing was almost driven crazy by these questions. She had been thinking about this problem all night and could not fall asleep. When she woke up in the morning, she found that she had dark circles under her eyes. This question was like a thorn stuck in Tang Wanqing's heart, which could not be pulled out and kept causing dull pain in her heart. Seeing that Tang Wanqing was always in a bad state, Lu Yanran endured it again and again, but finally he couldn't bear it anymore. Tang Wanqing, what are you thinking about? You seem to be thinking so deeply. Could it be that you are homesick after just a short while of leaving? After listening to Lu Yanran's words, Tang Wanqing finally moved her gaze back from the window and looked at Lu Yanran. Tang Wanqing really wanted to ask Lu Yanran what she meant to him, And what about Lucia that Tang Wanqing mentioned? She didn't want to be kept in the dark like a fool. However, Tang Wanqing tried to ask several times, but in the end she couldn't utter a word. Tang Wanqing finally gave up. It's okay. After saying that, he turned his head and stopped looking at Lu Yanran. Looking at Tang Wanqing like this, Lu Yanran really wanted to stop the car on the side of the road and ask Tang Wanqing what was going on. But in the end, although Lu Yanran was helpless, he did not do so. After all, he was no longer impulsive at that age and could not do things so unstably. This was something only young men would do. The two of them walked in silence all the way, each hiding their own thoughts, and returned to Lu Yanran's home. After arriving at Lu Yanran's home, Lu Yanran took Tang Wanqing around the house and let Tang Wanqing get familiar with the layout of the house. After all, she was about to become the hostess here. Tang Wanqing looked at Lu Yanran's home and had to admit that Lu Yanran did have good taste. The room was decorated luxuriously but not ostentatious. The only thing that Tang Wanqing didn't like was that it looked too deserted. This feeling became even stronger when she arrived at the bedroom that Lu Yanran had prepared for her. The whole house looked empty, and she didn't know if it was because no one lived there. I really should go to Lu Yanran's room and see if it's the same. How is it? Are you satisfied? I've prepared a room for you. Ever since he said he wanted to bring Tang Wanqing to live with him, Lu Yanran asked someone to clean up the room immediately. It's not bad. But can I decorate it myself? Otherwise it would be too empty. Tang Wanqing doesn't like this empty feeling. When Lu Yanran heard what Tang Wanqing said, he naturally agreed 100%. Tang Wanqing had this intention, which meant that she really regarded this as her home. Lu Yanran was naturally very happy to see this result. No problem, you can do whatever you want, I have no objection. Yeah, okay. Tang Wanqing looked at the room, wondering what she should buy to fill it up. While Tang Wanqing was thinking, Lu Yanran brought in Tang Wanqing's luggage. After Tang Wanqing had packed everything, Lu Yanran suggested taking Tang Wanqing out for dinner and buying some things that Tang Wanqing needed. Tang Wanqing had no objection to this and obediently followed Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran first took Tang Wanqing to a nearby shopping mall. Looking at the mall in front of her, Tang Wanqing stood at the door and did not go in. Lu Yanran looked at Tang Wanqing standing still and felt that Tang Wanqing was a little strange. Why don't you leave? Lu Yanran, this mall mainly sells clothes, why did you bring me here? Lu Yanran wondered why Tang Wanqing had become so stupid now. I brought you here to buy clothes. Hurry up and follow me. It's not like I don't have clothes. I just don't have much clothes. Tang Wanqing still didn't move. Just buy it if I ask you to. Why are you talking so much? Regardless of Tang Wanqing's reaction, Lu Yanran dragged Tang Wanqing into the mall. As Lu Yanran walked, he thought, Tang Wanqing only had a small suitcase, how many clothes could it have? Now Tang Wanqing was his, and Lu Yanran didn't care about Tang Wanqing in the past, but now he couldn't bear to see Tang Wanqing only have so few clothes, and he didn't need her money to buy clothes. Tang Wanqing was dragged into the mall by Lu Yanran, and then she kept trying on clothes. As long as Lu Yanran thought a piece was good, he would ask the salesperson to find a suitable one for Tang Wanqing to try on. If Lu Yanran thought the piece looked good, he would buy it for Tang Wanqing. If the piece didn't look good, Lu Yanran didn't buy it, but he only needed one piece of such clothes. Tang Wanqing was like a puppet at the mercy of Lu Yanran. It was not until their hands were full of bags of clothes that Lu Yanran finally stopped letting Tang Wanqing try on clothes and took her out to eat instead. Tang Wanqing was already hungry after shopping for the whole afternoon. Although she didn't eat like a wolf, she never stopped. Lu Yanran also knew that Tang Wanqing was tired, so he started to put food into Tang Wanqing's bowl and asked her to eat more. Watching Lu Yanran putting food into her bowl, Tang Wanqing thought, maybe Tang Wanyue was really lying to her and she was overthinking it. After watching all this today, although I don't know what Lu Yanran is thinking, he is always good to me. After Tang Wanqing had eaten her fill, Lu Yanran also put down his chopsticks. Are you full? Then let's go back. Listening to Tang Wanqing's answer, Lu Yanran suddenly realized that Tang Wanqing was really very obedient at this moment and looked much cuter. After returning, Tang Wanqing let Lu Yanran go in first. She stayed outside for a while, looking at the house, and silently said to it in her heart, from now on, you are my home. But no matter how Tang Wanqing thought, She never expected that just when she was about to treat this place as her home, she would see another woman in this house, a woman who was talking and laughing with Lu Yanran. Moreover, Lu Yanran called her Lu Yarki. Chapter 15 Lu Angwar's arrangement. When Lu Yanran came in, he was also surprised to see Lu Yarki, but the surprise did not show on his face. Before Lu Yanran came back, Lu Yarki had been watching TV in the living room, waiting for Lu Yanran to come back. When she heard the sound of the door opening, Lu Yarki stopped watching TV and immediately ran to the door, ready to give Lu Yanran a surprise. However, when Lu Yanran saw Lu Yarki, he was only surprised but not happy. But Lu Yanran still touched Lu Yarki's head. Lu Yarki, why did you think of coming here without telling me in advance? When Tang Wanquing came in, she happened to see Lu Yanran touching Lu Yarki's head. Lu Yanran had his back to Tang Wanquing at this time, so Tang Wanquing couldn't see Lu Yanran's expression, but Tang Wanquing thought that Lu Yanran must have a smile in his eyes at this time. Tang Wanquing stood behind the two of them, watching them talking and laughing. Her heart sank. The determination she had a second ago disappeared without a trace in this second. I didn't tell you just to give you a surprise. Lu Yarki stuck out her tongue at Lu Yanran. Lu Yarki was still a little afraid of Lu Yanran, afraid that he would be angry with her. But fortunately, after hearing Lu Yarki's answer, Lu Yanran didn't say anything, but just said to Lu Yarki, "Don't do this again in the future." When Lu Yarki saw that Lu Yanran was not angry, she was both relieved and happy, and naturally promised Lu Yanran that she would never do that again in the future. However, who can guarantee what will happen in the future? Although Lu Yanran did not blame Lu Yarki, he still asked Lu Yarki, "How did you get the key to my house? Who gave it to you?" Just as Lu Yarki was about to answer Lu Yanran, she saw a woman standing at the door, and the alarm in Lu Yarki's heart immediately sounded. "Brother, who is that woman?" Lu Yarki pointed at Tang Wanquing and asked Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran looked back at Tang Wanquing, let go of Lu Yarki, walked to Tang Wanquing, and said to her, "Don't be disrespectful. She is your sister-in-law Tang Wanquing. Didn't your second uncle tell you that I was getting engaged?" Lu Yarki curled her lips. It was obvious that her grandfather was most satisfied with her and wanted her to be Lu Yanran's wife, so how come Tang Wanquing suddenly appeared? So when she heard her father tell her that Lu Yanran was going to get engaged to someone else, Lu Yarki was shocked and angry at the same time. Lu Yanran was obviously hers. Lu Yarki, how could she let that woman named Tang Wanquing take him away? She would never allow such a thing to happen, and she must stop it from happening. "Did you say that?" "Maybe you did, but I forgot," Lu Yarki said to Lu Yanran indifferently. Lu Yarki didn't take Tang Wanquing seriously. In Lu Yarki's heart, Tang Wanquing would be eliminated sooner or later. Lu Yanran was very dissatisfied with Lu Yarki's answer and wanted to scold her, but he changed his mind and thought that Lu Yarki had just returned, so he swallowed the words that were on the tip of his tongue. "Then you two have officially met this time. Yarki, this is your sister-in-law Tang Wanquing. Wanquing, this is my second uncle's child. Lu Yarki, you can just call her Yarki." "Well, Yarki, hello, I'm Tang Wanquing." Tang Wanquing stretched out her hand. But Lu Yarki didn't even look at it and continued to talk to Lu Yanran, leaving Tang Wanqing's hand alone in the air. Lu Yanran just thought that Lu Yarki was just throwing tantrums, and Tang Wanquing probably couldn't stand the same attitude as a child, so she should be able to understand that. He didn't care about what happened and said to Lu Yarki and Tang Wanquing, "Let's go sit down and talk. Yarki, I have something to ask you." Lu Yanran held Tang Wanqing's hand and sat on the sofa. Tang Wanquing wanted to break free from Lu Yanran's hand, but the harder she tried, the harder Lu Yanran tried, and she was completely unable to break free. Tang Wanquing originally wanted to sit farther away from Lu Yanran, but Lu Yanran held her hand, so Tang Wanquing could only sit next to Lu Yanran. "Yarki, when did you get the key to my house?" After Lu Yanran sat down, the first thing he asked was about Lu Yarki. Lu Yanran didn't want someone to have the key to his house without him knowing. This feeling was really terrible. "You gave it to me," Lu Yarki said without any hesitation, without considering Tang Wanquing at all. After she finished speaking, she winked at Lu Yanran. Lu Yarki's words made Tang Wanquing raise her head, which had been lowered, and look at Lu Yarki. In fact, Tang Wanquing wanted to see Lu Yanran more. But Tang Wanquing didn't have the courage. However, when she saw Lu Yarki, she realized what she had just missed. Lu Yarki was really beautiful, very beautiful, with fair skin, three-dimensional facial features, and long legs. She looked like a perfect match for Lu Yanran. Looking at Lu Yarqi, Tang Wanqing thought about herself again. How could Lu Yanran, who had a white swan like Lu Yarqi by his side, still like an ugly duckling like herself? Tang Wanqing now firmly believed that Lu Yanran was engaged to her just to cover up his true feelings and not because he had any feelings for her. Perhaps the person Lu Yanran truly has feelings for is his sister, otherwise why would he give the key to his house to Lu Yarqi? Lu Yanran had never thought that Tang Wanqing's heart would change so much in just a short while. Lu Yanran was still thinking about when he had given Lu Yarqi the key to his house. As far as Lu Yanran could remember, he had never given Lu Yarqi the key to his house. Later, Lu Yanran really couldn't remember it, so he didn't think about it anymore. Anyway, he was going to get Lu Yarqi's key back, so he just had to remember not to make such a mistake again next time. So what are you doing back this time? Aren't you still studying? Have you finished your studies? Hearing Lu Yanran ask this, Lu Yarqi really wanted to say to Lu Yanran, I didn't come back for you. However, Lu Yarqi knew that she couldn't say that. It's not finished yet, but Grandpa asked me to come back and said he had something to tell me. But he didn't tell me what it was, and I don't know it now. Oh. Lu Yanran didn't think that his grandfather asking Lu Yarqi to come back had anything to do with him. Then go see Grandpa and ask him what he wants you to do. Lu Yanran might not have noticed that Tang Wanqing, who was sitting next to him, froze when she heard that it was Lu Anguo who called Lu Yarqi back. Could it be that Tang Wanqing was right, that Lu Yarqi was the one that Lu Anguo wanted to marry his grandson's wife? Did Lu Anguo ask Lu Yarqi to come back this time because he wanted her to marry Lu Yanran? Thinking of this possibility, Tang Wanqing felt that her future was bleak. How could she beat Lu Yarqi who had Lu Anguo's support? What's more, she was just a cover for Lu Yanran, a cover he used to deceive everyone. Tang Wanqing felt a pang of pain in her heart. Chapter 16, Feeling of Disgrace. Tang Wanqing looked at the two people talking and laughing in front of her, and felt an inexplicable pain in her heart. She walked to the sofa and sat down, lowering her head and remaining silent. Lu Yanran looked at the lively Lu Yarqi in front of him and smiled. He raised his hand to touch her head and looked at her lovingly. Lu Yarqi's face turned a little red as she looked at the person in front of her. She looked lively and cute. Lu Yarqi turned her head to look at the clock in the living room, and said happily to Lu Yanran, Brother Yanran, it's getting late. You haven't eaten yet. Let me cook for you. When Lu Yanran heard her words, he looked at her lovingly and said with a smile, okay. Lu Yarqi looked at her and smiled happily, then ran to the kitchen. Lu Yanran looked at the person running towards the kitchen, shook his head and smiled. Lu Yanran turned his head to look at the person on the sofa, slowly walked over and sat next to Tang Wanqing. He looked at the silent person next to him and felt a little uncomfortable. She had been silent since she entered the door and didn't talk much. When he was talking just now, he glanced at her and saw her sitting there alone. A trace of heartache flashed through his heart. Tang Wanqing, who was immersed in her own world, felt the sofa beside her sink. She turned her head and saw that it was Lu Yanran. She was startled, but she reacted quickly and moved to the other side silently. Lu Yanran saw that she was startled by him, but immediately regained her composure and moved to the side. He frowned slightly and looked at her. He was a little angry in his heart, but seeing her silence, he could do nothing about her. He looked at her and sighed helplessly. Tang Wanqing didn't want to pay attention to Lu Yanran. She didn't know why in her heart. She just knew that Lu Yanran and Lu Yarqi were talking and laughing, which made her feel a little unhappy. She couldn't help but hate herself for being like this. Lu Yarqi, standing at the kitchen door, looked at the two people sitting on the sofa. Something flashed in her eyes. She looked a little scary. There was no expression on her face. Her hands were clenched tightly, and the vegetables in her hands were crushed into a mess. Lu Yarqi looked down at the dishes in her hand and a smile immediately appeared on her face. She threw the dishes in her hand into the trash can and happily shouted to the living room, Brother Yanran, can you help me get a box of eggs from the refrigerator? I can't free my hands. Lu Yarqi looked like a completely different person now. When Lu Yanran heard Lu Yarqi calling him, she turned her head and said to the kitchen, okay. She turned her head to look at the person sitting silently on the sofa, stood up, and went to the kitchen. Tang Wanqing breathed a sigh of relief when she saw that everyone around her had left. She sat there alone and sad, looking a little pitiful. An hour later, the meal was ready. Lu Yarqi looked at the person sitting on the sofa and said, Sister Wanqing, the meal is ready. When Tang Wanqing heard her words, She was stunned for a moment, then she immediately reacted and said to her, "Okay," then she stood up and walked towards the kitchen. Tang Wanqing walked into the kitchen, and Lu Yarqi smiled happily and said to her cutely, "Sister Wanqing, can you and brother Yanran help me bring all the dishes to the table?" Tang Wanqing looked at her smiling face, smiled at her, and nodded. Lu Yanran was stunned when he saw Tang Wanqing smile, and was slightly dazed. Lu Yarqi looked at Jiyu Yanran, who felt a little cold when she saw him. She stretched out her hand and waved it in front of his eyes, and called out, "Brother Yanran." Lu Yanran looked at the hand waving in front of him, and looked at Lu Yarqi. Lu Yarqi looked at him and said to him, "Brother Yanran, can you and Sister Wanqing help me take out all the dishes?" When Lu Yanran heard her words, he looked at Tang Wanqing and nodded. Tang Wanqing walked out with 2 plates of food. Lu Yanran watched her go out, and quickly took 2 plates of food and followed her out. Tang Wanqing put the dishes on the table, and when she turned around to go into the kitchen to get the remaining dishes, she bumped into the arms of Lu Yanran, who was following her. Lu Yanran followed Tang Wanqing in front of him. After she put the dishes down, she was about to turn around. Then, she remembered the dishes in her hands and quickly lifted them up to prevent her from bumping into them. Lu Yanran, who was holding the dishes, looked at the person in his arms and wanted to tease her. He lowered his head and whispered in her ear, "You like me so much. You see, you haven't eaten yet. How about I let you hold me after dinner?" Tang Wanqing, who accidentally bumped into his arms, blushed when she heard his words, and quickly got out of his arms, glared at him, and walked towards the kitchen. Lu Yanran turned his head to look at the person walking towards the kitchen. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, and he turned around to put the dishes on the table. Lu Yarqi was unaware of the incident that had just happened. She came out of the kitchen with Tang Wanqing, holding the dishes and chopsticks. After everything was ready, the 3 of them sat down and started to eat. Lu Yarqi looked at Lu Yanran expectantly. Lu Yanran took a piece of food, put it in his mouth, showing an expression of enjoyment. He looked at Lu Yarqi and said, "Well, it's delicious. I didn't expect that Yarqi is not only beautiful, but also the food is so delicious." Lu Yarqi felt a little embarrassed when she saw him praising her like that. When Tang Wanqing heard Lu Yanran praising Lu Yarqi so much, she felt a little uncomfortable. Lu Ye turned her head to look at Tang Wanqing and said to her, "Sister Wanqing, you should eat too. Try the food I cooked." Tang Wanqing looked up at her when she heard what she said, nodded, picked up the chopsticks and started eating. Tang Wanqing took a few bites of the food and found it was really delicious. She looked up and wanted to say something to Lu Yarqi, but when she saw that she was picking up food for Lu Yanran, she suddenly became speechless. She lowered her head and continued to eat, but she felt that the food she was eating had become tasteless. Tang Wanqing looked up at Lu Yarqi's smiling face and suddenly felt extremely inferior. Just like Lu Yanran said, she was not only good looking, but also cooked delicious food. Tang Wanqing's gaze lingered between the 2 of them and she found herself very redundant. She lowered her head and ate her meal without any appetite. She didn't want Lu Yanran to know what she was thinking. An hour had passed since the 3 of them finished their meal. Lu Yanran called the servant to clear the table. The 3 of them sat on the sofa and chatted. It was said that it was a chat between the 3 of them, but in fact it was only Lu Yanran and Lu Yarqi chatting, and Tang Wanqing listened silently beside them. Lu Yanran raised his hand to check the time, and said to the 2 of them, "It's getting late, go and get some rest." He turned his head to look at Lu Yarqi and said, "It's very late, you should rest here tonight." Lu Yarqi nodded happily when she heard her words. Lu Yanran turned his head and looked at Tang Wanqing, who was in a daze on the sofa, and said, "It's getting late, go to bed early, you and I will sleep in the same room." Tang Wanqing listened to her words, with nothing to say in her heart, so she just remained silent. Chapter 17. I don't understand what you are doing. Tang Wanqing has been in a bad mood since she came to this house. Every time Lu Yanran wanted to say something to ease the awkward atmosphere, he was brushed off by Tang Wanqing's casual perfunctory response. "Wanqing, are you feeling unwell?" Lu Yanran asked with concern. Tang Wanqing shook her head and forced a smile that would make anyone uncomfortable. In fact, before Lu Yanran asked, he already knew that Wanqing was definitely not unhappy because of any physical reasons. There must be some unresolved knot between the 2 of them, which caused the woman beside him to be in a bad mood. But Lu Yanran really didn't know the reason. He couldn't figure out why they were fine outside and got along well with each other. Why did problems suddenly arise when they returned home? This really puzzled him, and seeing Tang Wanqing so listless, he couldn't be happy either, so he could only sulk together. Yarki, the meal just now was really great. It seems like your cooking skills have improved a lot. Since Tang Wanqing didn't want to pay attention to him now, Lu Yanran could only change his target and talk to this sister, otherwise this home would be as cold as the company. If you like, I'll cook for you every day. Brother, I've learned a lot of new cooking methods recently, and even studied how to make desserts. Lu Yarki heard Lu Yanran talking about making desserts during a previous chat. She thought her brother liked desserts, so she went to learn how to bake delicious cakes. Lu Yarki's words at this time were more like a knife, piercing directly into Tang Wanqing's already broken heart. Does this girl like desserts too? So is your search for desserts for me or for her? Tang Wanqing knew that she shouldn't think too much about it, but how could one control their emotions so easily? She just wasn't happy. It was clearly Lu Yanran's home, so why did his sister come in between the two of them and make her feel uncomfortable? When Lu Yanran heard Lu Yarki say that she had learned how to make desserts, his first reaction was happiness. He himself is not that good at making desserts. He made it once before, but the inside was not cooked. Now that his sister has learned it, maybe she can make it for everyone to enjoy in the future. Chichi is so great. Then make it for my brother and sister-in-law when you have time in the future. Lu Yanran looked at Tang Wanqing cautiously. He was afraid that he would say something wrong and anger the little woman beside him. He had never been so cautious with anyone in his life, except Tang Wanqing, whom he really wanted to protect. Okay, then I'll make it for my brother when I have time. Lu Yarki smiled cheerfully and brightly, as if she was really happy. Only Lu Yarki herself knew that she was not happy at all, and even very angry. No one could be her sister-in-law, and her brother belonged to her alone. This was Lu Yarki's dream since she was a child, and she would not give up easily. She believed that as long as she moved her wrist a little, this dishonorable illegitimate daughter would be immediately abandoned by her brother. Tang Wanqing watched the two people's pleasant exchange and felt like she was really an outsider. They were the two masters of this family, so it seemed that she should take the initiative to withdraw. Lu Yanran turned around and met Tang Wanqing's eyes. Lu Yanran couldn't understand what was in her eyes, but she saw that this man who was cold and domineering in front of others, when he returned home, his expression towards Lu Yarki was doting and warm. Wanqing loves desserts. The two of them were still looking at each other. Lu Yanran's words seemed to have stabilized Tang Wanqing's emotions a little, preventing her from losing her composure too much. Tang Wanqing, who was suddenly cold, had not yet recovered from the incident, so she had to smile and answer, "Yes, I like desserts very much." The two of them were just talking casually, but this time it upset Lu Yarki's mood. Could it be that my brother cared about this woman because she said she liked desserts? Thinking of how I studied this specifically, Lu Yarki felt that she was ridiculous. In fact, during these few days of getting along, Lu Yarki could feel that they both loved each other, and she could no longer treat this relationship as a joke as she did when they first met. Facing this woman, my brother is no longer an iceberg, but a man who longs for love. But she could never let go like this. It was not just something she was unwilling to do, it was also her mission, something she had to accomplish in her life. The three of them stayed there with their own thoughts, and at night, Lu Yanran breathed a sigh of relief. What was there between a boyfriend and a girlfriend that couldn't be solved in bed? Wanqing, if you want to wash up, you can just use the bathroom in our room. I have already prepared everything you need. Watching Lu Yanran putting away the luggage he brought with him, he told himself that he had actually prepared everything for him. This kind of unintentional warmth always makes Tang Wanqing feel warm in her heart. After washing up, Lu Yanran and Tang Wanqing finally had some time alone. Knock, knock. I'll go open the door. Hearing the knock on the door, Lu Yanran immediately got out of bed. Normally, Lu Yanran would not lock the door, but because he was with Tang Wanqing this time, he deliberately locked the door. After opening the door, Tang Wanqing saw that it was Lu Yarki. She was wearing pajamas and her hair was a little messy. It seemed that she was really going to sleep soon. Wouldn't it be even more strange if he came before going to bed? Tang Wanqing didn't come down, but sat by the bed to see what the two of them would say before going to bed. Brother, I hope I didn't disturb you. I didn't know you locked the door today. I thought it was the same as usual. Lu Yanran looked back at Tang Wanqing, and after confirming that she didn't mind, he turned around and said, "Isn't today different?" Lu Jiqi nodded obediently. "That's right, then brother should go to bed early, good night, see you tomorrow morning." Okay, Chichi, go to bed soon, good night. Lu Yanran replied gently. Sitting on the bed, Tang Wanqing looked at the warm interaction between the two people, and her nose was sore. She remembered that a few days ago, Tang Wanqing had told her that the Lu family thought that the most suitable candidate was Lu Juqi. Looking at the two of them now, they are indeed a perfect match. They know that each other usually does not lock the door when sleeping, are familiar with each other's lifestyles, and say good night to each other every night. It was really hard for Tang Wanqing to get over every single thing that happened. Maybe they really were a loving family. Chapter 18, Secret Marriage. Tang Wanqing felt a little uncomfortable, so she went to the balcony to get some fresh air before going to Lu Yanran's room with her. As soon as she entered the room, Tang Wanqing could smell Lu Yanran's special masculine scent. However, unlike other men, Lu Yanran's room gave people a sense of seriousness and pressure. There were only two colors in it, black and white, and everything was placed very neatly. Tang Wanqing thought about someone like Lu Yanran who was in charge of a group and had a cold personality. Sure enough, a person's personality would affect the things around him. Tang Wanqing was already in a bad mood, and now it got even worse. Everything she saw was unpleasant to her. Tang Wanqing turned around and deliberately said to Lu Yanran behind her, "Your room is too monotonous. I don't like it. I might be scared awake when I sleep at night. I'd better sleep in another room." Lu Yanran continued to dote on Tang Wanqing and said, "Just make do with it tonight. You can redecorate it however you want tomorrow. Let's go to bed." After saying that, Lu Yanran took Tang Wanqing by the hand and went to the bed. Tang Wanqing waved Lu Yanran's hand away from her body. Tang Wanqing was angry and didn't know where it came from. She had to walk to the bed and pull the quilt over her head. Lu Yanran didn't know why Tang Wanqing was in a bad mood since she got home, but Lu Yanran thought to himself that he had no emotional intelligence and couldn't coax people. However, if he could get Tang Wanqing to bed, then everything would be easy to solve. Then, when doing the exercises on the bed, he could coax her and she would no longer be angry. So Lu Yanran followed suit and lay down beside Tang Wanqing. He pulled the quilt covering Tang Wanqing and said, "Wanwan, don't suffocate yourself in the quilt. Come out quickly. Are you going to sleep or not? You're talking so much. Turn off the light, it's blinding." Tang Wanqing pulled back the blanket and glared at Lu Yanran. Seeing Tang Wanqing coming out, Lu Yanran frowned at her and said, "Of course I'm going to sleep. I'll turn off the light now." After that, the light went out instantly. Seeing Lu Yanran's frivolous look, Tang Wanqing knew that he was up to something bad. Tang Wanqing was still thinking. Lu Yanran stretched out his hand to hug her. Tang Wanqing slapped the back of his hand, but Lu Yanran was not the kind of person who would give up so easily, so he continued to hug her even harder. Tang Wanqing ignored him when she saw that he was just hugging her, but Lu Yanran was not satisfied with this, and his goal was to get Tang Wanqing. So he slowly moved his head closer to Tang Wanqing's face, and was about to kiss her mouth. A pair of eyes suddenly opened, and Tang Wanqing was frightened by the magnified face of Lu Yanran. She shouted at Lu Yanran, "Why aren't you sleeping so late at night? Are you crazy? What do you want to do by getting so close to me?" Lu Yanran knew that this was a good opportunity and he should take advantage of it to take down Tang Wanqing in one fell swoop. "Ching Ching, don't you know what I want to do? Then I'll let you feel it through practice." Lu Yanran changed his usual cold personality and smiled evilly. If someone else smiled like this, they would definitely think that person was a perverted uncle, but Lu Yanran smiled like this without this sense of disobedience, but looked very handsome. Then he turned over to Tang Wanqing and put his face close to hers. Tang Wanqing put her hands in front of her, which made it impossible for Lu Yanran to kiss her. Seeing that the sneak attack failed, Lu Yanran slowly touched Tang Wanqing's body and gradually took off her clothes. Tang Wanqing grabbed Lu Yanran's restless hand with her other hand and said, "Go to sleep. I told you not to move your hands. You have ADHD and you keep moving around. If you don't want to sleep, get out." Lu Yanran whispered in Tang Wanqing's ear, "It's okay, we will get married tomorrow, we will just have our wedding night in advance. Believe me, I will make you happy and will not let you feel any pain. You are my baby. Don't reject me, you will love this feeling." Tang Wanqing's ears were burning from the hot breath of Lu Yanran's voice, but she still didn't fall for the temptation. She pushed Lu Yanran away with both hands and said, "Get down from here. I don't want to do it with you." Seeing that Tang Wanqing was not tempted at all and was even resisting, Lu Yanran felt very unhappy. Not knowing what was wrong with her, he had no choice but to get off Tang Wanqing's body and sleep on the side with his back facing Tang Wanqing, sulking alone. Tang Wanqing ignored him and was happy to see Lu Yanran no longer making any moves on her. The night outside the window gradually darkened, and Lu Yanran and Tang Wanqing gradually fell asleep on the same bed. The next morning, the sound of an alarm woke them up. It happened that they opened their eyes and looked at each other at the same time. Lu Yanran, who remembered that he was going to get married secretly today, forgot about the unhappiness of last night and said calmly, "Wife, we are going to get the marriage certificate today, hurry up and get up." Tang Wanqing was still in a state of confusion. When she heard that they were going to get a marriage certificate today, she woke up immediately. Lu Yanran took the opportunity to kiss her on the face and went to the bathroom to wash up, leaving Tang Wanqing alone in bed in surprise. When she came to her senses, Lu Yanran had already washed up. The happy Lu Yanran urged Tang Wanqing to wash up. After Tang Wanqing washed up and walked out of the room, Lu Yarqi's voice reached her ears, "Brother Yanran, come over for breakfast." Looking at the table full of breakfast, Lu Yanran ate while praising Lu Yarqi with no expression on his face. Lu Yarqi was very happy to hear that and looked shy. But Tang Wanqing didn't say anything because she was thinking about whether to get the marriage certificate later. Once the marriage certificate is obtained, it will be a lifelong thing. So Tang Wanqing didn't have time to care about Lu Yarqi and eat. She just ate a few bites casually. Seeing that they had almost finished eating, Lu Yanran told Lu Yarqi that he was going to take Tang Wanqing out for something and told Lu Yarqi to do whatever she wanted. He and Tang Wanqing drove to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Because this was a secret marriage, Lu Yanran held Tang Wanqing's hand. Tang Wanqing was still reluctant and said, "Take your hand away." Lu Yanran still held Tang Wanqing's hand tightly and said, "I won't let go. You will be my wife soon." This sentence made Tang Wanqing more hesitant and uneasy. Lu Yanran didn't know what Tang Wanqing was thinking, so he took a pair of sunglasses from his hand and put them on Tang Wanqing, saying, "Put them on so that it won't be so easy for people to see it later." Lu Yanran put on the sunglasses himself, and the two of them went into the Civil Affairs Bureau to register. The registrar looked at the two and asked, "If you are sure, then you are husband and wife from now on." "Are you sure?" Lu Yanran immediately said, "Sure." The registrar looked at Tang Wanqing and said, "What about you, young lady? Are you sure?" At this time, Tang Wanqing was still hesitating whether to really marry Lu Yanran, but finally compromised and said to the registrar, "Sure." Once the seal was stamped, the two officially became husband and wife. Chapter 19 Angry. Tang Wanqing walked out hand in hand with Lu Yanran. Tang Wanqing looked at her left hand being held by the man, then looked at the red book with gold embossing in her right hand, and felt annoyed. "I was born as an illegitimate child, so no one likes me. I have to hide my marriage, so no one likes me. The more I think about it, the more frustrated I feel." Compared to Tang Wanqing, Lu Yanran was much happier. He had finally caught the little white rabbit he had been dreaming about for so many years. God did not let him down. He raised his eyebrows and couldn't stop smiling. He squinted at the little woman beside him who was feeling wronged. He didn't understand for a moment why getting married, which was such a happy thing, was treated like a death to her. Lu Yanran shook her hand and asked, "What, do you regret it now?" "Huh. You'd better answer nicely, or you'll have a bad night." "Yeah, I regret it." Tang Wanqing finally moved her eyes away from the marriage certificate, frowned and looked at the sweet couple not far away, then glanced at Lu Yanran. Sighing, "Forget it, it doesn't matter who I marry, and besides, this guy doesn't look that bad. If it rains, my mother will get married, so I'll just make do with it. But it's too late to regret." Tang Wanqing responded just in time, blocking the man's foul mouth that was about to show off his power in the next second. Lu Yanran lit a cigarette, took Tang Wanqing's hand and walked towards the parking space, saying as he walked, "You, don't be disgusted. If you don't marry me, you won't be able to get married. And how could I allow you to marry a man other than me?" Lu Yanran didn't say the next sentence, for fear that if he really said it, it would easily scare the girl away. "Come on, I'll treat you to something delicious today." Tang Wanqing curled her lips. "That's pretty good." The Bugatti was driving recklessly on the elevated road, completely ignoring traffic regulations. There was nothing he could do. Lu Yanran was in a very good mood today. He just kept speeding up. The traffic police on the road didn't dare to stop him. It was a joke. With that license plate, who would dare to stop him? Sir, miss, would you like to order now? Give the menu to my wife. Lu Yanran nodded and signaled the waiter to pass the menu to Tang Wanquing, who was sitting opposite and staring out the window in a daze. Why don't you show off that you are family man? Will you take those eyes off me, or my wife will be jealous? The waitress also realized her rudeness and quickly retracted her gaze and apologized with a smile. Okay, what would you like to order? It took Tang Wanquing a while to come back to her senses after being called. She was obviously not used to this address. But she still politely took the menu and pretended to flip through it. What should I do? I lose my appetite just looking at this. I'd like to order one of everything the store recommends. Thank you. Other waiter was a little embarrassed and turned his gaze to Lu Yanran, looking like he didn't know what to do. Lu Yanran looked at Tang Wanquing quietly for a few seconds, and Tang Wanquing looked back at him without being pretentious. After a few seconds, Lu Yanran smiled, put away his arms that were spread on the seat, and instead supported his chin with one hand, his eyes full of amusement. Only then did he realize that the little white rabbit was really awkward. However, he couldn't find the awkward point. Let her do what she wants, and bring another lamington. This is the shop's most famous dessert, and if little white rabbit likes to try it, he'll have to spend some money. Okay, please wait a moment. Tang Wanquing didn't know what was going on, and had no interest in desserts. She took a small bite with a fork out of boredom, then raised her head and asked. Why, you are free today, don't you need to go back to the company? It seemed that she was very surprised. She was actually a little flattered that Tang Wanquing would ask about her while eating. He adjusted the cuffs of his clothes. Are you in such a hurry to let me go? I'm afraid you'll be disappointed. I have the whole day to rely on you today. TSK, how lucky I am. As they were chatting, Lu Yanran called. Lu Yanqing took out her phone, took a look at it, and put it aside, letting it ring. Because she was close, she could also see the name on the caller ID. Yarki. I was really angry. I had endured it for a whole day, and now I didn't want to endure it anymore. Lu Yanran, Tang Wanqing's mind was full of this name. Lu Yanran was beautiful, Lu Yanran was likable, and both Lu Yanran and the elders of the Lu family spoiled her and liked her. But what about me? I was secretly married. Har har. I'm done eating. I'm leaving now. You can eat slowly. He simply ignored Lu Yanran's outstretched hand and walked straight towards the door. Lu Yanran threw their knife and fork on the table, and he was a little angry. What the hell is going on? Master, let's go to Qingshuyuan. Sitting in the car, she unconsciously mentioned Qingshuyuan. In Tang Wanqing's subconscious mind, Qingshuyuan was the only place where she could stay. She could not go back to the Tang family, and she did not want to go back to face the ridicule of that family. Thinking about it carefully, it seemed that this was really the only place she could go, and the only person she could rely on was Lu Yanran. When she was bullied or wronged, he was always the first one to appear. She really tried hard to regard him as her support and her only one. But reality slapped her hard in the face. He gave these not only to her, but also to Lu Yanran. What she has, Lu Yanran also has, and what she doesn't have, Lu Yanran can also have. If, when it comes to the time when one person has to intervene between the two of them, then there is nothing she can do but give up. After all, no one can give her the courage to prove her importance, and no one can give her the confidence to challenge Lu Yanran. She was cowardly and had low self-esteem, but more importantly, she really didn't want to experience the feeling of being abandoned again. That was a very bad feeling. Once was enough. In the restaurant, Lu Yanran did not leave, still sitting in his original position, eating the food that the two of them had not finished. The phone rang again and again, and the person on the other end seemed to be ready to keep calling if he didn't answer. Finally, I got tired of it and clicked the reject button. Lu Yanran gave Tang Wanquing some time to be alone. He went back to the company to handle official business and did not return until the evening. The car arrived downstairs. Lu Yanran sat in the car for a while, looking at the dark villa. He wanted to laugh. Whenever he came back, he could see a light left on for him. He had never mentioned this to Tang Wanquing, and Tang Wanquing also tacitly did not mention it. The light had never been turned off. He was happy. Both of them had experienced loneliness, and Tang Wanquing had made it a habit to leave a light on. But now, it's pitch black. After turning off the engine, he wanted to go back to the room to comfort the girl and show some love to her, but before he got out of the car, the phone rang. Can you please not come back tonight? I want to calm down. Chapter 20 Photographed. It's Tang Wanquing. Lu Yanran also had a temper. He had always been served by others since he was a child, and he had never been so submissive. Because she was the little girl he loved, liked, and loved, he could tolerate her infinitely. He knew that she hated him but still stuck to him, like a dog's skin plaster that could not be beaten or scolded away. But today is their wedding night, doesn't she care? Lu Yanran raised his eyes and looked in the direction of their bedroom, took out a lighter and lit a cigarette for himself. Lu Yanran smoked very fast and anxiously. The rearview mirror reflected his frown and the smoke he kept puffing out. His arm was on the windowsill, and the ashes fell to the ground with his fingers. Soon, many cigarette butts accumulated beside the car. Lu Yanran also realized that he smoked too much. No matter how much he smoked, no one would feel sorry for him. Why waste himself? He simply figured it out and put out the half-smoked cigarette between his fingers. He restarted the car and drove towards the bar. This woman needs to be disciplined and made to realize her own importance. Otherwise, if she uses this trick every time, his sexual life will be less happy. Lu Yanran hasn't been to places like bars for a long time. The young men in Beijing all think that he has turned over a new leaf and has a beautiful wife at home, so he doesn't bother to come to places like this anymore. So, when a young man saw Lu Yanran sitting at the bar drinking here today, he thought for a moment that he was drunk or blind. He rubbed his eyes hard and confirmed it. Damn, it really is Lu Yanran. There is a kind of person who is born with an aura and can attract people's attention wherever he goes. Obviously, Lu Yanran is such a person. Most of the women in the bar turned their attention to him, with hungry fire in their eyes. There are already quite a few women who came to chat with him. Hey, it's really Lu Yanran. There are endless young handsome men and beautiful women in the entertainment industry. In order to gain a foothold in the big divat of the entertainment industry, these little stars will either voluntarily or be forced by their agents to participate in such gatherings of young masters and serve them well. As long as they can hook up with one, they won't have to worry about not having roles. The one these little stars want to hook up with the most is probably Lu Yanran, who is famous for his fun in the Beijing circle. Recently, it was heard that he married a beautiful wife and became a good woman, which disappointed many people. Today, Linda met him, how could she miss it? Thinking about this, Linda took the initiative to step forward and walked towards Lu Yanran. The young men around him were blowing their whistles, waiting to watch the fun. Hey, Linda has fallen for Mr. Lu. Lu Yanran heard and noticed the noisy sound behind him, turned around, and watched the woman walk towards him step by step. Linda saw him staring at her, and she was a little excited inside, but she didn't know what Lu Yanran was thinking. TSK, just a rouge and powder. Just use it for what it is worth. Mr. Lu, are you alone? She stopped at the bar, half an arm's length away from Lu Yanran, and asked the bartender for a cocktail, which sounded a bit coquettish and a bit like playing hard to get. Lu Yanran picked up the goblet in his hand and symbolically nodded to the group of young men behind him. He glanced in Linda's direction. Rushed in. Linda also pretended to cooperate. Linda's agent was also sitting among the young men. I didn't expect that Linda was so lucky. She hooked up with a rich man the first time she came. She will definitely be on the headlines tomorrow. Director Zhang doesn't have to worry about the movie anymore. It's really killing two birds with one stone. Hurry up and contact the newspaper secretly, maybe you can get some money for such a big headline. Linda was taken away by Lu Yanran. The night is short. Master Lu, Linda will go take a shower first and will come to serve you later. After saying that, she walked to the bathroom very consciously. Lu Yanran ignored him and sat on the sofa, turning his mobile phone in his hand, and no one knew what he was thinking. The sound of the shower was soon heard in the bathroom, and mist soon filled the air. Whether intentional or unintentional, the bathroom door vaguely reflected the figure of a woman. Just right. With a click, Lu Yanran picked up his phone, took a picture of the chapter, and casually sent it to Tang Wanquing. Wife. I was in a hotel with a woman I didn't know. Who do you think she was? It's childish. I have to say it's really childish. How can people guess about someone you don't even know? What's more, the woman you are thinking about is asleep at this moment. Tang Wanqing's greatest strength is that she can fall asleep even if the sky falls. After waiting for a long time without any reply, Lu Yanran sank down on the sofa in frustration, glancing at the screen of his phone again and again, but there was no message coming in. He threw the phone onto the table as if to relieve his anger, making a loud noise. Coincidentally, this female star named Linda also came out of the shower, exposing most of her breasts. I don't know who she was seducing. Master, what's wrong? Why are you so angry? Before he could finish the last two words, he was frightened by Lu Yanran's sudden gaze. His face was tense, the atmosphere around him became several degrees colder, and his eyes were gloomy, staring straight at her. Linda was a little frightened and stood there in a daze, not daring to move. At this time, Lu Yanran spoke. You sleep here tonight, and don't tell anyone about this. You know exactly what to do, and you know what to say and what not to say. Someone should have taught you. Yes, Linda knows. Humph, it's good to know. He has seen too many similar things in the circle. They are all small stars who want to use the powerful young men to get to the top. He doesn't say anything, but it doesn't mean that he can use it for entertainment. It has always been others who have been used, and no one can use him. He casually threw down some money, picked up the phone on the table and left the room. As if giving a warning, the door slammed loudly, and Linda, who was standing in the room, was frightened. However, this incident was still reported in the newspaper the next day. Tang Wanqing was woken up by text messages early in the morning. There were messages of ridicule from Tang Wanquing and Lu Yanran, gossip from colleagues, and concern from friends. But the content was almost the same. Check the news, Lu Yanran is on the headlines. Master Lu will meet Miss Xing at night and spend a wonderful night together. What the hell? Okay, Lu Yanran, I told you not to go home, but I didn't tell you to go to another woman. Tang Wanqing was very angry. She quickly checked the messages with her fingers and finally found one from the real person. Wife. I was in a hotel with a woman I didn't know. Who do you think she was? There is another one from the real master's father. Nonsense, both of you get back to the old house right now. Tang Wanqing immediately went back into bed, kicking the quilt and pounding the bed, but it was not enough to relieve her hatred. This is over, it's a big mess. Chapter 21, A Slightly Confused Mind. The Bugatti turned and stopped arrogantly at the entrance of Lu's company. It was rush hour, so it attracted the attention of many employees. The employees all knew who the owner of the car was, and they gathered in groups of 2 or 3, whispering. Have you read today's newspaper? Our president is on the headlines again. I've seen it, it's explosive news. Who is that little star? Hey, I saw it too. You said that we hooked up with our president through that little celebrity. You ask me, who should I ask? Lu Yanran just walked out of the car at this time, with his chin lowered, his eyes deep and his tightly pursed lips suggesting that Lu Yanran was not happy at the moment. Obviously, he had heard the gossip of the employees just now. Lu Yanran stayed there for a while before walking into the company. After receiving the news that the president had arrived at the company, the special assistant also hurried to greet him. The two met at the front desk. President. Lu Yanran handed over the bag in his hand and walked quickly to the exclusive elevator, saying as he walked, Bring me a copy of this morning's Entertainment Weekly and put it on my desk. Yes. The assistant was also puzzled. The president never reads entertainment newspapers, so how come today's Financial Daily has become Entertainment Weekly? He was puzzled. Where can he get Entertainment Weekly? The girl at the front desk happened to hear their conversation and waved the newspaper in her hand to Assistant GAO with a mysterious look on her face. Assistant GAO, come here quickly. I have it here. As if he had discovered some great secret, Assistant GAO was attracted by the newspaper in her hand and leaned over to take a look. Big headline, Young Master Lu meets up with Miss Star and spends a wonderful night together. Assistant GAO realized that the matter was serious, so he took the newspaper and walked towards the president's office. The receptionist was still shouting behind him. Hey, Assistant GAO, don't tell the president that I gave it to you. President's office. With a bang, Lu Yanran threw the newspaper fiercely on the table. His face was ashen, his brows were tightly furrowed, his eyes were full of anger, and the air pressure around him became a little colder. Unexpectedly, the truth was revealed. Are you taking my words lightly? Which newspaper is calling me? Assistant GAO kept his head down and didn't say anything. After hearing the order, he nodded and left the office. After a while he came in again with the phone. President. Lu Yanran picked up the phone from his special assistant. He tapped the desk with the pen in his hand, and put the phone to his left ear with his other hand to answer the call. There were seductive voices on the other end of the line. Master Lu, President Lu, what instructions do you have? The editor-in-chief of the newspaper had roughly guessed what the matter was. It was nothing more than that today's newspaper had made people dissatisfied. However, the huge profits brought by the newspaper this morning forced him to pretend to be confused. Oh? Really? Don't talk nonsense to me. No one can get ahead of me. Today's newspaper must be withdrawn. He went straight to the point without giving the other party any official tone. He had to minimize the matter as much as possible. Otherwise, not only would it be difficult to explain to the old man, but Tang Wanquing would also have a big misunderstanding. He had finally come to this point with her, and he couldn't let any mistakes happen that would cause her to leave him. Yes. The editor-in-chief of the newspaper hung up the phone. The assistant beside him also heard it and asked his boss with a look of regret. Boss, are we really going to withdraw? We spent a lot of money to buy this information. You have to withdraw no matter how much money you have. Go and withdraw quickly. If you don't want to stay at home and rely on your parents for support, withdraw now. It's bad luck. But after all, it was a newspaper that had already been published, and the emergency withdrawal could stop the gossip. And Yi Changan, after seeing the newspaper, went to Tang Wanquing early and couldn't wait to ridicule him. Look, open your eyes and look at what good things your man has done. Yi Changan lay on the sofa in Tang Wanqing's house with a gloating look on his face, with an apple in his mouth frivolously. He looked as proud as he could be. Seeing Yi Changan showing off like that, Tang Wanquing became very curious and couldn't help but look at the newspaper on the table. Headline: Young Master Lu meets up with Miss Star and spends a wonderful night together. Alas, everyone has to report this news to me. Are they afraid that I don't know it? Yes, I saw it. Tang Wanquing looked back at Yi Changan calmly. The apple in Yi Changan's mouth fell down, with an incredible look on his face. Something happened, and this woman had nothing to say? No, this was too different from the reaction he expected. That's all. You don't have anything to say. No, he's looking for a woman outside, and you're not angry at all. For a long time, Tang Wanquing didn't speak. She held the teacup and blew. Her long eyelashes drooped, blocking her bright eyes, making it impossible to figure out what she was thinking at the moment. Yi Changan couldn't sit still. Although he often made her angry, he couldn't stand seeing Tang Wanquing like this. For a moment, he didn't know what to say. Yi Changan, I want to eat the sugar-roasted chestnuts from the shop on the north side of the street. Can you go buy them for me? Not to mention how far the store is from here, she usually likes to order me to buy desserts instead of sugar-roasted chestnuts. Yi Changan knew that she wanted to take this opportunity to get rid of him, but he still did it obediently. Well, give her some time, she will eventually figure it out. Lu Yanran is not suitable for her at all. Tang Wanquing walked to the window and watched Yi Changan drive away. She had never been clear about what kind of relationship she had with Yi Changan. They were not like friends. She had once been irritated by Yi Changan and wanted to stop talking to him forever, but in the end, they would slowly reconcile, and then become worse again, a vicious cycle. But it must be said that Yi Changan was the one with the best tacit understanding and the most trustworthy. He knew that she wanted to be quiet, so he stopped disturbing her. And what about Lu Yanran? They just registered yesterday and were nominally married. Logically, he should be the person closest to me and the one I could rely on the most. But the reality was so bloody in front of me. Wasn't Lu Yarki enough? She had always said that I was the most important person to him. Was it just talk? Every time she wanted to rely on Lu Yanran, reality always forced her to be independent. She felt a little tired and began to think, in Lu Yanran's heart, was Lu Yarki the only one who was different, and she was no different from those little stars out there? If so, was her decision wrong? Should she not get married? I lowered my head and took a sip of the tea in the cup. It was so bitter. It was the same tea, but it tasted different from usual. There was a little pain in my heart. Lu Yanran, tell me, what should I do with you? Chapter 23. Agree to the invitation. When she walked outside, the scorching sun could not calm Tang Wanquing down, but made her even more irritable. Tang Wanqing was strolling impatiently on the street under the scorching sun. When she saw a milk tea shop nearby, she walked in. The depressed mood, the hot weather, and Lu Yanran's lack of explanation made Tang Wanqing feel deeply depressed. "Boss, give me a cup of milk tea," Tang Wanqing said to the busy boss, a little depressed. "Okay, do you want pure milk or milk with coconut but no pearls, or pearls but no coconut, or both?" The milk tea shop owner stopped what he was doing, turned around, smiled in his standard way and asked Tang Wanqing. "Then add them all." Faced with the boss's good attitude, Tang Wanqing couldn't help but improve her attitude as well. "Okay, then you go find a seat and wait for a while, the milk tea will be here soon," the milk tea shop owner said to Tang Wanqing and turned around to make milk tea. Tang Wanqing chose a great seat by the window, took out her cell phone, and found it was turned off. Tang Wanqing turned on her cell phone and found that there was no missed call or text message, and she couldn't help feeling discouraged. "I thought to myself, Lu Yanran, you are not going to explain this to me? Is this really how you treat me?" Tang Wanqing was looking out the window alone. The huge crowds of people below made her seem even more lonely. One's own world was so lonely and so inaccessible. "Miss, please enjoy your milk tea." The waiter put down the milk tea and went downstairs. "Okay, thank you." Tang Wanqing couldn't help but feel a little better while drinking milk tea. Tang Wanqing was in such a good mood without thinking about other things, and she had no worries about other things. "I turned on my phone, locked the screen and unlocked it, and checked to see if my data was on and if my signal was full. I was afraid of missing Lu Yanran's call and text message, and missing Lu Yanran's explanation. However, Tang Wanqing checked repeatedly many times and everything was fine." Even without Lu Yanran's explanation, Tang Wanqing also understood Lu Yanran's attitude. Xu Changan secretly followed Tang Wanqing from behind. He saw everything Tang Wanqing did. Seeing Tang Wanqing like this, Xu Changan was helpless. Xu Changan knew that Tang Wanqing loved Lu Yanran in her heart, and he knew that Tang Wanqing was worried about Lu Yanran's scandal in the morning. Xu Changan understood that Tang Wanqing was very upset at this time, and Xu Changan really wanted to go over to comfort Tang Wanqing, but Xu Changan knew that if he went over, it would only add to Tang Wanqing's troubles. Xu Changan decided to quietly guard Tang Wanqing outside the window. Xu Changan had been bullied since he was a child, and Tang Wanqing had always protected him. This time, Xu Changan decided to accompany Tang Wanqing silently. Tang Wanqing had already drunk more than half of the milk tea, and finally couldn't help but open WeChat, full of anticipation. Tang Wanqing opened WeChat with great anticipation, but there was no new message in the list except the message from Tencent. She couldn't help but feel depressed. "I kept refreshing, but no new messages appeared." Tang Wanqing thought to herself, "It seems that Lu Yanran really intends not to explain it. Maybe this is true, so Lu Yanran is silent. It's really ironic that the person who said he only loved me all his life is now having an ambiguous relationship with someone else, and it's even reported in the newspaper. This is really ironic." Lu Yanran didn't know that Tang Wanqing had begun to doubt his sincerity, and he was too embarrassed to explain himself. Lu Yanran felt that this Cold War was supposed to be a Cold War, and he was still too proud to break the Cold War situation and wanted to let the situation develop in this way. In fact, Lu Yanran just wanted Tang Wanqing to take the initiative to call and ask Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran waited for Tang Wanqing's questioning call for so long, but to no avail. Without waiting, Lu Yanran wondered if he had solved the problem too quickly, and that was why Tang Wanqing didn't see the news. Tang Wanqing was still staying in the milk tea shop. Xu Changan was quietly watching Tang Wanqing from behind. The air was very quiet. Suddenly, Tang Wanqing's WeChat rang, and Tang Wanqing's thoughts were drawn back to reality. She thought it was the message from Lu Yanran that she had been expecting. She opened her phone with joy, but felt disappointed when she saw the sender of the message. The greater the expectation, the greater the disappointment, which was particularly suitable for Tang Wanqing's current mood. Tang Wanqing really had no way to resist Lu Yanran. That's why Tang Wanqing's mood is now affected by Lu Yanran. She has been depressed for so long because of Lu Yanran's lack of explanation, and she has been angry for so long because of Lu Yanran's attitude of going into a Cold War if he doesn't call her. Out of politeness, Tang Wanqing replied to Zheng Kaiyang, who sent her a message. Zheng Kaiyang was a friend she met on WeChat Moments and was said to be a rich second generation with nothing to do. "Wanqing, what are you doing?" asked the servant Zheng Kaiyang. "I'm drinking milk tea." Tang Wanquing replied truthfully. Alone. Zheng Kaiyan had some thoughts in his mind. Yeah. Alone. Tang Wanquing didn't know what Zheng Kaiyan wanted to do, but she replied truthfully. Are you bored? Are you alone? Are you grateful to me for entertaining you now? Zheng Kaiyan said in a ruffian tone. I'm not bored, I don't need you to entertain me. Tang Wanquing replied to the ruffian Zheng Kaiyan in a very impolite tone. Why are you like this? I came here to chat with you and relieve your boredom. Can't you be nicer to me? Zheng Kaiyan pretended to be hurt. Zheng Kaiyan, do you know? My mother doesn't allow me to play with people who like to show off. Tang Wanquing couldn't help but use internet slang to criticize this ruffian Zheng Kaiyan. Tang Wanquing, I'm heartbroken by your look. Zheng Kaiyan couldn't help but use internet slang to respond to Tang Wanquing when she saw her look. Zheng Kaiyan, we look so boring, can't we think like adults? Tang Wanquing couldn't stand this kind of chat mode. Tang Wanquing, are you free tonight? Zheng Kaiyan suddenly changed the subject and asked this question. Yes. Tang Wanquing didn't know what Zheng Kaiyan wanted to do, so she answered the question without thinking. Then can I invite you to have dinner together? Zheng Kaiyan pointed out the purpose of looking for Tang Wanquing this time. When Tang Wanquing saw this, she hesitated for a moment, and typed back and forth on the screen, typing and deleting and typing again, but she just didn't send it. Zheng Kaiyan didn't wait for Tang Wanqing's reply. Thinking that Tang Wanquing had refused, he sent a message, let's have dinner together, don't refuse. Tang Wanquing was a little shaken when she saw the message from Zheng Kaiyan. Thinking of Lu Yanran's scandal today, Tang Wanquing no longer hesitated and accepted Zheng Kaiyan's invitation. Chapter 24 Send You Home. Tang Wanquing, who had agreed to have dinner with Zheng Kaiyan, stared blankly at the people coming and going outside the window, feeling a little disappointed. Tang Wanquing, who was immersed in her own world, was suddenly startled by the ringing of her cell phone. When she reacted, it was her own cell phone ringing. She was delighted and couldn't wait to pick up the phone on the table. When she looked at the caller ID, she felt like a basin of cold water was poured on her head, and the smile on her face immediately collapsed. Tang Wanquing took a deep breath and forced herself to smile. She pressed the answer button and put the phone to her ear. Hello, Tang Wanquing uttered a word slowly and softly. Wanquing, I'll pick you up this afternoon. Give me your address. Tang Wanquing heard Zheng Kaiyan's words, looked around her, thought for a moment, and said to the phone, you don't have to pick me up. Just send me the address and I'll go by myself. Zheng Kaiyan on the other end of the phone heard her words and opened his mouth to say something, but after thinking about it, he still didn't say it, so he had no choice but to say, okay, I'll send you the address later, remember to check it. Good. Tang Wanquing hung up the phone and stared at it in a daze. She felt a little angry that Lu Yanran was too lazy to even make a phone call herself. In fact, she agreed to have dinner with Zheng Kaiyan for Lu Yanran. She just wanted to see if she didn't have to rely on her. Tang Wanqing's phone in her cell phone vibrated. She looked down at her phone and found that it was a text message. Tang Wanquing remembered that Zheng Kaiyan wanted to send her the address, so she opened her phone, clicked on the text message and took a look. Tang Wanquing looked at the time and saw that it was still early for the agreed time, so she was not in a hurry and continued to sit in the milk tea shop. The people in the milk tea shop came and went several times, and only Tang Wanqing stayed at her seat. The waiters in the shop looked at Tang Wanquing, but they couldn't drive her out. Even when they passed by Tang Wanquing, they didn't give her a good look. Tang Wanquing sat in the milk tea shop for several hours as if nothing had happened. She knew that the waiter was not happy with her, but she didn't take it seriously. Seeing that it was getting late, Tang Wanquing stood up, picked up her bag, and went to pay. She walked to the front desk and said, "How much is the total?" The cashier looked up and saw that it was Tang Wanquing, and said in a very bad tone, "A total of 102. Tang Wanquing raised her tone, raised her eyebrows, took out 103 from her bag and handed it to the cashier, saying, "The extra $1 is for your etiquette tuition," and then turned and walked out of the milk tea shop. The cashier behind her was stunned when he heard her words, and finally reacted and immediately stood up with a red face, looking at the person walking towards the door. Tang Wanquing walked out of the milk tea shop, a sly gleam flashed in her eyes and the corners of her mouth curled up slightly. Tang Wanquing walked to the side of the road, stretched out her hand and waved. A taxi stopped in front of her. Tang Wanquing opened the door and got in. She told the taxi driver the location and said nothing more. She looked quietly at the high-rise buildings flashing outside the window. She felt inexplicably uncomfortable in her heart. She suddenly thought of her own life and Lu Yanran. A trace of pain flashed in her eyes. The car arrived in a few minutes. Tang Wanquing gave the taxi driver the fare, got off the car, and stood in front of a Western restaurant. She looked up at the sign outside the restaurant and walked in. Zheng Kaiyang was very happy to see Tang Wanquing agreed to have dinner with him. He sat in the restaurant and kept looking at the door. Suddenly, someone pushed the door open and came in. Zheng Kaiyang looked at the door, saw who it was, stood up from his seat, waved at the door, and said, "Wanquing, here." Tang Wanquing heard someone calling her. She looked in the direction of the voice, and when she saw who was calling her, she smiled and walked over. Zheng Kaiyang looked at the person who was walking towards him, saw the warm smile on his face, and pulled out a chair for her like a gentleman. Tang Wanquing looked at him with a smile and said, "Thank you." They sat down, called the waiter, and started to order. Tang Wanquing looked at the man who was talking to the waiter. He was warm and sunny, and gentlemanly to everyone. He should be the perfect lover in the eyes of all girls. Zheng Kaiyang turned his head to look at Tang Wanquing and found that he had been looking at him. A smile appeared on the corner of his mouth and he said to her, "Wanquing, am I good looking?" Tang Wanquing was stunned when she heard his words and her face turned slightly red. Zheng Kaiyang looked at her, smiled, stopped teasing her, and said to her, "What do you want to eat?" When Tang Wanquing heard what he said, she turned to look at the waiter and said to her, "Give me a medium rare steak and a glass of juice, thank you." The meals they ordered were served soon after. The two of them ate and chatted casually. Tang Wanquing looked at Zheng Kaiyang and kept thinking about his good points, but Lu Yanran's face kept appearing in her mind. She felt annoyed. She looked at the steak on the plate and felt angry. She cut the beef on the plate hard and took out her anger on the food. Zheng Kaiyang, who was sitting opposite her, looked up at her and found that something was wrong with her mood. He gently asked the person opposite her, "Wanquing, are you worried about something?" When Tang Wanquing heard his words, she reacted, looked up at him and shook her head. Seeing that she was unwilling to talk, Zheng Kaiyang did not continue asking. However, he wanted to cheer up the person on the other side, so he kept finding topics to chat with her. As Tang Wanquing chatted with him, her mood gradually improved, and the atmosphere between the two became more and more harmonious. Zheng Kaiyang looked at Tang Wanquing, who was smiling opposite him, was slightly stunned, and couldn't help but said, "You look very beautiful when you smile." Tang Wanquing was stunned when she heard her words. She looked at him and smiled awkwardly, picked up the juice on the table and took a sip. Zheng Kaiyang looked at her, then realized what was happening and felt a little annoyed. Zheng Kaiyang looked at the somewhat awkward atmosphere between the two. Zheng Kaiyang and Tang Wanquing chatted about trivial matters, trying to break the awkwardness. Tang Wanquing finished the last bite, leaned back in her chair contentedly, and said to Zheng Kaiyang, "Thank you, I enjoyed my meal very much." Zheng Kaiyang smiled and said, "As long as you are happy." After they paid the bill, they walked out. Zheng Kaiyang raised his hand to check the time, and said to Tang Wanquing, "It's time, I'll take you home." Tang Wanquing heard his words and waved her hand and said, "No need, I'll just take a taxi back." "No, you're a girl, it's not safe for you to be alone, I'd better take you back." Seeing his tone that did not allow for negotiation, Tang Wanquing had no choice but to agree. Zheng Kaiyang brought her to the front of the car and opened the door for her. Tang Wanquing looked at him helplessly and got in. Chapter 25 Where to Go. After Zheng Kaiyang sent Tang Wanquing away, Tang Wanquing stood at the door of her house, turned around, thanked Zheng Kaiyang, opened the door and went in. Zheng Kaiyang stood at the door and watched Tang Wanquing walk into their house. He turned and left only when he saw the lights in the living room come on. Tang Wanquing stood alone in the huge house, not knowing what Lu Yanran was doing at the moment. The men's slippers at the door had not moved from the time he left the house until now, so Lu Yanran must not have come back yet. Thinking of the news again, she felt a little complicated. Standing in the living room, the bits and pieces of the past few days always felt like they happened just yesterday, the way Lu Yanran ate, flipped through the newspaper, and drank pure coffee. "I didn't expect that I would have so many memories after not seeing each other for just a few days." Tang Wanquing took a deep breath and told herself that she was thinking too much. Maybe she was too tired these days. If that was the case, she might as well go to bed early today. Then she went into the bathroom to wash herself. After changing into pajamas, she came out and looked at herself in the floor-length mirror. She paused while brushing her hair. Her hair was a little messy from the moisture, and her skin was stained with a layer of red just after coming out of the bathroom. Tang Wanquing wondered what Lu Yanran saw in her. Ding ling ling. The ringing of the cell phone interrupted Tang Wanqing's thoughts. She picked up the phone and found it was a text message from Jin Kaiyang. I suddenly remembered that I wanted to ask you today, did you have fun today? Very well, thank you. What's the big deal? I also want to thank you. I've been a little tired lately and I was wondering who can spend time with me. Jin Kaiyang grinned and looked at the text message on the screen. Tang Wanqing looked at the information on WeChat. Apart from Lu Yanran, it seemed that she really had no other friends. She was bored and sad, and there was no one to talk to. Thinking of this, Tang Wanqing sat quietly on the bed. Water droplets had already fallen from her wet hair, dripping onto her clothes and the bed, but she didn't feel anything. Wanqing, are you still there? After waiting for a long time without receiving a reply, Jin Kaiyang sent another text message. Yes, I just went out for a while and forgot to bring my phone with me. After calming down, Tang Wanqing continued chatting with Jin Kaiyang. By the way, I found a very interesting place. Do you have time tomorrow? Do you want to go and have a look? I don't have time tomorrow, but I have time the day after tomorrow. Tang Wanqing took a look at the house. A house of several hundred square meters was still too big. She might not be able to bear it alone. Moreover, it was uncertain whether Lu Yanran would come back in the near future. Why should she stay here like a canary in captivity? Thinking of this, Tang Wanqing agreed to Jin Kaiyang's suggestion. Okay, then let's make an appointment for the day after tomorrow. I'll wait for you at your doorstep at 8 o'clock the day after tomorrow morning. Jin Kaiyang received Tang Wanqing's consent to go out for the trip, and excitedly confirmed the time with her. You don't have to come and pick me up, we can just make an appointment to meet outside. Thinking that Jin Kaiyang was so far away from her, and this was Lu Yanran's house after all, it was not a good idea to let others come here. Oh, I'll listen to you. Let's make it at this time today, and at the same coffee shop. Jin Kaiyang sent a text message to Tang Wanqing to confirm the time. Okay, let's meet there then. I thought I would be sad tonight, but I chatted with Jin Kaiyang for almost an hour. The wooden alarm clock on the bedside table pointed to 10:46. Tang Wanqing looked at the sky, which was already dark. It seemed that Lu Yanran would not come back today. After drying her hair, Tang Wanqing lay down in her seat, looking at the empty pillow beside her. She said silently, Lu Yanran, good night, and closed her eyes. The next day, Tang Wanqing opened her eyes, and sure enough, there was still no one on the pillow beside the bed. After thinking for a long time, Tang Wanqing got up from the bed, changed her clothes, tidied the room, and made breakfast for herself. No matter what, taking care of yourself is the most important thing. Tang Wanqing went to the door to get the newspaper, opened the financial section and placed it on Lu Yanran's seat, then sat in her own seat and ate a simple millet porridge. After eating 2 mouthfuls, he suddenly stood up, picked up the newspaper with the financial section, and read it while drinking porridge. Originally, he didn't want to read these boring data information at all, but today he found that it was no different from other newspapers. If someone who knew Lu Yanran looked at Tang Wanqing at this moment, they would be surprised, because Tang Wanqing's expression, whether it was frowning while reading a newspaper, was somewhat similar to Lu Yanran's. There is an old saying that goes, if you stay with someone for a long time, you will gradually become like that person. After finishing what she needed to do, Tang Wanqing sat on the sofa, holding the remote control in her hand, pressing it one by one. She looked like she was watching the show very seriously, but the quickly flashing images on the TV indicated that her owner was absent-minded. In 10 minutes, Tang Wanqing looked at the time no less than 20 times. Suddenly, as if she had thought of something, she rushed into the bedroom, holding a calendar with a circle on tomorrow's date. Tang Wanqing touched the red circle and murmured, "It turns out that it's not my illusion, tomorrow is." The light voice made it difficult to hear what she said afterwards. It seems that at that time, Tang Wanqing felt that she had found something to do and was running around the house. Tang Wanqing worked until the evening, then she closed the door of the warehouse and slowly left. After feeding herself, she began to prepare for tomorrow's date. In order not to keep the other party waiting for a long time, Tang Wanqing got up early and put on a rare exquisite makeup, with light willow-shaped eyebrows, slender eyes and eyeliner, which made her eyes look more beautiful. Her straight nose was more than delicate, and her lip color was slightly pure. Obviously, purity and charm are two feelings that are difficult to blend, but on Tang Wanquing, they are best combined. After packing up and preparing to leave, I heard the sound of the door unlocking. I stood blankly at the door, looking at Lu Yanran, who hadn't come back for a long time, and suddenly I didn't know what to say. Lu Yanran had not expected to see such a scene when he opened the door. Tang Wanquing had never liked to wear makeup when she was around him. But now she was fully dressed, looking like she was going out, obviously preparing to go out. Who are you going to meet dressed like this? When this thought came to his mind, Lu Yanran was obviously a little angry. It seemed that Tang Wanquing was still enjoying herself during the 2 days when he was away. Was he so unimportant to him? Tang Wanquing had been holding back her anger for the past few days, and when she saw the person who made her angry come back, she wanted to let her know that she was not someone who could be manipulated by others, so she wanted to push the door open and leave. When she passed by Lu Yanran, her hand was grabbed, and when she turned around, she saw that delicate but angry face. Chapter 26, Friendship Deepens. Tang Wanquing, where are you going? Lu Yanran looked at Tang Wanquing with an expression of exasperation, and even spoke with his back teeth gritted, wishing he could strangle Tang Wanquing to death, and his tone was extremely bad. Tang Wanquing remained silent and looked at Lu Yanran. She didn't know why he was angry. It was she who was on the entertainment headlines with others, and it was also him who ignored her for several days. Now the first thing he did when he got home was to ask her where she was going. He looked angry. Tang Wanquing felt that Lu Yanran was simply inexplicable and looked at him angrily. After looking at him for a while, she felt that it was too stupid for the two of them to stand at the door like this, so she turned around and prepared to leave. Her action made Lu Yanran even angrier. He reached out and grabbed Tang Wanqing's wrist to stop her from turning around. He used a lot of force and Tang Wanquing groaned in pain. Lu Yanran noticed it, but when he thought of Tang Wanqing's previous behavior, he hardened his heart and did not let go. Tang Wanquing shook her arms vigorously twice to try to shake off Lu Yanran's hand, but Lu Yanran noticed her intention and put a little more strength on his hands, making it even more difficult for Tang Wanquing to break free. Lu Yanran watched Tang Wanquing struggle to break free and leave, staring at her with anger flaring out of his eyes. Is it so difficult to just tell us where to go? When Tang Wanquing heard Lu Yanran's words, she raised her eyes and looked directly at Lu Yanran. The light in her eyes frightened Lu Yanran. Tang Wanqing's cold laugh suddenly rang out in the silent room, followed by her calm voice. Lu Yanran, what qualifications do you have to control me? It was you who had the scandal, and it was you who left me alone for so long without any explanation. What, now that you remember that you have a wife, you start checking up on me? I'm telling you, Lu Yanran, it's too late. I can go wherever I want, and it has nothing to do with you. Although Tang Wanqing's tone was calm, there was a hint of resentment in her, and there was obvious anger in her eyes. When Lu Yanran heard her words, he never thought that Tang Wanqing thought of him in this way. He dejectedly let go of the hand that was restraining Tang Wanqing and looked at the ground without saying a word. Tang Wanqing saw Lu Yanran let go of her hand and walked out without even looking at Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran raised his eyes and looked at Tang Wanqing's back as she left. The two hands at his sides unconsciously clenched into fists. On the other side, Tang Wanqing walked out of the villa gate, kicking stones on the road angrily as she walked. Although she was angry at Lu Yanran's behavior, she felt that what she had just said was a bit harsh. Although the two did not get married because of love, now that they are married, they should be aware of mutual tolerance. Besides, when has Lu Yanran ever been said like this before? I am probably the first person who dares to say this to him. Tang Wanqing suddenly felt a little angry at her own impulsiveness. She raised her hand and hit herself on the head, cursing inwardly, "You have a bad temper, don't you know how to control yourself?" That being said, if Tang Wanqing were asked to go back and apologize to Lu Yanran and admit that she had said something harsh, that would be absolutely impossible. If nothing else, her self-esteem wouldn't allow her to do that. Tang Wanqing pursed her lips and looked back at the road she had walked. It was empty, with no one passing by. Looking back, I felt that I was really stupid and my idea was just out of control. How could he come out to chase me now after what he said just now? She sighed heavily, picked up her phone and took a look. She had just left home early, so even though they had just had a fight, it was still early and there was still a long time before the time she and Jin Kaiyarn had agreed to meet. Tang Wanqing put the phone back in her pocket, turned around, hailed a car, and went to the place she had agreed to meet with Jin Kaiyarn. Jin Kaiyarn had been waiting at the agreed place for a while. He had been looking forward to this date for a long time, and today he arrived at the agreed place early to wait. When Tang Wanqing arrived, she saw Zheng Kaiyang waiting anxiously and looking at his watch. Zheng Kaiyang saw Tang Wanqing from a distance and rushed over to her. Seeing that Tang Wanqing's face was slightly cold, he subconsciously asked, "What's wrong with Wanqing? What happened?" Tang Wanqing didn't want to say anything, so she shook her head gently and pretended to be relaxed. "Nothing." Zheng Kaiyang didn't quite believe it. He carefully observed Tang Wanqing's expression and made sure that there was nothing serious. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief. Tang Wanqing felt a little uncomfortable under Zheng Kaiyang's scrutiny. She forced a smile and walked forward first. "Let's go. I'm hungry." Zheng Kaiyang saw Tang Wanqing leaving and quickly took 2 steps to catch up with her. "It just so happens that I know a good restaurant." Tang Wanqing looked at the large table of food in front of her and showed a helpless look. "There are only 2 of us, we can't eat so much." Zheng Kaiyang didn't care at all. He took Tang Wanqing's bowl and poured her a bowl of soup. "It's okay. These are the signature dishes here. It's your first time here, so you should try them all." Zheng Kaiyang had said this and Tang Wanqing couldn't say anything to refuse. She picked up the chopsticks and took a bite. Perhaps she didn't expect it to be so delicious, and a satisfied smile appeared in the corners of her eyes and eyebrows. Zheng Kaiyang looked at Tang Wanqing and smiled with satisfaction, as if she was as happy as he was eating it himself. Eat quickly, we will go shopping later." Half an hour later. Tang Wanqing looked at Zheng Kaiyang, who was carrying a bunch of bags for her, and reached out to help him share some of the weight. Zheng Kaiyang noticed and dodged. "How can you let a girl carry things?" As he was talking, he took Tang Wanqing into another store. He put the bag on the chair and started picking clothes for Tang Wanqing. The 2 of them talked and laughed from time to time. The salesperson had never seen such a pair of man and woman before. It didn't look like they were a couple. The way they interacted was more like best friends than a couple. "Best friend?" The salesperson shuddered. The salesperson over there was still speculating about the relationship between the 2 people, while the 2 parties on the other side knew nothing and were still talking and laughing. The 2 of them played from day to night before Zheng Kaiyang sent Tang Wanqing home. Before getting off the car, he made an appointment for next time, and Tang Wanqing agreed without hesitation. Night. Tang Wanqing tossed and turned in bed, unable to sleep. He stared at the ceiling, and his mind unconsciously echoed what Zheng Kaiyang had said to him during lunch. She originally thought that Zheng Kaiyang was a young master who was born with a silver spoon in his mouth, but she didn't expect that, apart from having a more legitimate identity than herself, he was not much better than herself in other aspects. Tang Wanqing had never thought that there was such a story behind Zheng Kaiyang's usual frivolous behavior, and she couldn't help feeling a little distressed. Besides that, she also felt a little sad that she was in the same boat with him. Tang Wanqing didn't expect Zheng Kaiyang to tell her all this. Such private matters shouldn't be told to someone she didn't have much of a close relationship with. Thinking of this, Tang Wanqing became closer to Zheng Kaiyang and decided to include Zheng Kaiyang in her circle of good friends. Chapter 27: Hatred in the Heart. Lu Yanran sat at home with a notebook in his hand, reading the news, but his eyes looked towards the door from time to time. The calmness in his heart now became a little uneasy. After a long time, Tang Wanqing, who had just gone shopping and eating with Zheng Kaiyang, came back. When she opened the door, she looked down and found Lu Yanran's shoes at the entrance when she changed her shoes. After changing her shoes, she looked up and saw that Lu Yanran did not go out but was reading a notebook. But Tang Wanqing did not want to pay attention to him, so she went straight to the room. "Stop. Go mop the floor." Lu Yanran's indifferent voice came from the sofa in the living room to Tang Wanqing's ears. Tang Wanqing changed her walking direction from going back to the room to going to the bathroom. Although she knew that Lu Yanran was deliberately looking for trouble, she thought angrily in her heart, "Just delay it, I just want to make sure you can't vent your anger." Tang Wanqing came out of the bathroom with a mop and started mopping the floor. As she mopped, the mop reached Lu Yanran's feet. Tang Wanqing didn't want to talk to Lu Yanran, so she wanted to use the mop to signal Lu Yanran to move his feet away. Before the mop touched Lu Yanran's feet, Lu Yanran seemed to know but silently moved his feet away without saying anything. After Tang Wanqing mopped the floor, she went to the kitchen to cook. When the meal was ready, she hadn't left the kitchen yet. The doorbell rang. Tang Wanqing was confused as to who came at this time. When she came out and saw that Lu Yanran had no intention of opening the door, she had no choice but to go over and open it. As soon as the door opened, Tang Wanqing looked around at the delivery guy outside, wondering why someone suddenly delivered food. She remembered that she didn't order any food. She said to the delivery guy, "I'm sorry, we don't seem to have ordered any food. Did you deliver the wrong food?" The delivery man took a step back, looked at the house number and said to Tang Wanqing, "Hello, the address is correct. This is the takeaway for one person ordered by Mr. Lu Yanran." He handed the takeaway to Tang Wanqing. Tang Wanqing heard that Lu Yanran knew that she was cooking but still preferred to order takeout instead of eating the meal she cooked. Tang Wanqing saw that Lu Yanran was sitting calmly looking at his notebook, as if he couldn't hear her. Tang Wanqing took the takeaway and walked to Lu Yanran, put it down heavily and glared at Lu Yanran, then went back to the kitchen and muttered, "You have food but you order takeaway instead, hum." Lu Yanran sat on the sofa and knew Tang Wanqing glared at him. He couldn't help but sneer in his heart. He ordered takeout just to piss off Tang Wanqing. Lu Yanran didn't want to eat at all. When he saw her go into the kitchen, he swept the takeout on the table and threw it into the trash can. After a long time, when it was almost time to go to bed, they returned to the room. At this time, Lu Yanran walked into the bedroom without saying anything. Under Tang Wanqing's sight, he took the pillow and quilt to sleep in the guest room. Tang Wanqing became more and more sullen, and comforted herself, "If you sleep in the guest room, don't come over next time." The Cold War between Tang Wanqing and Lu Yanran has not ended yet and is still going on. Tang Wanqing was lying on the bed when her phone beeped and turned on the screen. Zheng Kaiyarn sent a WeChat message saying, "Wanqing, are you asleep?" "Not yet. I can't sleep and I'm in a bad mood." Tang Wanqing sent it, and Zheng Kaiyarn started a video chat with Tang Wanqing on WeChat. Tang Wanqing pressed the agree button, and Zheng Kaiyarn's face suddenly appeared on the phone screen. He greeted Tang Wanqing, "Hi, Wanqing, why are you in a bad mood?" Tang Wanqing saw Zheng Kaiyarn and felt like she had found someone to confide in. She said, "It's still that Lu Yanran. He obviously hasn't been home for many days. When he came home and saw me go out for a while, he dared to question me. I just said a few words to him and he gave me the cold shoulder. He thinks he's really an ice cube. I would have been frozen to death in front of him." Zheng Kaiyarn discovered that every time Tang Wanqing spoke, she would unconsciously mention Lu Yanran, and every sentence she said was bad about Lu Yanran. However, in her heart, there was obviously a place for Lu Yanran, but Tang Wanqing herself was completely unaware of it. So Zheng Kaiyarn didn't point it out and said to Tang Wanqing with his usual smile, "Wanqing, Lu Yanran is just aloof. He asked you because he was worried about you. Otherwise, someone as cold as him wouldn't pay attention to you. Lu Yanran would naturally be angry with you, so don't take it too seriously." Tang Wanqing said, "How could Lu Yanran be worried about me? I just said a few words to him and he turned his face cold towards me. A person like Lu Yanran has probably never expressed his concern to anyone, not to mention being talked back to so harshly by you. He, Lu Yanran, will definitely be angry." Zheng Kaiyarn advised Tang Wanqing. After listening to Zheng Kaiyarn's words, Tang Wanqing remembered that she had indeed been a little unfriendly in her words to Lu Yanran, but she didn't know what happened at the time. When she remembered that Lu Yanran had come back after many days, her anger was inexplicably ignited. She said to Zheng Kaiyarn awkwardly, "Anyway, I don't care. If Lu Yanran doesn't bow to me first, I won't bow to him. This is a matter of principle." Zheng Kaiyarn knew that Tang Wanqing would just be too proud to apologize to Lu Yanran, so he changed the subject and said, "By the way, your father is Tang Jinlin. How could he have the heart to marry you to someone you don't like? This is a matter of your life." When Tang Wanqing saw Zheng Kaiyarn mention Tang Jinlin, she said angrily, "He, Tang Jinlin, is not worthy of being my father. Because I am an illegitimate daughter, he thinks I am easy to bully. If I could do it again, I would never be his daughter. For the sake of profit, he threatened me with my mother and forced me to marry Lu Yanran, who doesn't love me and I don't love him either." Tang Wanqing didn't want to talk about her unbearable things and hatred towards Tang Jinlin in front of anyone for some reason, but now when facing Zheng Kaiyarn, she wanted to tell him everything. Zheng Kaiyarn was like a close friend to Tang Wanqing, and he could tell her the secrets in his heart without reservation. Zheng Kaiyarn asked Tang Wanqing, "Have you thought of any perfect way to deal with him? You can't just listen to Tang Jinlin's words and be threatened and coerced by him for the rest of your life." Tang Wanqing on the other side of the video said with a smile as she thought of Tang Jinlin, "Of course I won't let this go. If my mother wasn't in his hands, I wouldn't be easily ordered around by him. It's not that there is no way to deal with him. Of course there is. It's just a matter of time. Zheng Kaiyarn asked Tang Wanqing in confusion, what solution did you come up with? If I want to deal with Tang Jinlin, I have to ensure my mother's safety first. He forced me to marry Lu Yanran just for the sake of profit. In this case, I will make him lose more than he gains and let him lose to the interests. I want to take action in 2 days. Tang Wanqing said with a hateful expression. Zheng Kaiyarn felt sorry for Tang Wanqing the most when he saw her like this. He comforted her and said, people like him will get their comeuppance sooner or later. It's not okay to only see the benefits. Chapter 28 Somewhat happy. Tang Wanqing's mind flashed with Lu Yanran's face. I must work hard to improve myself so that I can be worthy of Lu Yanran one day. Tang Wanqing made a great determination. Even if her life experience was so disgraceful, Lu Yanran wanted to marry her. What reason did Tang Wanqing have not to work hard? Zheng Kaiyarn was stunned, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth, but there was an indescribable bitterness in his mouth. Then you'll have to endure a lot of hardships. The Lu family is a well-known wealthy family in our city. There are countless people who want to climb into Lu Yanran's bed. Zheng Kaiyarn finds it hard to imagine how Tang Wanqing can stand out. Tang Wanqing listened to Zheng Kaiyarn's words and shook her head. I'm not afraid of hardship. I just want to be a woman worthy of him. Zheng Kaiyarn looked at Tang Wanqing with deep eyes. He knew that Tang Wanqing was a very strong and stubborn person, so he could only support her silently from behind. He is such a dazzling person, but I have a blemish on my life. I really want to make myself stronger. Tang Wanqing was very sure that she could do it, as if as long as she took a step forward, she would be able to see the dawn of victory. Zheng Kaiyarn listened quietly. The only thing he could do for Tang Wanqing at this moment was to be a loyal listener. I think one day when he announces to others that I am his wife, he will have a proud expression on his face. Tang Wanqing curled the corners of her mouth. She couldn't help but feel happy when she thought of that day, although she knew that day was still very far away. Zheng Kaiyarn felt upset. He felt sorry for the strong woman in front of him. It is said that only women who know how to act coquettishly and weakly will be loved by others, but this woman just wants to be strong. Zheng Kaiyarn knew that Tang Wanqing didn't want to be looked down upon by others, nor did she want to live her life according to others' wishes. When Tang Wanqing saw Zheng Kaiyarn staring at her, she realized that she had been complaining to Zheng Kaiyarn for quite a while. I'm sorry. I'm sorry for making you listen to my stories for so long. Tang Wanqing said embarrassedly. Zheng Kaiyarn said immediately. Why do you have to apologize to me? I'm very happy that you can tell me so much, which proves that I am a good friend of yours. I don't mind at all. Tang Wanqing smiled at Zheng Kaiyarn. Even though Zheng Kaiyarn said that, she still felt embarrassed. If she didn't tell Zheng Kaiyarn, she couldn't find anyone else. Maybe, just like Zheng Kaiyarn said, she already regarded him as a good friend. Yes, you are my good friend. Tang Wanqing just felt very comfortable when she was with Zheng Kaiyarn. She could speak without thinking. It was very comfortable to be with Zheng Kaiyarn. She was happy from the bottom of her heart to have such a friend. Zheng Kaiyarn raised his beautiful willow-shaped eyebrows and looked at Tang Wanqing seriously. I believe the day you hope for will come. Come on, my good friend. Zheng Kaiyarn's words seemed to have a magical power, and Tang Wanqing's heart seemed to be under a spell. I will try my best. Tang Wanqing was grateful to Zheng Kaiyarn from the bottom of her heart. She had only a handful of friends since she was a child, and even fewer would listen to her nonsense for so long. She also secretly made up her mind to cherish this friend. Zheng Kaiyarn saw that Tang Wanqing's mouth was a little dry. You must be thirsty, let's go get some drinks. Tang Wanqing was very surprised by Zheng Kaiyarn's thoughtfulness. She was thirsty after talking for so long. Okay. Hearing Tang Wanqing's ready agreement, Zheng Kaiyarn was also very happy. As long as he could be with Tang Wanqing, he was willing to do anything. After saying that, Tang Wanqing packed up her things and walked out of the room. After waiting for a short while, Zheng Kaiyarn arrived. Zheng Kaiyarn very gentlemanly opened the passenger door for Tang Wanqing, and Tang Wanqing got in without hesitation and said thank you. The flashy Lamborghini was driving on the elevated road, and then Tang Wanqing remembered that she hadn't said where she was going. Are we going somewhere far away to have drinks? Tang Wanqing asked, tilting her head and leaning lazily on the cushion. Zheng Kaiyarn looked straight ahead, his lips curled up. It's not far. You'll definitely like that beverage parlor when you see it. Zheng Kaiyang didn't dare to drive too fast, nor did he dare to turn his head to look at Tang Wanqing. He didn't want to hurt Tang Wanqing if he made a mistake. Then I must see what kind of beverage hall I can like. After they closed their mouths, neither of them spoke. Zheng Kaiyang was concentrating on driving the car, while Tang Wanqing was looking at the scenery along the road outside the window. After a while, the car stopped in front of a high-end beverage hall. Tang Wanqing got out of the car right after it stopped. She didn't have the temper of a big lady, and she wouldn't wait for others to open the door for her like those famous ladies. Zheng Kaiyang walked around the car and came to Tang Wanqing's side. This beverage hall is very famous. Although it is not in the city, it is always full every weekend. Tang Wanqing chose a seat by the window, where she could see the beautiful green scenery outside the window. The owner of this restaurant must have good taste. The people here are all successful people, but the decorations here are not as vulgar as those in the city. Zheng Kaiyang was very surprised. Most of the people who could come here were well-known people in the city, and only members could come in. How did Tang Wanqing know? How do you know that everyone here is a successful person? Zheng Kaiyang was full of questions. Could it be that Tang Wanqing knew them all? That seemed unlikely. Tang Wanqing smiled. A person's clothing can clearly reflect his or her life. Zheng Kaiyang patted his forehead. So do you like it here? Tang Wanqing looked around and couldn't find anything to complain about in this store. I really like this place. The decoration here has attracted me since I entered here. It can be said that this place is perfect. Zheng Kaiyang was very pleased to know that Tang Wanqing was very satisfied with this place. Mr. Zheng, what would you like to drink? Zheng Kaiyang stretched out his hand and called the waiter. Let's follow the old rules and give this beautiful girl 2 servings of our signature dim sum today. Zheng Kaiyang took into consideration that this was Tang Wanqing's first time here and wanted her to often taste the unique delicacies here. After a while, the waiters brought desserts to the table one after another. Tang Wanqing drooled as she watched. She loved sweets, but she couldn't even eat well before, so how could she have desserts? You take care of me like a best friend. Thank you so much. Tang Wanqing said this from her heart. Zheng Kaiyang's care for her could be said to be meticulous. If you want, I can be your best male friend for life. Zheng Kaiyang thought that even if he couldn't become a couple with Tang Wanqing, he would always stay by her side as a best friend and protect her silently from behind. Chapter 29 Some Grievances. Tang Wanqing went out early and came back late for many days in a row, playing and fighting with Zheng Kaiyang every day. Tang Wanqing felt very happy and relaxed with Zheng Kaiyang, as if she could temporarily forget the unhappiness. These days Lu Yanran felt that Tang Wanqing was very abnormal. She came back very late every day. Sometimes when Lu Yanran passed by Tang Wanqing, he could hear her humming a little tune and looking very happy. On this day, Tang Wanqing washed and dressed as usual and prepared to go out. Today she wore a beige long skirt. Tang Wanqing's skin was already fair, and wearing a white skirt made her look as beautiful as a fairy from a painting. She had her hair tied up high, revealing her neck and collarbone. When she went downstairs, she saw Lu Yanran sitting on the sofa, concentrating on reading the newspaper in his hand. Tang Wanqing didn't plan to talk to Lu Yanran and simply ignored Lu Yanran's existence. But how could Lu Yanran let Tang Wanqing leave like this? You know, he deliberately didn't organize the company's documents in the study room, and sat on the sofa waiting for Tang Wanqing to give him an explanation. What are you going to do dressed like this? Lu Yanran had been sitting on the sofa for more than half an hour. He heard the sound from Tang Wanqing's room early. Logically, Tang Wanqing should have come down long ago. But he had to wait for so long. Looking at Tang Wanqing's clothes and the delicate makeup on her face, I guess she spent the past half hour putting on makeup in the room. Tang Wanqing was very unhappy when she saw Lu Yanran blocking her way and questioning her. Of course I have to do my own thing. How come I don't even have my freedom? Lu Yanran hadn't paid any attention to her for so many days, and now he was talking to her in such a tone. Tang Wanqing was also sarcastic when she spoke to Lu Yanran. I asked you where you were going. I didn't ask you anything else. You just answered my question. Lu Yanran had a heavy face and a murderous aura emanating from him. At this moment, he looked like the Emperor of Dark Knight. Where I go is none of your business. Tang Wanqing felt very aggrieved. She just wanted to go out for some fresh air, but he made it sound like she had done something wrong. Lu Yanran narrowed his eyes, very dissatisfied with Tang Wanqing's answer. This woman wanted to fly to the sky, and actually said it had nothing to do with her? Lu Yanran simply carried Tang Wanqing horizontally up to the second floor and walked into the bedroom. What are you doing? Tang Wanqing was frightened by Lu Yanran's behavior. She only said one sentence, why did this person react so violently? You better reflect on yourself in there. Where you go has nothing to do with me. Lu Yanran was furious and didn't bother to think too much. He slammed the door and locked Tang Wanqing in the room. Lu Yanran, let me out. You can't lock me up. Tang Wanqing knocked on the door hard, but the only answer she got was silence. This is not ancient times. How can you be put in solitary confinement for doing something wrong? What's more, you didn't do anything wrong. Tang Wanqing cursed Lu Yanran in her heart. She didn't dare to curse him out loud. If Lu Yanran heard it, he would torture her. Tang Wanqing paced back and forth in the bedroom. The time she had agreed with Jin Kaiyang was approaching. She was not a person who liked to be late, and she hated people who did not keep their promises the most. How can I escape? Judging from Lu Yanran's expression, he has no intention of letting me go today. Tang Wanqing slapped her forehead and remembered that her cell phone was still in her pocket, so she dialed Jin Kaiyang's number. Jin Kaiyang answered the call after only 2 rings. I'm sorry, I have something urgent to do here and may not be able to go today. Tang Wanqing rubbed her fingers like a child who had done something wrong. Although Jin Kaiyang was very disappointed, he still comforted Tang Wanqing. It's okay, we'll make an appointment another day. Are you feeling unwell? No, it's just a family matter. Tang Wanqing didn't have the face to tell Jin Kaiyang that she couldn't go to the appointment because she was locked up by Lu Yanran and couldn't escape. If she told others, they would definitely laugh to death. Oh, I'm glad you're okay. We'll be together another day. Hearing Tang Wanqing talking about family matters, Jin Kaiyang could more or less guess what was going on. Well, I'm really sorry for standing you up today. Tang Wanqing sighed. She never expected that she would become the most annoying person. Jin Kaiyang suddenly laughed after hearing this. Little fool, I'm your best male friend, why do you have to apologize to me? It makes you look so distant. Jin Kaiyang knew that he was a man who kept his promises, and he must have something important to do today, so he didn't come. Tang Wanqing heard the sound of Jin Kaiyang honking his horn, so she asked curiously, are you outside now? Jin Kaiyang looked at the long queue of cars on the elevated road and frowned. Yes, I got stuck in traffic on the way there. I wanted to call you to tell you that I would be late, but you called me. Don't you think we are in sync? After hearing what Jin Kaiyang said, Tang Wanqing blamed herself even more. It was so hot outside, and she was in the room with the air conditioner on, while Jin Kaiyang was in the car. For a moment, Tang Wanqing didn't know how to tell Jin Kaiyang. Next time we meet, you have to treat me to a nice meal to make it up to me. Jin Kaiyang said jokingly when he saw that Tang Wanqing remained silent. Don't worry, I will definitely treat you to the best meal next time, and I will never break my promise again. Tang Wanqing said with certainty. If she had known that she would be grounded for ignoring Lu Yanran and going against him, she would definitely not do that. Next time she sees Lu Yanran at home, she will avoid him. Okay, it's settled. Jin Kaiyang's annoyance from the traffic jam just now disappeared when he heard Tang Wanqing's voice. Jin Kaiyang felt very upset when he saw the long convoy of cars. It seemed that he would have to spend the weekend that he had planned well on the elevated road. Originally, I could have chatted comfortably with a beautiful woman about ideals and interesting things under the house, but I didn't expect that I would be struggling with my beloved car. It was a good thing that Tang Wanqing had something to do today, otherwise he would be considered late, which was very disrespectful to a girl. Thinking of this, Jin Kaiyang felt relieved. Anyway, they would have many opportunities to meet in the future, so there was no need to rush. Well, I'll hang up first. I have some things to do here. Tang Wanqing didn't dare to talk to Jin Kaiyang anymore. The guilt in her heart was enough to defeat her. Have a nice weekend. Jin Kaiyang didn't want to force it anymore. Although he really wanted to talk to Tang Wanqing for a while, he heard that she had something to do and he couldn't find a reason not to hang up. Chapter 30 Grounding. After hanging up the phone, Tang Wanqing sat on the big white bed. The bed was big, soft and comfortable, but when Tang Wanqing sat on it, she felt uneasy in her heart. The room was also decorated according to my favorite style, but now it has become a cage that imprisons myself. Now I am like a canary kept in a villa by a rich man, without any freedom. I have no control over what I want to do. Maybe the only things I have left now are my dignity and backbone. Tang Wanqing felt very aggrieved when thinking about what Lu Yanran did today. She didn't do anything. She just went to chat with friends as usual. She came back every night and didn't go out overnight. Why was he so angry? Is your self-esteem so strong? I just talked back to you once, but you want to lock yourself up here. The more Tang Wanqing thought about it, the more she felt wronged, and tears began to flow unconsciously. She could no longer care about anything else and burst into tears. It seemed as if crying could make all the grievances disappear. Lu Yanran had been standing outside the door listening to the noise inside. He just heard Tang Wanqing talking and laughing with someone, so why was she crying now? Lu Yanran finally gave in to Tang Wanqing, opened the door, and hugged Tang Wanqing in his arms. Why did you come in? Get out. Tang Wanqing didn't know that Lu Yanran was standing outside the door. If she knew, she probably wouldn't cry no matter how wronged she felt. Tang Wanqing slapped Lu Yanran's arm and kept dodging to prevent Lu Yanran from hugging her. What are you doing? Do you know that you are giving me a slap and then giving me a candy to coax me? Tang Wanqing cried so hard that her voice was choked with sobs. Stay away from me, I don't want to see you, you bastard. Although Tang Wanqing said that Lu Yanran should stay away from her, her body was no longer rejecting Lu Yanran's hug. Okay, stop crying. I won't put you in solitary confinement anymore, okay? Lu Yanran patted Tang Wanqing's back gently, with tenderness mingled in his voice. In fact, the moment Lu Yanran saw Tang Wanqing crying, his heart ached, as if being pricked by a needle. At that time, he wondered if he really shouldn't treat her like that. Why are you doing this to me? Tang Wanqing couldn't hold back her tears and she laid directly on Lu Yanran's chest, her tears dripping onto Lu Yanran's shirt. Lu Yanran didn't feel dirty and just let Tang Wanqing cry. Stop crying. Lu Yanran didn't know how to make girls happy, and the only words he could think of were to tell Tang Wanqing to stop crying. The short words seemed to have a spell on Tang Wanqing's ears, and she really didn't want to cry anymore. Tang Wanqing gradually stopped crying. She pushed Lu Yanran away, stood up, took a tissue and wiped the tears from her face. Lu Yanran just watched Tang Wanqing's every move quietly. This woman was really strange. She was crying like the sky was falling just now, but now she seemed like nothing happened. I'm sorry, I shouldn't have locked you up, and I shouldn't have quarreled with you a few days ago. Lu Yanran looked at Tang Wanqing with deep affection. He really realized the lethality of women's tears. What he feared most was women crying. Tang Wanqing chuckled as she looked at her clothes that were wet from her tears. Lu Yanran also had a slight misophobia. He actually apologized to her even though his clothes were wet from her tears. Tang Wanqing was in a good mood. In fact, I was also wrong before, so we are even now. Tang Wanqing grinned. She didn't look sad at all. Lu Yanran also smiled, and he had to say that he liked Tang Wanqing's smile more. Her smile was like the sunshine in winter, so warm. Then can you tell me now, what have you been doing these days, going out early and coming back late every day? Lu Yanran looked at Tang Wanqing, trying to see a hint of uneasiness and evasion from Tang Wanqing's tears, but Tang Wanqing didn't show any. This finally put Lu Yanran's heart at ease. He stood up, hugged Tang Wanqing in his arms and smelled her faint body fragrance. I've been to a lot of places and eaten a lot of delicious food these days. Tang Wanqing's face was filled with a happy smile. These past few days, Jin Kaiyang took her around the entire city and they went to many places that she had never dared to think of in her life. Lu Yanran frowned. He didn't believe that Tang Wanqing was alone. Who took you out to eat and play? It's Jin Kaiyang. Tang Wanqing didn't think there was anything wrong. She and Jin Kaiyang were in a legitimate relationship and hadn't done anything shameful, so why should she hide it? He is so nice to me and takes me to eat the most delicious desserts. Tang Wanqing told Lu Yanran everything that had happened in the past few days. But when Lu Yanran stopped at Jin Kaiyang's name, he was shocked. This woman has been accompanying another man these days, and even went out to eat with a man. What will she do after eating? The air around her became several degrees colder. Lu Yanran suddenly let go of Tang Wanqing's hand and said coldly, Jin Kaiyang? Are you very happy together? You didn't even think about my existence. Lu Yanran shouted loudly. People's imagination is terrible. He now imagined Jin Kaiyang and Tang Wanqing holding hands happily together. Thinking about his life these days, he was furious. I'm afraid your being together is more than just eating. Did he hug you like I did just now? Lu Yanran grabbed Tang Wanqing's arm with such force that he almost broke it. Tang Wanqing looked at Lu Yanran's eyes, which were about to spit fire, with a look of surprise on her face. How can you say that about me? He and I are just friends. We are innocent. Although this is not ancient times and women do not need to follow the 3 obediences and for virtues, a girl's chastity is still very important. Tang Wanqing felt that Lu Yanran's words at this time were an insult to her. Friends do things that couples do. You think I'm a 3-year-old child? Look at yourself. You spent half an hour putting on makeup and choosing clothes before going out to meet Jin Kaiyang. Who would believe you if you said you were innocent? Lu Yanran was so angry that his expression was ferocious. He could no longer control himself. It seemed that all his self-control disappeared when it came to things related to Tang Wanqing. Tang Wanqing felt very strange looking at Lu Yanran at this moment. How could she like a man who couldn't tell right from wrong? Just reflect on yourself here. You can't step out of this room without my permission. Lu Yanran slammed the door and walked out. He was afraid that he would not be able to control his impulse to strangle Tang Wanqing. You bastard, why are you accusing me? Tang Wanqing yelled loudly. Jin Kaiyang and I are innocent. You are a shameless villain who can't tell right from wrong. Tang Wanqing was so angry that she smashed everything that could be smashed in the room, and the room was instantly in a mess. Chapter 31 Reconciliation. After a few days, Lu Yanran thought about going to see Tang Wanqing, so he stood up and walked towards Tang Wanqing's room. Lu Yanran leaned against the eaves of the door, his hands in his suit pockets. Even though he didn't deliberately tidy himself up, he still couldn't hide his innate noble temperament. At this moment, he frowned slightly and looked at the person sitting on the bed with the quilt wrapped around him. Well, do you know where you went wrong? He looked at her without moving his eyes. I'm not wrong. I tell you, your current behavior is a complete crime. If you don't let me out, I will sue you. Tang Wanqing pounded the quilt on herself with both hands, her eyes slightly widened. You will never repent. I tell you, if you don't admit your mistakes, you will never leave this room in your life. Tang Wanqing looked at Lu Yanran, whose tone was getting heavier. She knew that he was really angry at the moment, but she didn't know why he transferred his anger to her. She was obviously a person with her own ideas, not one of those lifeless dead things. Why did he treat her like this? The more she thought about it, the sadder she felt. Thinking of this, she felt a little prickly in her eyes, and a few tears slowly flowed from the corners of her eyes. Looking at Tang Wanqing's tears, Lu Yanran felt that he was going to lose again, and sighed helplessly. He strode forward, sat beside Tang Wanqing, and put his arms around her body, as if to protect her from the outside world's harm. Tang Wanqing struggled slightly, but the more she struggled, the tighter the ring became. Slowly, she gave up struggling. Lu Yanran sensed the change in Tang Wanqing, hugged her tighter, and sighed again. Wanqing, do you know what I'm angry about? A slightly helpless voice sounded from above Tang Wanqing's head. Lu Yanran, what are you angry about? Weren't you fine before? The tears had stopped, but a voice still with a hint of crying came from Lu Yanran's chest. You've been going out more and more frequently these days. But I told you, I was just going shopping and having a meal with others. Then why is it that Jin Kaiyang is the only person you go out with? He's my friend. It's normal to go out with friends. But he is a man. Lu Yanran's face darkened a little. Fortunately, Tang Wanqing was leaning on Lu Yanran's chest and couldn't see it, otherwise she would have laughed at him. You're overthinking it. We are really just friends, close friends. Tang Wanqing felt helpless and didn't know why Lu Yanran always targeted Jin Kaiyang. You are friend to him, but he is not like that to you. No, Jin Kaiyang also treats me as a close friend. But he. Lu Yanran was about to deny it, but then he thought that since Tang Wanqing was not aware of this problem, if he explained it too clearly, she might overthink it, so he stopped talking. Wanqing, you are my girlfriend. Do you know how I feel when I see my girlfriend chatting and laughing with other men while shopping? Lu Yanran changed the subject. Lu Yanran, are you jealous? No matter how thick-skinned one is, he would probably make such a guess after hearing such words, but he is Lu Yanran, how could he be like this? After a long silence, Tang Wanqing was feeling self-indulgent for her own thoughts when she heard a faint hum from above her head. It took her a long time to realize that it was Lu Yanran who said that. This meant that Lu Yanran admitted that he was jealous. Puff. Tang Wanqing couldn't help but chuckle. Lu Yanran felt the vibration in his chest, which was getting more and more intense. He held Tang Wanqing's shoulders with both hands and distanced himself from her. Looking at her eyes, she finished her crescent smile, and Enin's novel was transmitted into his heart bit by bit. But thinking of the reason for her laughter, a little blush appeared on his ears. Is it so funny? Lu Yanran pretended to be angry, his tone a little low. Okay, it's not a big deal to admit that you're jealous. You see, I've been jealous of you before. Seeing Lu Yanran's face turning darker, Tang Wanqing took a lot of effort to restrain her desire to laugh, but some laughter still came out, so she started to speak sweet words, hoping that Lu Yanran could let this matter go as soon as possible. I don't think it's a big deal, but I just can't stand seeing you so proud. Lu Yanran still looked serious, but the slight upward curve of his mouth betrayed him. Tang Wanqing just said that she was jealous of him, which meant that she also cared about him. Thinking of this, his heart was like honey. Oh, Lu Yanran, I'm not proud at all. I just expressed my emotions a little too strongly. Tang Wanqing used her right thumb and index finger to indicate a small distance, and with her right eye slightly squinted, she looked like a sleepy kitten. Because of the angle, the distance Tang Wanqing indicated looked like a sign of love to Lu Yanran. At that moment, Lu Yanran felt his heart shake. Although he knew that this was not what Tang Wanqing meant, it was still a beautiful misunderstanding. After so many days of adjustment, Lu Yanran didn't have much anger in her heart. She was just sulking because Tang Wanqing chose Jin Kaiyang over her boyfriend. Now that the matter has been made public, there is no need to worry about it anymore. Wanqing, the weather is nice today, do you want to go out for a walk? Lu Yanran touched Tang Wanqing's hair with a gentle tone. Okay, I haven't breathed the fresh air outside for a long time. If I stay any longer, I'm going to get moldy. Seeing Lu Yanran's guilty look, but it's okay. It's rare to have such a long rest time. I feel like I'm full of energy. Lu Yanran looked at Tang Wanqing's somewhat exaggerated movements and understood that the reason she did so was to relieve her own annoyance. Having such a cute and considerate little person would only make people feel more pity for her. He casually tidied Tang Wanqing's hair that was flying because of her movements, and his slender and powerful hands rested on Tang Wanqing's fair face. Their white and bronze colors were extremely harmonious. Lu Yanran's thumbs rubbed the corners of Tang Wanqing's eyes, wiping away the tears that had lingered there. Their wet and soft feeling made the thumb feel particularly heavy. In order to change Tang Wanqing's mood, Lu Yanran took out Tang Wanqing's clothes from the closet and placed them next to her. Tang Wanqing watched Lu Yanran skillfully take out the clothes that best suited her, and also took her shoes and placed them beside the bed. A touch of honey quietly melted in her heart, and she couldn't stop the smile that was almost reaching her ears. Thinking of this, in order to express her gratitude, Tang Wanqing jumped from the bed onto Lu Yanran's body. Knowing that Lu Yanran would never let her fall, she became unbridled. She wrapped her arms around Lu Yanran's neck and kissed him wildly on the cheek, then got down to change her clothes. Unexpectedly, there was a force behind her, and she fell back onto Lu Yanran's body. Chapter 32, Fighting. Tang Wanqing began to dress herself up. Her previous unhappiness was swept away. She was looking forward to the next time together. She wanted to dress herself up exquisitely but was afraid to make Lu Yanran wait anxiously. Lu Yanran seemed to have guessed her thoughts. He knocked on the door and said softly, Wanqing, take your time to dress up. I'll go buy us some food first. You must not have eaten well recently. I'll cook for you myself. Tang Wanqing was touched by what she heard, but when she heard Lu Yanran say that he wanted to cook himself, she thought of the dessert he made last time and felt a little scared, but she still agreed. As long as it was made by him, she would like it no matter how bad it tasted. Tang Wanqing heard the sound of the door opening and closing. Perhaps Lu Yanran had gone out. She felt empty inside. She didn't expect that she would feel uneasy when he left for a while. Tang Wanqing began to shift her attention to makeup, not allowing herself to continue thinking about him. She knew that it was impossible for her to stick with Lu Yanran all day, so she couldn't stand being separated for a while. Finally, she began her long dressing process. After putting on makeup and picking out clothes, I heard the door open, followed by Lu Yanran's pleasant and gentle voice, not ready yet. It's okay, I just need some time to cook. Hearing his footsteps moving towards the kitchen, Tang Wanqing felt much more at ease. It would be great if he could always be with her. She sighed and decided to cherish the days they spent together. Tang Wanqing hesitated, tried this and that, and finally chose the clothes she wanted to wear, which meant she had completed this arduous task. When she arrived at the dining table, there were already several dishes on the table, which were delicious and made her feel a lot hungrier instantly. Lu Yanran came over with the last dish with a smile. Looking at Tang Wanqing, who had carefully prepared and dressed up, he nodded with satisfaction, but said, "Are you dressed up? Women are really troublesome. It takes so long to put on makeup and change clothes." Although Lu Yanran said this, his tone and facial expression were full of doting, without a trace of impatience due to waiting, which made Tang Wanqing feel warm in her heart. She lowered her head, and her eyes were actually a little moist. Lu Yanran found it funny to see Tang Wanqing so moved, but when he thought of her previous experience, his smile froze on his face and turned into heartache. He felt sorry for the woman he loved who had suffered so much, and he felt sorry for him not showing up earlier to protect her and let her bear less of what she shouldn't have to bear. He supported her shoulders and asked her to sit down. He bent down and stared into Tang Wanqing's eyes, which were already filled with tears. He said seriously, "I should be nice to you. If I'm not nice to you, who will be nice to you? Don't think too much. We still have a long time to live together in the future. Let me treat you well." Tang Wanqing nodded heavily. When she wanted to say something, her stomach growled without warning, which made her feel embarrassed. Lu Yanran couldn't help laughing. "You must be very hungry. Come and eat. After eating, we'll go out for a walk." Finally, they started to eat breakfast. Tang Wanqing felt that she had never been so hungry. Lu Yanran couldn't help laughing when he saw Tang Wanqing wolfing down her food. Tang Wanqing heard Lu Yanran's laughter and looked up at him. "What are you laughing at?" Lu Yanran shook his head. "I'm laughing. My wife is so beautiful. She's even more beautiful after dressing up." Tang Wanqing was a little unconvinced, but continued to eat her breakfast. Suddenly, she realized something while eating. "Did I mess up my makeup?" Lu Yanran shook his head to indicate that he hadn't. Tang Wanqing immediately ran back to the room and was relieved to find that only some of her lipstick was eaten. She didn't want her hard work on makeup to be ruined. She returned to the table to continue eating, and found that Lu Yanran was still looking at her and smiling. She said helplessly, "Why are you looking at me while I eat? Don't you want to eat?" After saying that, Tang Wanqing realized that she was eating too seriously. Lu Yanran had already finished eating. Tang Wanqing silently finished most of the dishes before putting down her chopsticks. After dinner, the two decided to go shopping. Tang Wanqing thought that she must buy a lot of new clothes. They went to the mall happily. On their way, Lu Yanran drove seriously. Tang Wanqing was in a good mood. She hummed softly, sometimes looking at the scenery outside the window that was receding at a constant speed, and sometimes secretly glanced at Lu Yanran. Tang Wanqing felt that the scenery inside the car was more beautiful and more attractive than the scenery outside the window. Just when she thought Lu Yanran was driving seriously and didn't notice her, he smiled wickedly. "Is your husband handsome?" Tang Wanqing saw that she was caught secretly looking at him and suddenly didn't know where to look. She could only look out the window again, but she didn't admit it. "Who was looking at you?" "I was looking at the buildings on the roadside." Lu Yanran smiled even more. "I didn't say you were looking at me all the time. I just asked you something, but if you were looking at the buildings all the time, how come you didn't notice that this road has been going around 3 times? Tang Wanqing looked out the window. No wonder she felt that this road was much longer than before. It turned out that Lu Yanran was deliberately going around in circles. Tang Wanqing didn't know how to explain, so Lu Yanran continued, "I just like the way you only have eyes for me." Tang Wanqing blushed, and she felt her face getting hot. "If you don't drive to the mall, it will be the next day." Lu Yanran then got on the right track and soon arrived at the destination. After getting off the car, Tang Wanqing missed the time in the car. Lu Yanran's quiet and serious profile was imprinted in Tang Wanqing's mind. Finally, their date began. They spent their time together happily. Passing by a clothing store, Tang Wanqing fell in love with a skirt at first sight. Tang Wanqing ran straight to the skirt excitedly. When she reached out to take the skirt, another slender hand grabbed the skirt. Tang Wanqing never expected that Lu Yanran's scandalous female star would suddenly appear and snatch the skirt from her. The two of them held onto the skirt for a long time, and neither of them showed any sign of letting go. Seeing that Tang Wanquing was not willing to let go or give up, the two of them stared at each other. Lu Yanran didn't know what to say, so he could only watch from the side. Tang Wanquing couldn't help but speak first. "Hey, I took this first." The female star refused to give in. "You said you took it first, so it was you who took it first." "I said I took it first." "How can you, a public figure, be so unreasonable?" "Why are you being unreasonable? Who saw you take it first?" "I just thought I took it first." "No wonder it has such a bad reputation." "So what? I'll fight for what I like, so what?" Tang Wanquing thought about it and let go. She disdained such things that a woman would like, and she didn't want to compete with her here. "You like it, right? I'll give it to you. I don't want it anymore." The female star was not annoyed. She took off her clothes and asked the waiter to put them on for her. She was very proud and said, "Thank you very much." Seeing that she was so proud that her tail was about to rise to the sky, Tang Wanquing felt even more disdainful. Chapter 33, Heartbroken. Tang Wanquing was still very unhappy. Seeing the female star so proud made her feel even more uncomfortable. What's more, Lu Yanran was just watching her from the side and didn't come to help her. For a moment, she felt mixed emotions and looked at Lu Yanran with some grievance. Lu Yanran's heart tightened at Tang Wanqing's eyes. He pulled Tang Wanqing's hand and wanted to take her away, but Tang Wanquing felt that this was not enough and refused to leave. Lu Yanran was in a dilemma and didn't know what to do to satisfy her. He looked at the female star, opened his mouth but still didn't say a word. Seeing Lu Yanran like this, Tang Wanqing angrily shook off Lu Yanran's hand and turned her face away, looking very angry. Lu Yanran was a little overwhelmed by Tang Wanqing's sudden temper, but still asked gently, "Wanqing, what's wrong with you?" Tang Wanqing didn't want to pay attention to Lu Yanran. She remained silent and sulked. The female celebrity saw Tang Wanqing's expression and laughed. "It seems that you still don't know how to treat women. Women are easily jealous. I just snatched a piece of clothing from her and that's it. What will happen in the future?" Tang Wanqing felt that the word jealous was very irritating and she became even angrier. Seeing that Lu Yanran was thinking about something, she thought that Lu Yanran was thinking about what she said and felt a little chilled. Tang Wanqing looked at the female star with eyes that seemed to be about to spit fire and gritted her teeth and said, "I'm not jealous of you." The female star was not afraid of Tang Wanqing's eyes at all, and sneered, "Oh? Really? But your expression tells me that you are almost jealous to death." Then the female star laughed with contempt. Lu Yanran couldn't stand her bullying Tang Wanqing like that, so he stood in front of Tang Wanqing to separate the two of them, looked down at the female star, and said angrily, "None of your business is my business, just take care of yourself." The female star was not affected by Lu Yanran's words. Instead, she thought it was a good opportunity to flirt with Lu Yanran. She moved forward to meet Lu Yanran's gaze and smiled, "It makes me sad that you say that. After all, we had spent one night together. How can you be so cold?" She deliberately brought up that incident just to make Tang Wanqing jealous and angry, and to remind Tang Wanqing of what Lu Yanran had done. Tang Wanqing really got even angrier. Lu Yanran didn't expect her to bring up that matter. He snorted coldly, "Oh, a woman like you isn't worth wasting my time on." The female star's face twisted slightly when she heard this, but soon calmed down. She felt Lu Yanran's sarcasm. Seeing that Lu Yanran was not interested, the female star said calmly, "How can I not compare to her? I can say that I am prettier and more influential than her. Why do you like her and don't look at me more?" Lu Yanran glanced at her with disdain and didn't want to pay attention to her. He grabbed Tang Wanqing and left, leaving her with only his back. The female star felt very dissatisfied when she saw Lu Yanran's resolute back. She was obviously much better than that Tang Wanqing, so why couldn't he see her? Why couldn't he have room for her in his eyes, and he was even more unwilling to look at her more. The female star gritted her teeth and left angrily. Tang Wanqing felt more and more upset when she left the clothing store. She shook off Lu Yanran's hand and wandered around on her own. Seeing that Tang Wanqing cared about her, Lu Yanran didn't know what to do. He wanted to ask but didn't know how to ask. He wanted to do something to make her happy but didn't know what to do. Although Lu Yanran knew why Tang Wanqing was like this, he still asked, "Wanqing, what's wrong with you?" When Tang Wanqing heard Lu Yanran's question, she paused for a moment and continued walking forward. Lu Yanran chased after her, grabbed Tang Wanqing and forced her to look at him. "Can you tell me what's going on?" Don't keep it to yourself. Tang Wanquing was not moved by Lu Yanran's words. She never looked at Lu Yanran and said sourly, "None of your business, don't worry about me, go find your little lover." Her words were full of jealousy. When Lu Yanran heard these words, he frowned and explained, "It's not what you think. Can you listen to me?" Tang Wanquing couldn't hear anything at this time. She broke away from Lu Yanran and continued walking. Lu Yanran could only follow him helplessly. He wanted Tang Wanquing to forget the unpleasantness just now. He began to try his best to make Tang Wanquing happy. He asked Tang Wanquing to rest on a bench by the roadside for a while and he would be back soon. Tang Wanquing didn't know what he was up to, so she just sat there and waited for him to come back. Not long after, Lu Yanran came back with a dress in his hand and handed it to Tang Wanquing. "Don't you like this dress? I bought it for you." Lu Yanran thought Tang Wanquing would be very happy, because he felt that women would be very happy when they got something they liked. However, when Tang Wanquing saw the dress, she remembered what the female star said and what happened between the female star and Lu Yanran. Tang Wanqing's heart, which had just calmed down, was in turmoil again. She stood up and said unhappily, "You should give it to your female star. I don't care about it." Lu Yanran didn't expect that he would make Tang Wanquing even angrier. He didn't know what to do with the skirt in his hand. He sighed and threw it into the trash can. Tang Wanquing continued to sulk. Lu Yanran was at a loss, not knowing what he should do to make Tang Wanquing forget the unpleasantness just now. Lu Yanran followed Tang Wanquing and began to coax her in every possible way. "Wanquing, don't be unhappy. I have absolutely no interest in her. What happened between us was just a misunderstanding. Wanquing, I only have you in my heart. In my heart, she is not even 1/10 millionth as good as you. Believe me." No matter how Lu Yanran coaxed her, Tang Wanquing pretended not to hear. Lu Yanran really had no choice but to remain silent. Lu Yanran began to buy without hesitation anything that Tang Wanquing wanted or took a closer look at. Tang Wanquing accepted it but was still unwilling to pay attention to Lu Yanran. Soon Lu Yanran was carrying a bunch of bags, all of which were things that Lu Yanran thought Tang Wanquing would like. Passing by a jewelry store, Tang Wanquing fell in love with a purple crystal bracelet at first sight. Thinking of Lu Yanran who was following her, she didn't want to ask him to buy it for her, so she turned around and left, but she couldn't help but look back a few more times. Lu Yanran saw it all and secretly asked the waiter to pack it up, intending to give Tang Wanquing a little surprise. Lu Yanran hid the bracelet, pretending that he didn't buy it, and continued to follow Tang Wanquing. Tang Wanquing felt that Lu Yanran didn't buy it, and felt that Lu Yanran didn't pay attention to her. She felt very uncomfortable and irritated. Just when Tang Wanquing was very irritated, Lu Yanran suddenly appeared in front of Tang Wanquing. Tang Wanquing, who was still distracted, didn't react, bumped into him, and said angrily, "What are you doing?" Lu Yanran took out the bracelet and gave it to Tang Wanquing. Tang Wanquing didn't expect that he had bought it, but she didn't realize it. She was a little touched, and she didn't know what to say when she looked at the amethyst bracelet on her hand. Lu Yanran coaxed, "Wanquing, don't be angry, okay?" When Tang Wanquing heard this, she thought of what happened before. For some reason, she became even more upset and turned around and left. "I don't want to go shopping anymore, let's go back." Chapter 34, Drunk. Tang Wanquing and Lu Yanran didn't say a word the whole way. Lu Yanran felt that he had said everything he could say and done everything he could do, but she was still like this and he had no choice but to remain silent. Tang Wanquing leaned against the window. The scenery was the same as in the morning, but her mood was completely different. She didn't have the excitement and anticipation of the morning, only irritability and anger. Because of her irritable heart, time passed much slower than in the morning. The scenery outside the window moved faster than in the morning, but time seemed to be stretched. If she hadn't been looking out the window, she would definitely think that Lu Yanran was deliberately going around in circles again. Lu Yanran began to miss the charming look on Tang Wanqing's face when she stole a glance at him and blushed after being discovered in the morning. But now, she didn't even look at him, but just stared straight out the window. Lu Yanran sighed softly. Tang Wanqing didn't know why she was so angry. Lu Yanran had tried his best to coax her, and she enjoyed it, but she was just angry and felt bad. When she thought about what the female star said and did, she didn't want to forgive him easily, and didn't want to listen to his explanation. The more intimate the person, the more presumptuous he is in front of others. Isn't this a common trait among everyone? Finally returning home, Tang Wanqing went into her room and didn't seem to want to pay attention to Lu Yanran. Lu Yanran wanted to continue explaining to her, but seeing that she went back to the room without looking back, he could only wait for a good opportunity to explain. When it was time for dinner, Lu Yanran personally went to the kitchen and cooked a few delicious dishes. He went to the door of her room and knocked gently. "Wanqing, come out to eat. I cooked your favorite dishes." There was no movement inside. Lu Yanran sighed. "Wanqing, don't be angry, eat something first." Just when he wanted to continue knocking on the door, Tang Wanqing opened the door. He wanted to say something, but she interrupted him coldly. "Let's eat." Lu Yanran helped her serve the meal and decided to talk after they finished eating. They ate in silence. When they finally finished, Tang Wanqing stood up and was about to go back to her room, but he stopped her and said, "Let's talk." "What's there to talk about? Do you want to tell me your story with her?" "Sorry, I don't want to hear it." Then he was about to leave. "Does it really have to be like this? How long do we have to do this?" Lu Yanran's eyes were full of hurt. Tang Wanqing's expression was indifferent. She slowly turned around and sat down again, and asked coldly, "Did anything happen between you and her?" Lu Yanran answered without any hesitation, "No." Tang Wanqing still didn't give up and continued to ask, "Why do you do that?" "Because I want to make you jealous." "Then why didn't you help me when she was fighting with me for clothes?" "I don't know how to help you. Do you think I'm not as good as her?" Seeing that Tang Wanqing was not satisfied with his explanation, Lu Yanran became annoyed. "You just don't trust me. I've done so much for you, and you don't even have this little trust in me." Tang Wanqing shook her head. "I just don't believe it. You are really amazing. You are willing to sell your body just to make me feel uncomfortable. You are really amazing." Lu Yanran couldn't control his emotions in an instant. He couldn't stand Tang Wanqing's sarcastic words. "I've had enough of you." Lu Yanran turned around and slammed the door, leaving Tang Wanqing alone. It took her a long time to react. She suddenly felt that she had gone too far. He had been so patient in coaxing her, but she was still not satisfied and had worn out his patience. Tang Wanqing realized that she seemed to have woken up too late. She didn't know what to do for a moment. She was upset and decided to go crazy. Tang Wanqing arrived at the door of a bar. A faint smell of cigarettes and perfume wafted out from inside, which was a bit choking. Although she was a little scared, she still walked in because she wanted to let off some steam today. This bar was calmer than what she had imagined. It wasn't as crazy or hot as she had imagined. Tang Wanqing found a random seat and sat down. She ordered some stronger liquor. She was going to get drunk here tonight. Tang Wanqing asked the waiter to open the wine, picked up the bottle and blew directly into it, drinking half of the bottle in one breath. The strong liquor was like fire, and her throat felt a little uncomfortable from burning. However, the alcohol was addictive like poison, and she seemed to like this floating feeling. He continued to drink. Things in front of his eyes began to blur. It seemed as if something was blocking his sight. More and more things seemed to break out of his eye sockets. Things in front of his eyes became clear again. It turned out that tears were blurring his vision. Tang Wanqing only felt that his vision became blurry and clear again and again, until he felt a little dizzy and his vision did not become clear again. He was probably drunk, but Tang Wanqing was still unwilling to put down the bottle. After all, this is a bar. Tang Wanqing didn't expect that she had been targeted by a wretched man. He was observing her not far away, and after making sure that she was alone and seeing that she was drunk and unconscious, he walked up to her. Tang Wanqing was already drunk at this time and mistook him for Lu Yanran. Seeing Lu Yanran, Tang Wanqing mumbled, "Lu Yanran, why did you come to see me just now?" The man knew that Tang Wanqing had recognized the wrong person, which would allow him to succeed faster. The man responded, "I'm here to find you, come back with me. I won't go back unless you explain your affairs to me clearly." "I won't go back." The man guessed something after hearing what she said. "Who is she?" "She is not even as good as one of your fingers. How could I possibly like her?" Tang Wanqing smiled with satisfaction. "That's pretty good." Seeing that he had guessed correctly, the man took the opportunity to continue saying, "Be good and come back with me." Tang Wanqing finally nodded and agreed to go back with him. The man didn't expect that it would be so easy to succeed, and wanted to take her away quickly. However, seeing that she could barely walk, the man picked her up and wanted to leave immediately, fearing that she might have any friends here. The bar owner had been paying attention to this place for a long time. He saw the man secretly glancing at Tang Wanqing and only appeared after she was drunk. Now he carried her away in a panic. He felt something was wrong and stopped the man immediately. The man felt guilty after being stopped, fearing that he knew the woman on his shoulder. "You, what are you doing?" The bar owner was even more certain that this wretched man was up to no good, so he deliberately said, "I still want to ask you what you are doing." Seeing that he was so confident, the man thought that the bar owner knew Tang Wanquing, so he dropped Tang Wanquing and ran away. The boss called someone to help Tang Wanquing up, hoping to wake her up. "Miss, wake up." Tang Wanquing didn't react at all because she had fallen asleep. "Boss, this." The bar owner was a good man. He couldn't contact Tang Wanqing's friends and family, and couldn't let a woman stay here alone, so he asked the waiter to help Tang Wanquing to the backstage to sleep. "Help her to sleep in the back, and we'll talk about it after she wakes up." Chapter 35 Lost. The bright morning sunlight poured through the window into the backstage room, causing Tang Wanquing to slowly open her eyes. The hangover gave Tang Wanquing a splitting headache, so she used her arms to support herself and sat up. Tang Wanquing looked at the unfamiliar scenes and furnishings around her and began to panic. The first thing Tang Wanquing did was to check if her clothes were still on her body. When she found that her clothes were still there, she breathed a sigh of relief. Tang Wanquing had somewhat forgotten what happened last night. The only thing she remembered was that she seemed to see Lu Yanran's shadow in a daze. Why did Lu Yanran appear in the bar? Tang Wanquing felt that her idea was really ridiculous. Just as Tang Wanquing was thinking about something, the door of the room was pushed open. The bar owner was also stunned when he saw Tang Wanquing sitting up in the room. "Are you awake?" The bar owner's voice brought Tang Wanquing back to her senses. "Yeah. Did you save me?" Tang Wanquing recognized him as the owner of the bar yesterday. "It can't be considered as saving you. I just saw you trying to follow someone else yesterday and thought something was wrong, so I stopped you. Then you drank too much, so I asked someone to send you backstage and let you rest for a night." The bar owner explained to Tang Wanquing what happened last night and let her know that she was now in the backstage of his own bar, so that she would not think that she was a bad person. After listening to the bar owner's description, although it was only a few short sentences, Tang Wanquing still felt it was very dangerous. She was almost taken away by someone yesterday. Tang Wanquing felt a wave of regret in her heart. She shouldn't have drunk so much. What could she change by drinking so much? Nothing could be changed. Even Lu Yanran didn't care about her. Thinking of Lu Yanran, Tang Wanquing suddenly wanted to know if Lu Yanran had worried about her yesterday. Tang Wanquing began to search through her cell phone, hoping to find evidence that Lu Yanran cared about her. The bar owner looked at Tang Wanquing, who had just been sitting dejectedly on the bed, and suddenly started rummaging around. He found it a little unusual and asked her the reason. "Is there something wrong with you?" Tang Wanquing did not stop, and her heart became even more upset because she couldn't find her phone. "I'm looking for my phone. Why can't I find my phone?" Tang Wanquing was afraid that if she lost her cell phone, Lu Yanran would be unable to contact her, and Lu Yanran would be worried. If the person who stole his phone had bad intentions and told Lu Yanran that something had happened to him, that would be the end of it. The bar owner looked at the white mobile phone he was holding in his hand, and then at Tang Wanquing, who was frantically searching for the mobile phone. He suddenly hesitated whether he should give her the mobile phone in exchange for it. Finally, the bar owner had to speak up. If he didn't speak up, what if this woman went crazy and couldn't control it? "Well, I have the phone here. I was just about to say something about the phone, and then you." The bar owner stopped talking and kept the rest of his words to himself. Tang Wanquing should also understand and showed his phone to Tang Wanquing. Tang Wanquing looked at her cell phone lying quietly in the bar owner's hand, stepped forward and quickly took it back. As she took it, she muttered to herself, the phone was in his hands but he didn't tell her. What did he mean by not saying it even though he had the chance? I guess he just didn't want to say it. But the bar owner could be considered Tang Wanqing's benefactor after all, and Tang Wanquing only said it in her heart without showing anything on her face. Tang Wanquing opened her phone and found it was empty. Not to mention calls, there were no text messages or WeChat messages either. Tang Wanquing seemed to not believe it. She checked several times and the final result was still the same. Lu Yanran really didn't make a single call or send a single message. Tang Wanquing was like a deflated balloon, and all the energy she had in searching for her phone was gone. Tang Wanqing's mood changed so quickly that the bar owner was caught off guard and started crying. How could a woman who was so energetic just now suddenly have such a sad face? Are you okay? I didn't touch your phone. The bar owner was not wrong, he really did not touch Tang Wanqing's phone. After all, he did not have the habit of touching other people's things without permission. Yeah, I know, I'm fine, I'm leaving. Maybe if the bar owner said that he had touched the phone, Tang Wanqing might feel happy because she could find an excuse for herself. But now, Tang Wanqing couldn't even find an excuse for Lu Yanran. Oh, okay. The bar owner watched Tang Wanqing pack up her things and leave his bar. Just before leaving, Tang Wanqing, who had been silent the whole time, said to the bar owner, "Thank you for saving me and providing me with a place to stay." Tang Wanqing's words made the bar owner feel embarrassed. It's nothing, it's nothing. It's just a piece of cake. Thank you, too. After Tang Wanqing finished speaking, she got into a taxi parked on the side of the road and wanted to go to the company. The taxi was halfway there when Tang Wanqing looked at her outfit and the unpleasant smell coming from her clothes, and decided to go home first. When she returned to the Lu family's house, the deserted atmosphere in the room reminded Tang Wanqing that Lu Yanran did not come home last night. So where did Lu Yanran go yesterday? Tang Wanqing thought sadly. But Tang Wanqing had no idea where Lu Yanran had gone. Lu Yanran would not report to her before doing anything, and she was not familiar with Lu Yanran's friends, so she knew nothing. Tang Wanqing didn't want to think about it anymore. So what could she expect from Lu Yanran when he was like this? But that being said, how could Tang Wanqing not care at all? Tang Wanqing returned to her room to take a shower, change clothes, and then cheered herself up and went out to the company. Although Tang Wanqing kept reminding herself to cheer up and work hard, it didn't work at all. When she was working, she would still think of what happened yesterday and Lu Yanran from time to time. Tang Wanqing was not in the right mental state, causing her to keep making mistakes at work. Even the manager who had always praised her couldn't stand it anymore. "Wanqing, you're not in good shape today. Why don't you go back and have a rest? The company will count you as sick leave." Tang Wanqing knew that it was her fault for causing a burden to the steward. "I'm sorry, butler. I'll adjust my state right away and I won't do this again next time." Tang Wanqing didn't want to go home. She felt very resistant to the cold Wanwan home. "Are you sure you can do this? You've made too many mistakes today." The steward looked at Tang Wanqing and sighed. If it were not for this, he would not have asked Tang Wanqing to go home and rest. Yes, sir, I'm sure I can adjust myself," Tang Wanqing assured the steward. Finally the manager couldn't bear it and asked Tang Wanqing to continue working. Fortunately, Tang Wanqing did not let him down and did not make any mistakes in the following work. Chapter 36, One Leaves and Another Comes. Tang Wanqing and Lu Yanran were still in a cold war, and neither of them contacted the other first. Both of them were in a bad mood. They would miss him when they were not together, and when they met, they would be like strangers, or even more unfamiliar than strangers. What Tang Wanqing didn't expect was the appearance of Lu Yarqi. When Lu Yarqi showed up, Tang Wanqing was very resistant. Although she had no worries or complaints, she couldn't just drive her away. Still very politely invited to sit down, "Why are you here?" Lu Yarqi sat down proudly, without even looking at Tang Wanqing, and only said, "You should be able to guess why I'm here. Do you think there is anything else here that's worth my coming here?" Tang Wanqing didn't expect Lu Yarqi to be so hostile towards her. It was normal for her to hate her so much because she had stolen her lover. She ignored Lu Yarqi and prepared to go back to her room, out of sight, out of mind. Lu Yarqi asked loudly, "Hey, when will he be back?" Lu Yarqi's tone made Tang Wanqing very unhappy, and she replied in the same tone, "How should I know? The longer legs are on him, not on me." Lu Yarqi said contemptuously, "You don't even know when your husband will come back. You are such a failure." Tang Wanqing clenched her fists, unable to stand Lu Yarqi's provocation, but she couldn't think of anything to say, so she could only return to her room in frustration. After returning to the room, Tang Wanqing felt a headache when she thought of Lu Yarqi's contemptuous tone and sarcastic words. She also thought of Lu Yanran's gentleness towards her, which was ruined by her, and she felt even more heartbroken. She suddenly missed the days when Lu Yanran loved her, but it would be difficult for their relationship to go back to the way it was now, right? Lu Yarqi was still sitting outside, not in a hurry. Lu Yanran had not come back for a few days, but Lu Yarqi seemed to be sure that Lu Yanran would come back. Tang Wanqing didn't want him to come back, and she didn't want them to meet. But Lu Yanran came back, and Tang Wanqing felt her heart sink. Maybe he came back because of Lu Yarqi. The thing she least wanted happened. Tang Wanqing heard Lu Yarqi calling Lu Yanran affectionately, and Lu Yanran also responded enthusiastically. It felt like they were husband and wife, and she was a lover hiding under the bed. Tang Wanqing felt that she was so wronged. She was obviously Lu Yanran's first wife, but she could only eavesdrop on their date. Tang Wanqing didn't want to hear them chatting like a couple in front of her. She wanted to rush out and drive Lu Yarqi out, but she was now a concubine in the cold palace, and Lu Yarqi was the favored imperial concubine. Tang Wanqing suddenly wanted to cry. Which woman could stand her husband talking about love with another woman in front of her? The next day, Tang Wanqing thought Lu Yarqi would not come, but she came again, even more arrogant than last time, like a coquettish peacock. I'm here again. Are you surprised? Tang Wanqing rolled her eyes when she saw her arrogant and rude look. She ignored Lu Yarqi and planned to hide back in her room, but Lu Yarqi didn't want to let her feel at ease. She took big steps and deliberately bumped Tang Wanqing from behind with her shoulder. Tang Wanqing staggered and almost fell. Tang Wanqing was furious and glared at Lu Yarqi and said loudly, "Lu Yarqi, don't go too far." Lu Yarqi was not afraid at all. She stared back at Tang Wanqing, still with a look of contempt but with more hatred in it. "Tang Wanqing, don't think that you can become a phoenix just by marrying Yanran. You are still the illegitimate daughter of the Tang family, an illegitimate daughter." Tang Wanqing couldn't bear it any longer, and with a slap landed on Lu Yarqi's face. No one had ever hit Lu Yarqi since she was a child, but now she was slapped by Tang Wanqing. She stretched out her hand to slap back. When Tang Wanqing thought she was going to be hit, Lu Yanran came in. Lu Yarqi immediately stopped and turned into a victim. She threw herself into Lu Yanran's arms and started crying, "Yanran, Tang Wanqing is too much. I just bumped into her lightly by accident, and I've already apologized, but she hit me." As she spoke, Lu Yarqi raised her head and pointed at the red handprint on her face, showing it to Lu Yanran. Lu Yarqi's pretty face was full of tears. She was so scheming that Tang Wanqing looked at her with new eyes. Tang Wanqing looked at Lu Yanran, as if to say, "Do you believe it?" Lu Yanran met Tang Wanqing's gaze, then looked at Lu Yarqi's face, and said to Tang Wanqing, "Apologize to Yarqi and I won't care." Tang Wanqing didn't expect Lu Yanran to believe Lu Yarqi's lies. She defended herself, "Do you know that she apologize?" Lu Yanran didn't give Tang Wanqing any chance to explain and asked her to apologize. Tang Wanqing felt so wronged and thought that she had seen Lu Yanran's true face. "Okay, Lu Yanran, you don't believe me. Okay, then I tell you, I will never apologize." After saying that, Tang Wanqing ran back to the room. Tang Wanqing returned to the room and closed the door forcefully, then she leaned against the door and slid down weakly, tears streaming down her body. She felt as if she had seen through Lu Yanran. He actually didn't believe her. She felt so heartbroken that she couldn't breathe. She thought of how she had said to Lu Yanran, "I don't believe you." Lu Yanran must have felt the same way at the time. Tang Wanqing regretted what she had done more and more. Tang Wanqing squatted on the ground with her hands around her knees and buried her head. Tears flowed uncontrollably like a dam bursting. Tang Wanqing didn't know how long she had been crying. She only knew that her legs had no strength to support her, so she let go of her hands and lay on the ground. Her legs first lost feeling, and then began to ache excruciatingly. Tang Wanqing gritted her teeth to not let herself make a sound, and had to endure the pain. Lu Yarqi was delighted to see that her plan had worked, and she felt even more proud when she saw Lu Yanran's dark face. She thought that Lu Yanran was like this because he felt sorry for her, so she said softly, "I'm fine, don't worry too much, I'll be fine in a few days." Seeing that she had misunderstood, Lu Yanran did not say anything, but just responded softly. Lu Yarqi was very satisfied and wanted to continue to sow discord between them. "I really didn't expect that Tang Wanqing was so narrow-minded. She took action just because of such a small matter. Such a woman is not worthy of you at all. She even thinks that she is invincible after marrying you. She is arrogant and domineering. She is simply a white lotus." Seeing that Lu Yarqi was getting more and more irritable, Lu Yanran interrupted her and said, "I'm tired today, so I won't accompany you. Your face looks pretty serious, so you should go to the hospital as soon as possible." When Lu Yarqi heard Lu Yanran's concern for her, she said embarrassedly, "My face is fine. Since you are tired, I will go back first and come to see you tomorrow." Without saying a word, she obediently left, looking back every few steps when she left. After that, Lu Yarqi would come every day. Because Lu Yarqi also went home every day, Lu Yanran would talk and laugh with Lu Yarqi, but he would not even look at Tang Wanqing. Lu Yarqi often finds fault and makes Tang Wanqing unhappy, because Tang Wanqing would not react at all to what happened last time and would do whatever she said. Although Tang Wanqing was very angry that Lu Yanran didn't believe her, she couldn't help feeling jealous every time she saw Lu Yanran and Lu Yarqi being so close. Chapter 37, Don't Want to Cause Trouble. Brother Yanran, come and help me take a look at this skirt. Lu Yarqi's voice came from the room. Tang Wanqing turned her head to look at Lu Yanran on the sofa, silently praying that he would not go. However, the moment Lu Yanran heard it, he put down what he was holding and walked straight into Lu Yarqi's room without even looking at Tang Wanqing, and did not forget to close the door. Tang Wanqing was angry and helpless. Humph! This Lu Yanran! You are so slutty. Why can't you look at the skirt outside? Why do you have to go inside to look at it, and even close the door? What's so shameful? Tang Wanqing sat on the sofa and turned up the TV volume very loudly. I'm going to kill you. When Lu Yarqi saw Lu Yanran coming in, she immediately posed, Brother Yanran, do you think my skirt looks good? Lu Yarqi tried hard to fiddle with her waist, her slender fingers wandering back and forth on her fair skin, lifting the super short skirt up again and again, even revealing her panties. But Lu Yanran just glanced at it and said, it's too short. But I think it's okay, Brother Yanran. Lu Yarqi said and sat on Lu Yanran's lap. One hand hooked around his neck and the other hand gently stroked him, but no matter how Lu Yarqi teased him, Lu Yanran looked indifferent and didn't react at all. Lu Yarqi sat on the bed in annoyance, thinking to herself, has my charm decreased? Tang Wanqing was suffering every second. The commercial was over, why didn't these two come out yet? Tang Wanqing looked at the small door again and again, feeling more and more upset. A single man and a single woman, a burning desire, who would believe that nothing had happened? Tang Wanqing felt a pang of sadness when she thought of this. They hadn't even divorced yet, and it was already so open and aboveboard. It seemed like she was redundant, and maybe she should help them get married sooner. Thinking of this, Tang Wanqing simply turned off the TV and ran to the bed to cry. Lu Yanran heard the TV was no longer playing outside, and thought it was almost time, so he got up and went out. There was no sign of Tang Wanqing in the living room, so he went to the bedroom and saw a small person curled up on the bed, who seemed to be twitching faintly. He pulled back the quilt, and it was indeed Tang Wanqing crying. When Lu Yanran saw this, he felt happy and heartbroken. He was happy that Tang Wanqing cried for him, which showed that she still loved him. He was also heartbroken that Tang Wanqing cried for him, and he couldn't bear to let her go. However, he didn't show anything. Tang Wanqing wiped her tears and looked at Lu Yanran's calm face, feeling even more bitter in her heart. Was she really not important to him at all? Thinking of this, Tang Wanqing couldn't help but shed tears again, crying uncontrollably. Lu Yarqi was leaning against the door at this time, looking at Tang Wanqing's expression, and she opened her mouth and said, Tang Wanqing, why are you pretending? No matter how pitifully you cry, Brother Yanran will not like you anymore. He loves me now. Okay. Lu Yanran interrupted her. Brother Yanran, why didn't you let me speak? Isn't this the truth? Lu Yarqi asked Lu Yanran complainingly. Seeing Tang Wanqing gradually calm down, Lu Yanran slowly spoke, I'm going to take Yarqi out to play today, do you want to come with me? Tang Wanqing mocked herself in her heart, thinking that he came to see her because he still loved her, but it turned out to be for this. I won't be a light bulb anymore, you guys have fun. Tang Wanqing tried to smile, a far-fetched smile appeared on her pale face. You still have some self-awareness. Lu Yarqi said happily and prepared to go out. Lu Yanran didn't look at her again, but just nodded and prepared to go out with Lu Yarqi. Wait a minute. Tang Wanqing chased after him unwillingly, will you come back for dinner later? I'll wait for you. Lu Yanran looked at Tang Wanqing's expectant face and still rejected her, we won't be back for a while. Yarqi and I have booked a restaurant. You can eat by yourself. You don't have to wait for me. We may come back very late or not at all. This straw completely broke the camel's back in Tang Wanqing's heart. Okay, I understand. After saying that, she ran into the bedroom. There was a trace of heartache in Lu Yanran's eyes, but it was fleeting. Brother Yanran, let's go. Don't pay attention to her. Lu Yarqi shook his arm, but Lu Yanran took it away without leaving a trace. Lu Yanran walked forward expressionlessly. Let's go. Lu Yarki didn't understand why Lu Yanran's expression changed so suddenly. She shook her head. It's definitely not because of Tang Wanquing. Maybe he's just not used to being touched by others. Thinking of this, she quickly followed. Tang Wanquing was alone at home, looking at the empty room, and depression came over her. She thought of some past events, Lu Yanran's previous pampering, and their happy times. Thinking about it now, it was really ironic. Tang Wanquing thought that she must be like the tragic heroine in the novel. She was betrayed by the hero and her love was taken away by the second female lead. Why? Why did she become like this? She was angry at Lu Yanran's indifference, angry at his promiscuity. She was angry at Lu Yarki, but what was she angry at? After all, she was Lu Yanran's sweetheart now. She was angry at herself for being useless, angry at herself for not being able to keep him. Oh, forget it. Blame it on them not being destined to be together. She was still lost in thought when a ringing sound pulled her back to her senses. She couldn't help but frown when she saw the caller ID. The caller ID showed Jin Kaiyarn. Tang Wanquing was hesitating whether to answer the call. The ringing had already sounded for the second time. Who cares? It's just a phone call. Tang Wanquing thought so and answered the call. Hello, what's the matter? Tang Wanquing went straight to the point. Wanquing, can't I come to you if I don't have anything to do? Jin Kaiyarn joked. It's okay, I'm hanging up. Tang Wanquing really didn't have the energy to deal with him now. Hey, no. I have something to do. I heard that Lu Yanran and his beloved sister went out to play today. What? Did they leave you alone in your empty room? None of your business. Of course it's my business. After all, your business is my business. How about coming out and relaxing for a while? No. If there's nothing else, I'll hang up. Bye. After saying that, she hung up the phone without waiting for his answer. Jin Kaiyarn looked at the hung-up phone, but he felt happy in his heart. Little hedgehog, I like it. Several days passed, and Lu Yanran still ignored Tang Wanquing, but was talking and laughing with Lu Yarki all day long. On a sunny morning, the three of them came out of their respective rooms. Lu Yarki and Tang Wanquing both greeted Lu Yanran, but Lu Yanran only responded to Lu Yarki and acted as if he didn't see Tang Wanquing.